restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime and know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Season 5 SLE Finals. 22 teams have fought tooth and nail until the very end, and now we're left with 2 finalists here, ready to see who will take home the trophy. Will it be Good Chi Jin claiming the 3-peat Chi title, or will Wraiths claim a maiden trophy here? All this and more as we guide you throughout this evening. And who am I? Well, I have many names. Some know me as Panini, some as Jungle Buddha. And with me, I have 2 excellent players and also excellent analysts. So why don't you introduce yourself, guys?
Hi.
Whoever wants to go first.
I'm Gloomy for Gloomy. I also played Split. I'm here for exciting games and to bring you guys on the side of Panini and Cybot a lot of information, what happens in the game, and all this stuff.
Yeah, hey, I'm Cybotop. I'm the top laner of Snackpack and co-founder of the Sanctuary community. And I'm happy to be here, and I'm excited for a great final.
Excellent. Great, guys. It's great to be on desk with you today. I think this is going to be a really exciting matchup. We have 2 great teams here. I think we have 2 very different paths to the final. And I think we should start off by maybe discussing these teams a little bit and then making some predictions before we head into our little hidden teaser video we have for you guys. I thought I would talk about Chi a little bit as an ex-Chi player, and I think this splits Chi team. A difference with 2 teams this split. Chi a very just merited team all around. Played several splits in the SLE, had great success, the best SLE team of all time. And back this year, I think disappointment last split. Now coming in, had a really long and arduous tryout session, but were able to cherry pick some incredible players, and just hard practice, skilled players, good coaching, and here we are in the finals. And I think they looked very dominant the whole split so far. But both of you guys, you know the Braves better than I do. So tell me a little bit about the Braves and their path to the final.
I would think Cybotop should talk
No,
about
well.
that more. He's a bit more informed than me.
Yeah, Wacky a more or less newly formed team. A lot of players coming from the old Black Manta, and yeah, they've had a great season so far. coming into the top 4. Unfortunately, losing the first game, but then making it through the losers bracket with a phenomenal one. And yeah, there's a lot to be a lot to be said
Absolutely.
about. Huh?
Yeah, for sure. And I also think it's not the first time these two teams match up either. I mean, they matched up in the first round of the double elimination bracket. Gucci Jin coming out ahead that time. Will we see a repeat here or will we not? That's the question. I think we should maybe do some predictions for today. I can start. I think we have two excellent teams. I think Wacky Wraiths have been on an up and up the whole split. I think they looked very impressive in the playoff, taking out Revolinx, who were the regular season winners, and they have really shown a lot of just grit getting here against the Pandas, against Vitagen. Just so good in these high pressure games. However, my prediction will be a 3-1 to the side of Gucci. I think this Chi roster is incredible. There is just so much skill all across the board. They have lacked a bit of consistency, in my opinion, and that's something I think they have managed to secure up here towards the end. But Gloomyux, what do you think?
Like you said, I think they're both incredibly good teams. I think on paper, Gucci should definitely win this matchup. But I feel like Wacky Wraiths, they have this like kind of magical clash factor. So I believe it will start with a 2-0. And then Wacky Wraiths is gonna pull the magical reverse sweep comeback. That's my prediction.
Yeah, and I think that Wacky Wraiths have shown incredible resilience throughout the whole playoffs run that they've had. They won so many games that they shouldn't have won because they are so strong in their comebacks and they somehow make it work every time. But with that being said, Gucci is an extremely strong team, and I do not see Gucci losing today. So I'm also going with the 3-1 for Gucci.
Yeah, for sure. I believe that was also the result we had last time these two teams met. I think it was a quite fair result of that series, but much has happened since, and I'm very curious to see how these two teams have prepared these last week when they practiced. Of course, Jin could have been able to chill a little bit while the Braves had to go through the Pandas in a nail-biting series, 5 games there. If you haven't seen that. Was it 5 games? Maybe it was 4. I might have forgotten. But anyways, I think we've had an incredible playoff so far. A lot of good just series in general. And sadly, I feel like there's been so many results also in the early playoff, like just like Gloomyux, you guys played like the Yang games, for example. Like there's a lot of like games I wish would have been streamed that wasn't. So there's so much good LOL all around. But as we're speaking on here, we're shortly going to jump into a little preview whenever I think production is ready for the finals, where we're going to talk a little bit about the matchups here coming up shortly. But yeah, and here we go. And today, Gucci Jin taking on the Wacky Wraiths. It's 2 red teams, notably. Very interesting. I think great players all around. Everyone deserves to be here today. And we're going to start off by talking a little bit about this top matchup. And whoever done side up to take us away.
Yeah, so we are going to start with the top lane matchup between Gucci's Zench and Wacky Wraiths' Case Maze. And the style of these two players could not be more different. On one side, we have carry player Zench, especially known for his very scary Aatrox. I've played against it. You don't want to play against it. And yeah, if he does not get his Aatrox, he's just going to pick any other carry that is available, like a Jace, like a Gwen. He has so many champions to choose from, and it's going to be very difficult to ban him out. On the other side, we have Case Maze with his big and beefy tanks. 5 of them to be exact. He has only played 5 champions so far this split, which are Sion, Ornn, Volibear, Tarm, and a single game of Poppy. So that's not really a champion Ocean, more of a champion Palo. And yeah, we're going to see if this is going to be a disadvantage. What's very interesting to me here is that they do not have a single shared champion in the pool, so the roles are very apparent here. Zench is going to pick a carry. He will try to look for his teleport plays and demolish the team fights. And you should not underestimate Case Maze, because he's shown time and time again that he can buy so much space and so much time in the team fights to give his carries room and to carry them to victory. And with that, we are going to the jungle matchup.
Absolutely. Junglers coming up here. We have JL taking on Robbery. JL, I can start off saying, not the starting jungler originally here for Jin, but came in late in the split and has been having an incredible performance, I think. I think a very versatile player, able to play a lot, just consistent, great into everything, had great performance with the good Chitali squad over there, if you were following the tournament last month, I believe it was. Excellent player overall. They have a similar thing in common here, both to Wukong and Joyers. Solid players, both of them. Good KP, and I think JL has really secured up this kind of lack of consistency that Jin could have been suffering from. But on the other side, we have Robbery playing Lee Sin, for example, a highlight pick of this season, in my opinion. Also a great player. I think a bit of an unsung hero on the side of Wacky Wraiths. Does a lot of heavy pulling early on, and where it's a spot where maybe Wacky Wraiths always haven't been the most consistent, but excellent player as well. I think this is a very interesting matchup that we're going to have to watch going forward. And with that said, we're shortly going to head into the mid lane matchup here, where Gloomyox will take us on.
Yeah, talking about the mid lane here, Kim Jensen versus Usajin, I think overall it's two players that I feel are playing quite a similar game. They want to pick scaling, they want to like kind of relax, play with the team, not do too much. I feel that with this particular playstyle, they're both like not gonna be the game deciding factor of the series overall. But I think a solid backbone is very important, and these two define the word solid backbone. In the center of the map, nice and scaling. Though Kim Jensen, though, a little bit of a bigger champion pool. If we look, Usajin not picking that many champions, mostly Corki, but has also shown that if you try to pick away the Corki from him, he is gonna pick the Tristana into you, and then he is gonna push you. He is like not scared. He knows how to play against this one chick. I just hope there's not 5 games Azir Corki mid lane matchup. I really hope that's not gonna happen. But overall, probably not that much action in the early game from these two mid laners, but you should keep your eyes on them in the late game team fights. Yeah. No.
Yeah, an explosive matchup for sure, and we're gonna talk a little bit about the AD matchup here as well in just a second. We have another two players, Cheffer, Butner, 2 stars, both of them here absolute inters, not pulling their weight in the team. So that's of course just a joke, because this season we've seen how much bot lane is able to carry, and playing for bot often pays dividends. Cheffer and Butner, both I think a bit similar players, very good carries for the team when they have resources invested into them. Both high BPM, a lot of just damage output. Interestingly though, I would say that Butner has had 12 games of Sivir. That's majority of his game has been on this champion, so a big comfort pick might be something that the Jin would like to kind of take away from him as Jin would like to take away from him as we go on. Otherwise being Kaisa and Cyan, I would like to highlight something with Cheffer. Incredible versatile player. He's played so many different AD carries this split. Just insane. I think it's 12, 13, 14 different ones, almost one game per AD carry. And I think just this draft versatility that brings is just so big, especially in long series like this, where you can really be punished if you get targeted. And with that, we're moving over to the bot lane matchup here, the support.
And last and certainly not least, we have to look at the support matchup between Wiggies and Elred. So just like in top lane, we have a clash of styles here. Wiggies is known for playing champions like Thresh, Vel, and Nautilus, which are all very scary. He's always on the lookout for engages, for picks, and overall a very aggressive player. Thresh basically consistently on cooldown, looking for early game leads and a lot of chaos. Elred, on the other hand, has a very different role here. He is the shot caller of Wacky Wraiths and shows a very different approach to the support role. He is in this split playing very protective and peeling supporters for Bildner, which also means that he has to limit the amount of roams, and he is staying near his AD carry. He has a whole palette of enchanters like Soraka, Lulu, Milio ready, and he will do everything in his power to enable his carries, micromanage his team to victory, and I do not expect these two to change things up today. So I don't have a lot more to add to that. One thing is for sure though, the bot lane duo matchup is going to be crucial in this final, and whoever gets the edge over the opponent is going to have a big advantage today.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. And that's the matchup. That's the players we have to watch today. A lot of incredible, just star-studded rosters all over. And with that said, we're saying everything. Thank you from us, and we're heading into draft. Two wonderful casters. Thank you.
And what a wonderful time of the year, guys. It's SLE Season 5 Finals. My name is Shrekman, also known as Rain D, and today with me I have none other than the GOAT caster of SLE, Desa9. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing great, man. Winter season, Christmas is approaching. Like you said, split 5 finals in front of us today. Wacky Wraiths versus Gucci. And of course, it is going to be starting off with bans here in game number 1. It is going to be the Rel, Gwen, and Orianna taken away from the side of Wacky Wraiths. Perfectly makes sense. Orianna is a great pick at the moment as well. They are on the blue side, though, which does mean they could have potentially first picked it. So it's a little bit of 50-50, whether you're comfortable playing it or not. Of course, Orianna very good in the meta. You do see the Braum, Ivern on the other side. We've seen how much success Ivern can have, especially coming off the games that we've just seen. Ivern 100% win rate, I believe, in our latest series. So definitely going to be interesting games to watch, as it's going to be Varus picked up first on the blue side.
And this is an interesting pick because Varus, very strong AD carry, but there's also an angle to put this Varus in the side lane or even in the mid lane, as we saw from Usejin in the last face-off versus Blazing Pandas. We had it in game 4, mid lane Varus, and I'm expecting a Radiant Virtue build. And what do you think about the Varus first pick? Do you agree with this statement?
I think it is. If it's something you're comfortable playing, I think it's a great flex pick when you really look at it. Like you said, you can send it into the mid lane if you want, although it is a lot less seen. Normally it is the on-hit build that we tend to see nowadays a lot more, but it is going to be the Wukong Nico coming out from Gucci in a great jungle mid duo out from their side. Very strong in the early game, especially once you can get that Nico to level 6, once you can hit that Pop Blossom and get those ultimates in, you have a great combo in the mid lane. It is going to be the answer to buy the Jarvan Sion. A little bit safe of a top laner this time around, which I think tells me that the Varus is going to go into the bot lane, because it does mean you have something to play around once those Chain of Corruptions come on in, alongside the Jarvan being a great early ganker as well.
Yeah, and the Sion coming in, and Sench, of course, gonna answer with the Aatrox. To be fair, is anyone else really surprised? Casemate's played, out of his last 9 games, I think he's played 8 games of Sion or something. And we all know Aatrox loves his, or Sench loves his Aatrox, so nothing too surprising here. We see it's a bit more of a skirmish heavy early game, mid game from Gucci, whereas I don't think Wacky Wraiths mind scaling that much. And looking at the bans, is there anything you expect from these two teams now to ban out as their last stint in this draft?
I think I would love to see the support pool being targeted a little bit coming out from the side of Gucci, which they've already done, banning out the Renata. I think some of the picks that you can look towards with the Varus are things like potentially the Rel, which has already been banned away on the side of Wacky Wraiths, so that's something you don't need to worry about. But I think something like a Braum, for example, as well could work here. It is going to be the support pool pinch this time around, going to be the Janna being taken away as well. Not going to be the Wind Strifer alongside the Varus. We'll see what they end up being taken away, as it's going to be the Pike, and that is the support pool being targeted like I wanted them to do. It is going to be interesting to see what picks are going to come on through, but do you think they're going to blind the mid lane here, or do you think they're going to blind something else?
Something that's surprising for me is the amount of support bans from the side of Gucci. I think we might see a support pick here on R4 and save the counter pick for ADC, because there is still the threat of the Varus going mid, and as expected, Wiggis is gonna lock in his one Thresh, the Thresh. What do you think about this Wiggis Thresh?
It is gonna be the Thresh coming on, and this is a Wiggis special, I would argue. This is something that we've seen him run time and time again. This man is known for his hook champions, things like the Thresh, things like the Pike which we saw Wacky Wraiths take away on that second banning phase. So it'll be interesting to see what AD carry they pick alongside the Thresh. What do you think are some of the options they can look towards here when it does come to that AD carry?
I mean, the good thing with the Thresh, they're going into Milio and Sivir. I think you're kind of down to pick a lot of scaling options. I think Jinx would not be bad here. Maybe a bit hard to play into the Jarvan. But I think Tim is down to pick whatever here, because we know that the Varus is going mid and Sivir is a worse laner than Varus, which gives a lot more freedom. And also something I want to lift is I've seen this Sivir is so-called a counter to Thresh, but I've seen Wiggis on this pick as we see the Ashe locked in here, and overall not too surprising. Or what would you say, Dessa? Is this something you expected coming here into the game 1 of these finals?
It is not, because I did not expect Wiggis' Thresh to be open in game 1. I expected this to be something that gets banned away potentially in the first phase, especially in the second phase if they don't end up banning it already. It did end up being the Pike this time on around, which in my opinion isn't really that dangerous. I would have much rather seen the Thresh being banned away, but the Thresh is gonna go through. It's gonna be the Ashe paired up alongside the Thresh, but Randy, we highlighted it earlier when the Varus was picked. Considering it is a Sivir in the bot lane, this does mean we have a Varus mid for game 1 in the grand finals.
And Varus mid, as we saw last series, it is a pick that's very hard to rate because you don't see it a lot from personal experience as a mid laner. It has quite a strong laning phase, and with that Radiant build, it's so annoyingly tanky to kill. But looking at that, this draft is kind of full onto the Usejin and Butner's hands to carry, whereas Gucci, they more have a little bit more tools on pretty much every single person in their team to straight up carry the game, and it's going to be very interesting to see which team can get their carries more ahead in the early game, as I think Jin doesn't really want this game to go overly long at least.
Yeah, definitely not. They have a lot of tools to make plays happen. There is always the Wiggis' Thresh. There is always that question mark down the support role if the death sentence can be landed. Of course, like you said, Randy, not as easy into the Sivir to get the Sivir to be caught out. But we've seen Wiggis do it before. I'm sure he's gonna find his way in this time around as well. But for me, I much prefer the side of Gucci in draft just because they have so many more playmaking tools. They have a lot more damage, I feel like, coming out from their team, but there's always the Scion in the top lane. Like you said, the Wacky Wraith special, the Case Maze, Scion connoisseur of the SLE. So definitely I feel like a lot of tools you can still pair on. I feel like both teams kind of got what they wanted for this game 1, and I would imagine it's going to be an exciting game as well. But Randy, do you think you agree with me? Do you think it is Gucci in favored, or who do you think the draft of game 1 went towards?
Yeah, I gotta say, we got knocked out by Wacky Wraiths. My heart is telling me, of course, you want to lose to the team that wins final. But choo, I'm on the Gucci in train all the way here. I like the draft overall. I think Aatrox, good pick into the Scion. Nico can probably deal with Varus, and Ashe Thresh should just be straight up better in lane versus Sivir Milio, with not even scaling that badly, as we've seen Jomi, for example, during this playoff pop off on this Ashe. I think this series is actually gonna be showing a lot already for game 1, because can Gucci punish this Scion, get it to fall behind early game? Something a lot of teams have struggled with when it comes to Case May Scion. Then I think Wacky Wraiths is going to be in a bit of trouble. So I think this first game is going to be very, very interesting to see. But I agree with you. It has to be Gucci for me, at least here for game 1.
Yeah, and I think the first game as well is going to sort of set the pace for the rest of the series. Going forward, it's going to be best of 5 as well, and you can get a lot done if it does go over to 5 games. And of course, we have talked a little bit about what our predictions have been for the scores, but looking at the draft now, I feel like the side of Gucci just have such a dominant bot lane. I think Ashe is one of those picks that is so strong in the early game, especially against things like a Sivir, where you can just slow her right on down. You do have that passive, which I think makes the game a lot easier to play in the bot lane for Wiggis. As well, you can buy a lot of space, and Milio Sivir definitely gonna look to play towards that scaling. They're definitely gonna look to play very passive, in the early game, not really try to do much else than get waves under tower on the side of Gucci and just scale up into the late game. But like you said it yourself, Randy, I think if they do get to the late game on the side of Wacky Wraiths, if they can get past the 20-minute mark, they do have great scaling.
Yes, and with that note, Dessa, we are gonna head into a quick pause before we're gonna get into the game 1 of finals. Before that though, guys, remember to, if you have a Twitch Prime, utilize it now, subscribe to the SLE Twitch channel, and we will see you after the break. And with that, everyone, welcome to people that missed the draft. We're in game 1 of the grand finals, SLE Season 5, Wacky Rage versus Gucci. In case you forgot it, my name is Shrekman, and with me I have Dessa. And Dessa, how excited are you to finally be here in game now for game 1?
Oh, Randy, we're finally here, man. Look, it's the Rift. It's League of Legends. We're finally in the game, and I couldn't be happier to be here, honestly, with you as well for the game 1 of the grand finals between Wacky Wraiths and Gucci. What a road these two teams have had getting here. But looking at the runes, looking at the summoner spells, I don't really see anything that far out of the ordinary coming out from either of these teams, as well as the starting items. I'm a little bit curious. I think for me, with Robbery going Green Smite personally, I think Blue Smite has so much utility when you're trying to trudge through that jungle, trying to get quickly back into your lanes, back into your own jungle, that I personally prefer Blue Smite for me, but I think Green Smite is fine. For me, personal preference, does come into play, but you can see both junglers starting on the top side of the map, trying to work their way down, and we could potentially, Randy, have some early action in the bot lane.
Yes, and on the topic of the Smite colors, I'll quote a famous football manager, if I speak, I'm in trouble. Because every time I play Flex, Jonathan Isaac flames me for going the wrong Smite, because I have no idea what the difference is. So, I think the green Smite makes you tank, And I think the blue side makes you fast. But yeah, as you say, both junglers are starting on the top side of the map, which means we have potential for a level 3 gank, maybe level 4 gank. We see full clear is probably gonna come out from JL, and bot lane already getting this priority. And is this something we just have to get used to for this matchup?
I mean, I think this is great play coming out from the side of Gucci and already playing for their priority in the bot lane usage and both Kim Jensen heavy trading in the mid lane already. They definitely do have the range to do so, but this is to me an ideal state if you're looking at the bot lane of Gucci, because it does mean that I think they predicted that JL was going to pass towards bot lane. They are going to have priority for that crab. It does deny the gank potential out of JL and to this bot lane to potentially get them ahead with how the wave is going to be positioned. But with having crab priority, I do think if there is a world where we get into a 3v3 with both of the bot laners in the jungle participating, I would heavily favor the side of Gucci if it does come to any of this early skirmishing.
Yes, the problem for Wukong is he can't really gank on his own. But if Robbery would do that gank to help him out with the start, yes, that would be very favored. We see JL is moving into the river. He's gonna secure priority on this first scuttle, skipping the Gromp, and we see Robbery is just straight up going back to base here. Interesting, Jarvan is usually known as an early ganker, and you would think he would maybe be looking to find some impact here onto the bot lane, but it doesn't seem so. What do you think is running through his mind right now as a plan?
I think Robbery straight up said nope. I think he looked at the game state, he looked at where his sort of laners were. I talked about it previously, priority in the bot lane for this out of Gucci, which means you can't really contest that crab if you are Robbery, which means I think your best bet is to just recall, play for top crab instead. With how the wave was, yes, you could have gone for a gank on this bot lane, but you already spoke about it yourself as well, Randy. There is virtually no setup outside of Jarvan CC when it comes to the Wacky Race bot lane. And when you look on the other side, there's a Thresh, there's an Ashe. Both of these champions are hard to catch, but there's a gank in the mid lane.
I'm gonna have to interrupt you there, even though, but Kim Jensen seems to be just running out. But just look at the damage from Eugenian, but he's gonna take a tower shot. And in the end, what looked like a great danger from Kim Jensen might not be over, as Robert is looking for the flag and drag. He's not gonna get the knockup, take a tower shot, and he actually ends up blowing Kim Jensen's flash here. And that did not play exactly how I thought it would do initially.
Yeah, definitely not. I figured Robert might jump over the wall, but our first summoner burnt of the grand finals, it is gonna be Kim Jensen's flash in the mid lane. Nico not gonna have flash once he gets that level 6 spikes, which does mean that he's not gonna be as dangerous as he would otherwise be. But you can see now that the wave in the bot lane is pushing back towards the side of Gucci, and Chef are getting chunked out a little bit there, but I presume that he's gonna just catch this wave and potentially look for a base as he did end up starting up Longsword instead of the D-Blade, which makes him a little bit weaker in the 2v2 setting when it does come to the early game, as he does not have that extra health to play off of.
I have to say I didn't notice that at first, but with the buffs on Doran's items, I've even seen jungler run Doran's items now early. I'm a bit surprised he's greeding out the longsword here, but it has obviously worked. They have a CS lead already in the bot lane, even with a weaker starting item, and so far so good. I think if you're in Good Yin's shoes, you are kind of content with this, as we see an early dragon start is gonna come out from the side of Good Yin, and the question is, Wacky Wraiths, will they be able to contest this? They know they're probably on it, they see it on the vision, but the question is, will they just give it over to Good Yin?
Probably so. You can see them walking in though. This could get hairy, Randy.
Yes, as we see, Elrat is gonna position quite far here. The dragon is down to 1k. Robbery goes in, but the smite, the 50-50 goes over to JL. On the other side of the fight, JL flashes over the chains of corruption, drops onto Sheffer and Wiggis, but they're gonna be able to get out with everyone alive and the dragon, and that has to be a good win for Good Yin, being able to survive with just barely there. Or we see JL is probably gonna have an execute here in store. The first kill of the series doesn't go, it goes to mid lane tower.
It's gonna be the neutral objective here that picks up the first kill of the game, and a great smite coming out from JL ends up securing the dragon and execute as well, which means the side of Wacky Wraiths don't really benefit out of that. A little bit of a trade in the top lane though.
Yes, and we just know that Casemace, he loves these traits. Every time I'm watching top lane, this Sion pick, it's the bows without the lethality, but Wiggis has sneaking into mid lane. He's gonna be on vision. Remember, Yusejin has flash up and Kim has the wave pushed onto his tower, so his ghost saves for this time, and we're back in the top lane. And how do you say it, Dessa? Who is actually favored more in these heavy trading? Because I don't think either of them is minding that too much.
Yeah, I think personally for me, I think they're both just a little bit bored, so they wanna hit each other. Although there's a corrupting potion on the side of Casemace, so when it does come to sustain, the Sion is gonna be favored. But Wiggis, he's just a random bot lane. He said, I really wanna make a play mid, and Usage could be in trouble.
Yes, we see Yusejin is very close to Wiggis' hook range. I would say he's even in it, but Kim Jensen is kind of low. This could be something that turns to the other side. Wiggis will go for the hook. He's gonna get the root into the hook, but the Nico Q is gonna miss. The flash on, but the pop blossom gets Yusejin down, and first blood of the series goes to none other than Kim Jensen.
And Randy, this is why we highlighted the Wiggis thresh. This is why we're so surprised that it went through draft, because this man has the patience. He waits and waits and waits in the bush, just waiting for the right moment to shine. And taking a look back at the replay as well, a great route coming out from Kim Jensen to set up the hook as well. You can just see such patience coming out from this man, trying to get Usage killed, ends up the root coming through. Pop Blossom almost goes a little bit wide right there, but just ends up catching Usage at the tip of Kim Jensen's ultimate, which does mean, like you said, a kill going over to them, but Robbery picks up a kill on the Thresh.
Yes, and it's I would assume it was Herald. Herald has been secured by Gucci during the replay, and the Robbery, we see the arrow. Look at the arrow from Team Chef or Cheffer cooking down from bot lane, and Yusejin is gonna go down again. And at this point, are they getting in his head? They're showing so much in mid lane, are gonna pop the Herald even, and this Nico is getting kind of strong, isn't it, Deza?
Oh, this Nico's getting very strong. 2 kills under his belt already. Like you said, gonna be a potential Herald in the mid lane. JL gonna be popping it, but they can potentially look to catch out Robbery. Although you can see Casemace in the mid lane.
And look at the hook from Wiggis. I'm gonna have to interrupt you there, Dessa, because we have a fight here. Wiggis has initiated this fight, but the question is this a fight you really want on the side of Gucci? And Sheffer is gonna have to go the Ghost, and in the end they get away with their lives. They get the Silver Ultimate, but a bit of maybe a bit over aggressive there from the Gucci in bot lane, taking that hook.
Yeah, a little bit, especially since you can see the levels. Wiggis not level 6 yet, which does mean the ultimates do favor the side of Wacky Wraiths. This time, the side of Gucci's bot lane do get away with it, but Randy, I feel like every time we look at Casemace, no matter what he's playing against, no matter what champion he's on, he's always trading, always hitting the enemy top laner, and always just looking to fight.
And it's kind of funny you mentioned that, because Sion players, they're kind of known for fighting, but usually they have a lot more deaths by now, and I think that's what's impressive with Casemate Sion, is the fact that he's able to keep up pretty good in CS. He doesn't really get killed in lane that much either on this Sion, and he's just a rock in the top lane, even though he's gonna go kinda low here in the top lane, but still, a Sion is not the easiest thing in the world to dive. At least that's what I would presume.
Definitely not, especially if Casemates can keep this wave right outside of tower, which I would assume he is going to be able to do. Just clears out with one cube, a good play from him. Zench needs to be a little bit careful, although you do see Robbery heading down to the bot side, so he should be completely fine to proxy one more wave. And Dragon coming up very soon, Randy, as well. You can see the side of Gucci and just already fishing for advantages.
This is just something you'll see Gucci doing a lot of, as we see a teleport coming in behind from Usejin. We've seen this play before, but just look how fast Gucci Jin is to run out of the play. They might have a sandwich, maybe they found the pick onto Robbery, the root goes down, and of course, do we even have to ask or pretend that something else will happen? The hook lands as well, Robbery is gonna fall, and that was a play initiated by the side of Wacky Wraiths, and it just goes in Gucci Jin's favor again.
Again, Gucci just being on top of things, a great play coming out from them to just back away as soon as the TP hits. You can see the comms being on point. Wiggis in the mid lane.
Yes, Wiggis is fishing again with the lantern. He actually just wanted an excuse for me to interrupt you, so I'll just give it straight back in over to you, is what I would say if Casemate and Sench was not having a wet noodle fight yet again.
It is the World Ender pop though coming out from Zench, and when you talk about ultimate trading, I think that is a trade you're willing to take, but looking back at the replay, you can see the TP coming out, a great response coming out from the side of Gucci, running out as a team, running out all together, which means Usejin really gets no value, and just a great hook out of Wiggis once again on this Thresh combo, everything onto Robbery, make sure there is no smite, no jungler for this Drake, which does mean Gucci picking up the first two Drakes off our grand finals.
Yes, but it has come at a small cost. If we check down in the bot lane, Sheffers actually, after a great early start, started to fall behind in CS, but who cares about that analogy when we can fight instead? Jail is gonna W away from the Sion knock up there, but he's gonna fall quite low. The Cataclysm comes down, Jail is gonna have to flash out of there. Jail still has his ultimate though, the Wukong. But it looks like both of them might be able to know the flag and drag onto Sench, but here comes the Wukong ultimate, but Usejin is also here, and Sench is probably gonna fall. And maybe, as you say, the World Ender being blown a bit earlier, maybe could have been the difference that turned that fight around for Gucci.
I think definitely. If you have the World Ender there, I think you can just pop it and run out. This time, like I said, it was popped earlier. Kim just with a TP though? In the top lane?
Yeah, that was a bit of an anticlimactic TP, not gonna lie. Not bad though, just a bit anticlimactic.
It's fair, but looking back at the replay as well, you can see JL gets a little bit caught out. Casemate just does so much damage on this Sion, and again, Zench with no World Ender really just has no way out at this point. A great commit from Robbery right there. Even Usejin getting himself onto the board after what I would say not an ideal start from the mid lane of Wacky Wraiths.
Yeah, Kim Jensen has had probably the start everyone dreams of having in their first ever SLE finals. Usejin, not so much. He's on the board now at least, but that Nico 30 CS ahead, 2 kills and a lot of plates. 4 plates down in the mid lane already. To be fair though, I think if I saw correctly before the timer went out, Butner has been able to secure 4 plates as well in the bot lane, so he should be kinda strong, at least for now.
Yeah, definitely should be. They have been known to play with the silver. Looking at the gold as well, you can see a little bit of a gold lead of about 700 in the bot lane, but look at the mid lane, 1,500 for Kim Jensen as there's a lot more trading in the top lane once again.
Yeah, the World Ender is gonna be popped offensively this time. Maybe this is Sench moment to look for a solo kill. Casemate said, nah. I haven't fought. No, it's actually, is it a row mid lane even? No, is it Gucci and they're gonna get the mid lane power here. The arrow from Sheffer again hits on to Casemate. And we gotta remember, this Sion has no flash, he has no ultimate. He's for sure gonna go down here. And at this point, it feels like Gucci is just first on every single play, but tower in the bot lane for Butner is gonna get some damage onto this tower as well, and we know from this play of if Butner gets his gold, if he gets his items, it kinda ends well a lot of times, wouldn't you say that? So?
Definitely so. I think Butner can look for tier 2 here. You can see he's got the recurve bow, he's got the berserker boots, Moonquiver as well. This would be a lot of gold into the Sivir if you can
The
secure
question
this.
doesn't know if this is the Nico, is it Kim Jensen, Hextech forward, and the spell shield cleanly go over. So what initially looked like an insane play for Gucci, I think Wraiths kinda salvaged a bit with picking up the mid and bottom tower.
Yeah, definitely. So picking up mid lane tower is huge for them. Opens up the map so much more as well. And Randy, you as a player, you know how much the mid lane tower is value. You know how much it opens up the map for your team. So a great pickup coming out from the side of Wacky Wraiths. And after the not so good start, have managed to stabilize themselves a little bit here with a lot of gold onto the bot lane.
Yes, and you just gotta have to wonder how key is this next dragon. If we have a mountain Drake? Yes? No?
Hextech, I think.
We have a Hextech Drake. I'm getting debated from up there. My bad, my bad, Riot. We have a Hextech Soul, and I mean, personally, I never say no to a Hextech Soul, so I would think you agree with me on that one, Dessa, wouldn't you?
I do, but Wiggles might get caught.
No, we have a fight bot lane instead. Pop Blossom. Third time this game is gonna go on to Kim Jensen. Sejin is gonna fall, but meanwhile mid lane, Shepard's already fall. Senj is here with the teleport though, but the question is it a bit too late? The World Ender's whooping. Jensen's gonna flash in, trying to get the knockup, but he's gonna miss them. He's been caught between a rock and a hard place right now, and it's a 2-for-1 so far for Wacky Wraiths throughout the entire map. Remember, this Nico does not have Pop Blossom, and JL is gonna be stuck in a 1v4 here, and the question is, can he get out? We talked about the Lantern before, and it's just barely gonna save JL, but Wacky Wraiths picks up a team fight in the mid lane after the initial pick from Gucci in the bot lane.
And Wacky Wraiths, a great job coming out from them. Butner as well, doing just so much damage onto the Sivir. Might be able to secure, should be able to secure a Drake off that as well, but just look at Butner's damage in this fight. Zench with a little bit overzealous of a play, I want to say, ends up going a little bit wide with the Qs there. Butner having that ghost means you have a great kite potential coming out, but JL ends up not cancelling the Scion Q with that Cyclone of his at the end of that fight, which does mean that it needs to be the Lantern of Wiggles that eventually gets him on out to safety. But even with Gucci having the gold lead at the moment as well as the kill lead, I still feel like it has been Wacky Wraiths who have been the ones controlling this game for the past 5 minutes.
Yes, and I would almost say we're getting close to this Wacky Wraiths comfort zone already. They're not that far behind in goalie. They managed to stop the Drake stacking already, which means that the Dragon Soul is going to have to be a bit later of a win condition for Gucci, at least 10 more minutes. And if Butner is strong now, I can imagine he's kind of strong in 10 minutes as well.
Yeah, it's gonna get just better for him as the game goes on the Sivir, right? You can see as well closing in onto those Navori quick plates, which I assume he's gonna be going, considering it's gonna be the Clawfields plus the crit cloak in his inventory. And the Butner as well has been on top of his game. So far deathless, and as well as the other AD carry on the other side, Shepard's arrows have been magnificent, pretty much hitting their target every time so far, as well as the catch on the casemate in the top lane, which is essentially what started the play to begin with. A great play so far coming out, I feel like, from both teams. Both teams feel like they are in control, although Wacky Wraiths been in control, more so in control for the past couple of minutes. So definitely, I'm looking forward to seeing the later stages of this game, because I think, to me, both of these teams like to play into the late game. They like to play sort of these late game stages, but you can see another 1v1 in the top lane, but it's gonna be just, like you said, Randy, another wet noodle fight.
Yes, and we see actually the route from Kim Jensen again going on to just setting the flashing with the Pop Blossom, and we have yet another kill done, and it's gonna be 1-for-0, 2-for-0 for Gucci. The Herald is pop as well, and if there's been one thing that's been working this game, it's the kills on Jusedian. He's gonna die for the 4th time already, and Kim Jensen so strong on this Nico, and I was gonna say it, but I didn't have time, because Gucci, they're just better than my thinking. And if Gucci wants to take more control over this game, we're gonna have to see more plays from this Nico, and I would say we kind of got that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely. Kim Jensen being on top of his game. Gucci ends up picking the double meal deal right there in the bot lane with the top double kills. Wiggles in the mid lane with a Hex Flash, though, can look for a potential death sentence. Casemate is having to burn his ultimate in the top lane as well.
Yes, and it kind of feels like it's starting to get tough for the side of Wacky Wraiths. They have a loss on the bot side. Senj is becoming quite big on this Aatrox, and I wonder how long will Sion be able to answer this. I'm not a personal expert on this matchup, but I would guess that Aatrox doesn't get worse with items, at least in the 1v1.
Yeah, definitely not. Aatrox is a champion that has a very expensive build. Bruiser items overall tend to not be on the cheapest side of things. So I think the further this game goes on, the bigger chance Zench is gonna have to dominate this top lane, especially if you get into the territory where he ends up getting a cleaver and can start to cut down some of the armor on Casemates. You can see Sunfire Cape as well as the Bramble Vest with the steel caps finished on up. So definitely a lot of armor coming out from this Sion against so many AD threats on the side of Gucci Yin. But like you said, Usagin so far not having a good game for himself. 1-4 on this Varus, and you gotta wonder if there were potentially better picks up there.
Yes, especially since it doesn't seem to be going the Radiant Virtue just yet. It seems to be a Wit's End coming in, which is, for the 1v1, quite good, but the Nico with going Sonya second is not gonna be one-shotting at least. It's gonna be more of a utility pick, and that's usually what we see from the Nico, so I believe the Varus can still come back, but so far it's had a very, very rough game.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused personally about the Wit's End, considering the 1 AP threat on side of Gucci, and like you said, it is gonna be the Zonia second, so it's not like you're gonna be one-shot by him. And personally, I think if you are getting caught up by the Pulp Blossom, there's so much damage on the side of Gucci that if you go with a not the Radiant Virtue second item and go for more a squishier build, you're gonna die regardless, even if you have Wit's End or not.
As we see, both teams are gonna approach into this dragon fight, but you said it before, Dessa, and it still holds true. As we see, JL is gonna get the ult onto Elrat, and Sench is in the backline already, and the question is this a fight that's good for Gucci Yin? King Jensen with the pop-notes getting 4 people, but they're still alive! Look at Butler, but the hook from Wiggis is gonna turn around the fight, and Sench is still in the backline. But what looks like a good engage from the side of Gucci Yin is gonna end up with a 3-4-1, and the dragon yet again falling over to the side of Wacky Wraiths.
Second Hextech Dragon for Wacky Wraiths, unless we get a magical hook from Vegas. You know, this man's Thresh has been known to do some wild things, but not able to steal the dragon this time on around. Looking at the replay as well, the great Pop Blossom coming out from Kim Jensen. But this is what we talked about, Randy. With the Sonya second, you're not gonna do a whole lot of damage, and the support just was not there. Zench with a great attempt on the flank, but Butner again just untouched in that back line, ends up doing so much damage. Yes, he does fall, but his job was done right there. He did so much damage in that fight alone, and you can see a couple of flashes at the back end to be trying to catch out Sheffer. A little bit of a hopeful play, I would argue, coming out from the side of Wacky Wraiths, but double Hextech Drake in their pocket, a whole lot of attack speed, a whole lot of ability haste, and so far they're the ones who have managed to claw back this gold lead quite a bit.
And something I'm a bit disappointed right now in Gucci Yin is I feel like they are kinda out of sync in the way that they use their abilities. That was JL going in alone, blowing everything he has before his team even managed to catch up. Same with Sench, and then when the Pop Blossom comes down, we've already blown like the main Aatrox combo and the Wukong ultimate as well, which I think ended up being the turning point for the side of Wacky Wraiths there, because they don't have that much damage if they don't get that initial burst, and I feel like they have to combo that better, and that's something I look forward to. But here we see they are gonna jump onto Wiggis, but Wiggis says no, I'm flaying you back. The hook yet another time is gonna land, and the teleports from both of the sides, and this could be a fight that decides on which team that gets Baron. JL is gonna flash on, here come, and look at the Pop Blossom again. He's gonna get 2, but Butler is gonna be able to flash out, and Wiggis is just barely gonna miss the hook onto Butler, but he has a big Aatrox chasing him, and Robbery is gonna die in the side, and so is Butler, and this is just a cleanup so far from Gucci, unless Usagin alone can't turn this around, because it's him and Casemates versus the side of Gucci Yin right now. Big knockup from Casemates, and look at the damage from this virus. He's gonna kill Butler, but Sench just proves out to be too strong here, and it seems what a fight that started up very, very good for Gucci Yin also ends very, very good. I think Casemates is gonna be able to live here. Who knows? Oh, never mind. He's not moving for the next century, I guess, but I think it ends up no, it's another hook from Wiggins. And you're actually gonna say, what is the main question after this? Has that guy missed a single hook? One, maybe.
So much CC just coming out and a great pop blossom. That's what we needed to see. You said in the earlier fight, Zenj blew his combo, then they went with the pop blossom. This time the other way around, starts off with the pop blossom. Zenj a great follow-up with the Aatrox usage and tried to make the best out of a bad situation. Ends up getting a kill back there, but falls nonetheless. And a great fight coming out from the side of Gucci. And then it just ended up being about 10 seconds of death sentence into flail, into death sentence into flail, and Wiggers just hitting all of them. Not going to pick up the Scion this time on around, but you can see a great play coming out from them. And if they can layer the CC, if they can get the combo in and play it like a team, this is what I mean. They have so much more damage, in my opinion, coming out from their comp than the side of Wacky Wraiths do end up having Elra, though.
Gale is gonna get the jump onto Elrat. Elrat is though gonna be able to rock here, but the thing is, Robbery has gotten a big cataclysm onto Jael, onto Kim Jensen. Here comes the pop blossom in the backside. It's gonna catch Butler, but that's all it's gonna find, because Jael is found. And it's a 2-for-2 from both sides so far, and I don't even know if any of the team wants to continue this fight. It looks like Sench is still looking. We gotta remember Butler is quite low, and it's mostly the supports that has a lot of HP. Sench, is he gonna find the wall or jump? But Vacuates reads that, and these fights are so close, man. Wait, Sench, take it easy now, man. Maybe not 1v3 just yet. Good. Okay. Oof. So these are some close fights. Not gonna lie.
Definitely some close fights. I thought Zench might have looked for a play there, but I'm very glad he ends up backing on out. You can see the next dragon as well spawning in 50 seconds, but taking a look back at the replay of Zench farming in the bot lane, I suppose as JL ends up finding the engage in the top lane onto Elrad. Elrad with a great sidestep out of the enchanted crystal arrow, manages to buff up Butner well enough. A great spell shield to spell shield to pop blossom. The stun ends up going through nonetheless, but Kim Jensen not having enough damage, and Sheffer just in the background. Just such a good front line on the side of Gucci and Zench, managing to buy so much space for the Ash, so much space for Sheffer to do his thing in the back line, and Dragon to 15 seconds out now. This is gonna be so point for either team.
Jin. He's walking up. He's gonna catch out the Nico this time, but as you said, we have a fight here, and they have gotten the jump onto Butner. The Cyclone is gonna go down. Butner has fallen, and this has to be the fight that Gucci has been looking for the past minute. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is gonna set up another kill onto Elrat, and Gucci is gonna secure this third dragon unless they decide to go Baron, which I think there could have been an angle, but I understand the safer play.
Yeah, I think you want to secure the dragon here just to get that soul point, to get that win con to play off of. I think they can still look towards the Baron if they do want. There's 20 seconds of most of the bot laners on the side of Wacky Wraiths. Robbery is going to be alive though, but like in the infographics before we started this game, JL the king of 50-50, so I would expect him to take this one as well. Although this Baron could be on the cards, 5-6 seconds on both of the bot lanes, we might have a fight.
Yes, and it's gonna be a 3v5. Wiggis with the flank, gonna hex flash over, and Eusebian is caught within a very bad situation. It's what he wants us to think. Pass, he picks down, we're gonna jump through the portals, and that means that they are kind of close to jumping in. And look at the time, the Sheffer is gonna flash out, but he doesn't know about the portal. He flashes into the entire side of the bot lane, one evacuates. And what looked like a solid call for Baron has turned out in a disaster for Gucci. 2 kills going over, and Sheffer, I don't think he expected that jump scare, but the play doesn't seem to be over just yet. We're gonna probably get to see another fight here. Robbery is looking for Sench. He's gonna get the flag and drag onto Sench. Meanwhile, Case fighting KJL, but I think that might be it, hopefully. And what a fight, yet again.
So far, it does look like so. Although JL, he has flash and spite, he could look to steal this.
Yes, and is he gonna live up to his 50-50 name? The Baron down to 6k. This is a 2v4, 3v4 now. It's actually gonna be a 3v5. Wiggis is here though, but JL is so far from the Dragon Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but he won't make it into the pit in time. Instead, he's gonna fall. Baron has been secured, and look at that ult on to Kim Jensen. And Wacky Wraiths just turned this game on its head. What started with a great initial pick for Gucci ends up with Baron and at least 5 kills secured for the side of Wacky Wraiths.
It is so much gold for Wacky Wraiths here. They're the ones in the gold lead now after a disaster of an early game, managing to turn it back on around and kill us even themselves up. But keep in mind, Gucci are the ones all soul points, so once the dragon comes up, they're gonna have to fight once more. So far, you can see the items as well. 3 items starting to come through for a lot of these players. Taking a look at the gold, most of the top side does have a gold lead versus the side of Wacky Wraiths, but the bot lane is where it is at. Butner is up by about 3,000 gold, considering how much gold Sheffer does have, and so far has had a great game. Jail on the flank though, as they are sieging mid lane.
Yes, and I think for Gucci right now, it's just try to lose as little gold as possible on this Baron play. We still have 2 minutes on the dragon, but this Sivir is getting kind of scary, and we wanted the Radiant Virtue from Usedian. We're getting the Radiant Virtue for Usedian, and the turntables has kind of happened here as Kim Jensen started this game as 4-0, Usedian is 1-4, and now look at the scores. Usedian hasn't slowed down the inting maybe, but he's still dying. Casemate gonna jump in with his ultimate, but the question is this not searching for a bit too much? But just look how tanky this Sion is. And the damage just isn't there, because Sheffer wasn't there at the start, and the Sivir ultimate, they're just gonna run away. Thanks for the inhibitor, we're heading out, boys.
Gonna be heading out so far, although Zench is looking, so is JL. Need to stick together here, boys, on the side of Gucci, and do not leave any men behind. As Wacky Wraiths end up making a run for the hills, end up running on out. No catches this time around, as they're probably just gonna look for a base right now. Did pick up 2 tier 2s in the mid lane and in the bot lane, so I would imagine have a lot of gold in their pockets. More of Malmarsh is gonna be finished up for robbery, as well as 4 items onto Butner now. And you talked how scary the Sivir is. With this Sivir picking up the Lord Dominix, this Sivir is gonna be so much scarier coming out of base.
Yes, but we see Gucci, the team fights hasn't maybe been working on them, but we've seen this Fnatic death trap before. But Wacky Wraiths, they're quite clear in their goal. We're gonna get this mid lane tower. There's still 1 minute on the dragon. We don't have a reason to yet go to check it, and what looked like an initial cheese might actually end up not turning out that well for Gucci. For surely the tower is gonna fall here, and the question is, how do you beat Wacky Wraiths from this point? This is their comfort zone, as we've seen, but look at that arrow. But the cleanse from the Milio is gonna come out, and while the arrow was insane, the question is Sheffer not caught between? But look at Kim Jensen, he's gonna get the pop roast, and Butler steps back into the room. Butler is down, I repeat, Butler is down. But you said with 1 HP, he's gonna fall down to wing his redemption. And what looked like a disaster fight from the side of Gucci, Kim Jensen with the pop blossom. Butler steps back in 1 second too early. And the comfort zone is not enough this time, as Gucci is gonna take down the side of Wacky Wraiths in that fight and probably secure themselves the Hextech soul here. At least that's what I would think, as we see Casemate kill Sheffer in the top side, but that doesn't matter because robbery is dead.
I think Sheffer might have died to the minion wave right there. Mega minions are a little bit scary, especially this late.
But there's one thing we can be happy though, the soul still goes through even if you're dead.
True, it is a permanent Hextech soul here picked up for the side of Gucci, and what looked like a disaster firstly ends up being in their favor. Amazing flank coming out here, right? Sheffer with a great arrow to burn Elrat's ultimate right off the bat, and the pop blossom is just so good, and the flank out of Sheffer ends up burning the backline, while Zench is in the top side of the fight, just tearing up through the front line on this Aatrox. And at this point, Casemate is all on his lonesome. Everyone else is dead. Robbery ends up, yes, making it out at the end of the day, but
turn as well.
You can see a fight as we have a Nocturne ultimate in the studio.
Yes, and we see Kim Jensen has found a pick of Usedian. Is that what he fought at least? Because Usedian, he said, no. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Kim Jensen is gonna fall, and this is gonna be quite scary for the side of Gucci. It's a 5v4 without their main engage tool in Kim Jensen's ultimate. Wiggis is gonna get the hook, but as we've seen before, hooking the Sion, it's kind of pointless, especially without the Ashe, and this might very well be another inhibitor going over to the side of Wacky Wraiths, and somehow they're finding these advantages, even though losing fights, they've lost souls, but Gucci just can't get caught out so far. But something that's interesting to me so far is how the two latest fights has kind of been decided by a small misplay from the both sides of the AD carries, and I thought I would be able to turn over to you here, but Casemace is gonna get hooked, and this looks like Wacky Wraiths is going for to end the game here. At 35 minutes, the hooks are hitting on Casemace, but we already know by this point it doesn't matter. And can they end the game? That's the question. Casemace is so tanky, but Kim Jensen is back up. But look at the flash from Sench. He's gonna get that onto the background. And this is the pop blossom. This is the fight that Gucci Yin has been looking for. Can Butler turn it on? Stun on Velrat, and it's a sweep. And an ace from the side of Gucci Yin. That's gonna be when take back the game in control. Yet another game. But 3 inhibitors are down, Dessa. What is this game?
Inhibitors are down. The base is in absolute shambles. They're down to a single Nexus tower, looking for the Baron now stepping in that direction, but taking a look back at the replay, it is once again Kim Jensen with the pop blossom into the backline and a great engage out of Zench. Absolute beautiful work on the Aatrox right there. Sheffer raining down the arrows from the backline. Elrad does get caught out by the Enchanted Crystal arrow at the end of the fight as well. Baron now on the cards for the side of Gucci, and despite their base being in shambles, well, the ace doesn't mean the big objective is going to go over to them. One hit is going to come back up, which means they are going to have that added security, but the TP not going to unfortunately be on time.
Yes, and the good thing for Gucci in here, can they survive these inhibitors being down? This is gonna be a lot of golden XP that's gonna be funneled straight into the side of Gucci Yin's mouths, and I think if my math is correct, I mean I do study engineering, but I wouldn't say that my math is the best. I think the inhibitors are gonna be up at least, Tessa. Please tell me they will. Otherwise I just made a fool of myself.
Should be coming up relatively soon, but look your eyes on the objective timers, because Elder 2 minutes and 40 seconds from being out. You can see Sheffer 1 item away now for finishing up his full build, but an interesting adaptation here, speaking of the AD carries, coming up from Butner having the Randuin's Omen as his last item.
Yeah, it just seems that the Wacky Wraiths has found their style, and their style is everyone goes tank except Elrat. And I mean, they are at the finish line right now. The question is, can they slam dunk this last point in? Good Jin stopped them last time. The question is, will they be able to stop them this time? And look at JL is gonna find onto the backside, but Usejin is gonna survive the initial engage. Look at the Cataclysm, but here comes the Poplos and gets another 3-man again, and Sheffer is just hitting. But the question is, can he hit enough in the backside? Butler is gonna fall, and Kim Chef, that's a super nickname from the both of them, is gonna find the tools necessary to win yet another fight for Gucci Yin. And this is starting to kind of snowball, because the XP is becoming a bit worrisome for the side of Accurate. The good things, we're almost at 40 minutes. Goal doesn't matter as much, but they're struggling to close out the game.
How are they still clinging on the side of Gucci? And you can see just Butner not be able to get enough damage out, and that is the strength of the Hex deck. So onto someone like an Ashe, you can see the second Casemace gets tagged by Sheffer, he's just so slow on running out and just can't really move, and just ends up getting burned down very, very early on into that fight, which means you lose that big front line. Zench gets you to step on over to Elrad and say hello with his big sword, and Elrad does not like the big sword because it does a lot of damage. We have a Casemace in the mid lane.
He's gonna run up to Zench, but Zench knows the counter to Sion ult to run to the side, and that ends up working. But I usually don't want to call out people because people just flame in DMs them, but I think you said you should focus on standing in the backline at times, because right now he's playing tank Varus, and I guess he's built for it, but I think he does more damage if he would not be frontlining right now, because he's standing in front of Casemace a lot of times, and at least in my perspective, I think the Sion is a bit stronger of a frontliner at least.
I think that is one of the things with the Radiant Virtue Starax build. You think you're really tanky, but you don't have that many resistances, you just have HP. So against someone like a Sheffer,
but Vigis is gonna find the hook onto Robbery. JL is in the backside, but he has not really been able. Look at Team Ransom! Somebody is spell shielded by Butner! This might be the fight for Wacky Wraiths. Sench is gonna fall, and Butner is hitting for free in the backside, but so is Team Chef. It's gonna be the duel between the bot lane in the end here, and it's a 4-4-3 for Gucci. And every single fight looks so good for one side, but it always turns up on this side, and Tim or Kim, why do they have the same name? I don't know. It looked like he had such a great Nico ult, but that spell shield from Butner was so key. And as you say, is this gonna be she saying we're ending the game, we're had enough of this? The
Wiggins
40-minute
flash.
power spike is here. Wiggins is gonna go for the flash. He's gonna miss it though, and he's gonna fall. And remember, that means Wiggins is gonna be dead for another 50 seconds with Elder spawning. That could be a misplay that turns the series around for the 14th time, Dessa.
Oh my god, it is a roller coaster of emotions in game one, and you can just see Jeffer and Wiggins so much work coming out of these two in these fights. Butner ends up being the lone survivor, probably the most important survivor on the side of Gucci and Elder now being looked at. Like you said it yourself, Randy, Wiggins did for another 20 seconds, but you have to contest this on the side of Gucci, and you cannot let this go for free or the game is pretty much over.
The question, will they even make it, Dessa? It's 3k, it's 2k,
It's
and
gone.
the Dragon is gonna go over to Wacky Wraiths, and surely, this time they are gonna be able to find the end. I don't wanna jinx him, but there's one thing that I know, and we've hit the 40-minute mark, Dessa. Wacky Wraiths is in the zone right now. It's gonna be fun to see if they can utilize that.
We've hit the 40-minute mark. You can see level 18 on every member on the side of Gucci except Wiggins, but looking for the base now, looking for the inhib. Keep in mind all these inhibs are open as well. Nexus Tower only half health. Casemate's on the side. Calden just look to ultimate on in. We know how much damage he can do to objectives, but the wave is approaching. This could be the end of the game.
Yes, and we see the push is coming in. Is this gonna be the final push of game one? Casemate's running on in. JL is trying to get onto the backline, but just look at the peel. Sench is on Butner though, but the question is, does he have enough damage with this to kill this? Sivir, the question is no, but Kim Jensen
Oh
gets...
my god.
The post for Kim Jensen! They don't have enough damage! Butner is down, but the question is, who wins the 1v1 for the game one? Team Chef is
Oh
gonna
my
take it!
god.
And it's a miracle play yet again. And Team Chef, we have had a drama the entire season between Butner and Team Chef. Team Chef says, hold my coat, guys. He whips out a quadra kill at the most important fight of this entire game, maybe the entire season. And Dessa, is this it, or do we have to watch more?
I'm speechless. It's such a good turnaround coming out from Team Chef. Jay's doing so much work on the Ash. He wins the 1v1, probably the most important 1v1 of the season. And just such good work coming up from him. You can see Robbery almost ends up catching him out, but he just, so close. Such a big fight coming out from them. And I gotta ask Randy, if the Elder is not enough to swing down the members of Gucci Yin, if even with the Elder they end up taking the fight, is there anything that can bring this squad down despite them having an open nexus?
I can say one thing is that if Butner wouldn't maybe not walk or get hit by Nico, there is a big chance, but I think that was the big opportunity. But Casemates has found another engage. JL is alone in the backside, but so is Casemates. The difference is Casemates is a bit more tankier. Hooks goes down to Robbery, but this is a fight without the Gucci jungler, and just look at how tanky that Sion is. And we have a 4v5 at their hands again, and it seems that Gucci Yin is gonna sack over the Baron, and why win 2 fights in a row is what these teams are saying to each other right now, because this is just back and forth, 44 minutes into the game. When will it end? I don't know, but at this point I could go for hours and hours.
You might not need to. I think they are gonna look for the nexus. Keep in mind, it is a 4v5. Casemate does have only half of his HP. Sheffer can cut him down extremely quickly. Looking for the inhib in the top lane. They might look to defend this.
Yes, but this is an open nexus. This could be an angle for Wacky Wraiths to end the game, but I feel like we've said that so many times. Jensen is gonna be caught up, forced to go Sonya's. Here comes the Poplos.
Oh my god.
But he's gonna die before the damage goes down, and this for sure is gonna be the end of Gucci Yin for game one, as Wacky Wraiths in a 45-minute banger takes down Gucci Yin. And what looked like it could go either way is gonna go to the side of Wacky Wraiths in true Wacky Wraiths fashion.
Gucci end up taking game number 1, and we are gonna head over to the analyst desk, and I cannot wait to hear what they have to say about that game, because what a banger.
Welcome back to the SLE analyst desk, and wow, I was not expecting this. What, I don't know what to say. Gloomyox, any initial words here?
Well, as we know, it all starts with success. Gucci coming as the clear favorites into the series, having this incredible early lead, but just throwing it step by step away. Then Wacky Wraiths returns that favor by also throwing it back at them, but in the end, it was you could definitely feel the nerves, but it was just Wacky Wraiths having this little bit of clutch factor and just pulling ahead in the end and getting that very close win.
Absolutely. I think we had an incredible game here. And I'm not going to lie. I think when we looked at this, like the first 10, 15 minutes in this game, it was just Jin. I thought, this virus just chain dying, Kim Jensen sitting at 4-0. It looked very comfortable. And I think a very controlled game, 2 drakes up, and then something happened. I think Wacky Braves, they found that little bit of air they needed, just that little bit of energy, and they managed to secure the 3rd drake, and from that it was just like a fist fight fiesta. And despite Jin picking up the Hex Tech Elder, going to Wacky Braves, multiple Barons, just and like you said, the Gloomyox, I think nerves. A lot of nerves in this game. I think we saw a lot of like also executions, misplays, like Elrat whiffing kind of with the cleanse there in the mid lane, and there's a lot of you can sense it's a final, and I think we're getting at least entertainment for a final there. Saivo, any thoughts on this series?
Yeah, you can feel the nerves here. You see a lot of mistakes in the team fights, but also macro-wise, like a lot of questionable decisions probably. Like for example, Gucci going for that instead of pushing the lanes, and Wacky got so much of it, and I think this was kind of a turning point because they clawed their way back into the game.
Absolutely, and I think I would like to. There's like some points I think is important. We discussed it also in the waiting room. We talked a lot about this Varus, and I think Gloomyox, you had a lot of thoughts on this matchup, this Varus into the Nico, and overall, and I think maybe you could share some insight as a mid laner here.
In general, I think, especially going into the game, I thought like mid lane is just gonna be kind of relevant for the series, but this game one like instantly surprising me. The Varus pick overall at first, like it was a bit of a crazy pick. I like these crazy picks, but I think they definitely should have opted for the AP Varus here this game, as there was literally no magic damage on the side of Wacky Wraith. Going for the tank Varus here, dying I think 4 times in the early game, but then like the way how much pressure Butner created in these team fights, he was just like always kind of there. And with every time he just got a little bit of gold, a little bit of gold. And at some point he like pulled ahead of the Nico, and he was in the end still the second carry threat with the stats of his abilities and all that stuff, just compensating the lack of magic damage. I also think that the biggest problem, what also helped this Varus a lot, was the build of Kim Jensen here this game. He got so much gold in the early game. He got, I think, 3 kills, 4 kills, and he opted for this Hourglass second. I think he should have just went for like straight up damage, like a Shadow Flame or a Focus Horizon, like trying to go onto their backline, onto that Varus, onto that Sivir, like pressuring them and going for that burst potential. But he just had all this gold sitting around to be like a semi-tank, which they already had enough with, like the Aatrox with the Wukong. They already had quite a tanky team, and he didn't need to rush the Zhonya's. I think if he went at like 3rd or 4th, it would have been a very good pickup, again, especially against this full AD team combo. But going this Sonya second, there was just a lack of damage during these mid-game fights, which you could clearly see. And then combined it with 1 or 2 very questionable positioning decisions and flashes from the Ashe here, made it like possible for Wacky Wraiths to just get that gold back and then in the end crawl for that comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if we should leave the mid lane, we can turn a bit to the top lane matchup here. We had an Aatrox into a Sion, and I think in my opinion, we had a kind of almost like a bit of a sleepy matchup. I think this is one of the highlights kind of this series is gonna be this top lane matchup, two very different top laners. But I think ultimately they both kind of served the same role. Both were tanky, kind of. They threatened the back line. Senj maybe more so with the Aatrox able to do more damage than a Sion does here, and Sion just a damage sponge. But both just buying time for their team, buying like space, and not getting all that much action going in the end there. So I thought we will ask our on desk top laner here opinions on this top lane.
Yeah, I see it exactly as you. I think they both bought a lot of space for their teams, and while for Case Mace it was just about surviving and trying to annoy the carries. Like Senj had really just kill threat on Büttner, and he really clutched those fights in the end with very nice Qs onto Büttner, and kept the game going. But overall, I think that this whole match, all the team fights came down to if Gucci is able to kill Büttner, and it happened over and over again. And whenever they were not able to kill Büttner, they lost a lot in the base. And it got so chaotic, so many clutch fights that Nico ultimate there in minute 40 or somewhere. That was a very, very nice one. So yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think, I think an exciting game overall. A lot of action, and we talked a bit about Büttner, and I think we should have a little bit of a MVP discussion maybe in this game one. And I think we can all probably agree with that it should go in the favor of Büttner. Absolutely stellar performance in my opinion here. We talked about it earlier, most played champ, Sivir, and I think it shows here. I think Sheffer and Vigis is an incredible bot lane. Most likely hailed as the best bot lane in the SLE, and to go up, be up 50 CS about like 20 minutes or something, it's just incredible. And I felt a bit off by the Ashe pick. I don't think it's a pick that I usually see Sheffer on. So that's something I would be very curious to see if it changes for the next game here, giving him a bit more ability maybe to do more. But I think massive game from Büttner, just insane. And we've just been informed here by production that she has opted to stay on the red side, and they will continue doing that. But exciting game. I think also the jungle action, maybe not all that much action this game. I would like to throw out there, I think both junglers did an excellent job there. They did their job. JL finding some excellent flanks, especially in the late game here. Really clutch, making it possible for these Kim Jensen ults to land and actually get a hold of the Sivir eventually. And I also think Robbery just good job and play overall. So did a job, but it was a really tough game. I also think to analyze a bit, it was very scrappy. It got a lot longer than we expected, and what I looked in initially, it got a bit chaotic here. And we also have a MVP vote in the chat here, I believe, from production as well. I would like to mention the winner of it. I'm not sure who has been voted the winner yet. I think I can see now. Oh no, it's vote. Oh, there's votes coming in. I'll give it like a few seconds while we talk more. Great game, anyways. Just overall. So far, I think Case Mace. Congrats. Getting the MVP vote here in the chat. Also great game by Case Mace, I think as well on the Sion. Tough matchup, Sench. Incredible player. Maybe considered the best player in the SLE. So showing up on the Sion here. And with that said, I think we are in not too much time preparing to leave here. So we're not gonna linger on all too much. But predictions, guys, for next game. What do we think? I mean, I said a 3-1. I stand by it. But we will see.
Yeah, I believe anything can happen, especially after this game one, but I still think it will be a 3-2 for Wacky Wraiths, even if they're not gonna do the reverse sweep.
I mean, after this game, I think most of the predictions are off the table already. It's such a messy fight, and I think anyone can take it from here, but I will also stick true to my prediction.
Yeah,
with 3-1.
I think
for
that's
Gucci.
solid. We will see. Pressure is on Jin to shape us up. And with that said, I believe we are just about ready to head into draft for game number 2. So thank you from us on the analyst desk, and we will be with you after game number 2, and we're heading off to casters.
So, Dessa, have you recovered?
Oh mate, I'm so prepared. I'm so ready for this game too. And I mean, Randy, what a game we had, right? The open nexus. You can see the side of Gucci just tried to hold on, tried to fight back, and just such a good work. We do not see draft, by the way, but fight yet.
But we do see it now,
We
Dessa.
see it now.
We're in for a draft of game 2. Any adaptations so far? None. What are you expecting, Dessa? I know it's hard to expect anything, as the Cybertop said, but what do you think Jin is gonna change?
I think you have to look to ban away some of the comfort on the side of Gucci in here. I think you have to look to potentially ban this Ashe. I know they did end up getting it, and yes, they lost anyway. But I think Tim Chef looks so good on the Ashe. He's so good at the champion. And yes, he's good at AD carry, but particularly I think Ashe is one of his more shining lights. So I think looking to potentially take that away could be a good option. It's going to be the Varus ban on the side of Wacky Wraiths not going to face up against that. So far, we do see Corki and Ivern being taken away. I would like to see some target bans. And Randy, we talked about this during the break as well. Casemaze the Scion often does not get banned away, but he is so damn good at the champion. I think it's something you have to start looking at.
Yes, or some kind of other answer, because I think everyone has tried to answer this Sion so far now. As we see, the Oriana is gonna be banned here. Targeting Usedian champion pool quite heavily. The Wukong, this is a comfort pick and a half for robbery. I don't know how many times I've seen him play Wukong this playoffs run at least, but it's gonna be interesting to see what Yin has in preparation as an answer, because I'm expecting Sion to be picked at R3 here. Or B3. B3. I don't think Zen should pick it. I take that back.
Potential Zen Scion, you know? If you
No way.
can't beat it, take it away. Yeah, but definitely, I'm not expecting a Scion pick on the side of Gucci. And it's gonna be the Maokai so far. However, it's gonna be locked in as well. Not opting in for the Jarvan this time on a round as it was on the side of Wacky Wraiths in that game 1. The Wukong on JL did not look too strong, in my opinion, so it's interesting that the side of Wacky Wraiths have chosen to pick it away this time on a round. It is going to be the Yone coming through, and that is always something I'm excited to look out for and watch, especially when paired up with a Maokai.
And now we're talking. Finally, a carry pick. This can be flex mid and top, but I would be surprised if this is not an answer to the Sion. We see Usedian gonna lock in the Syndra. It is a good matchup for Syndra into Yone, but I think this is straight up Sen saying, I know you're picking Sion, I'm gonna pick Yone. I hope I'm gonna be Zeus here, and I like this adaptation. This screams a bit more good Shijin in a way. I want to see Sench on the carries, I want to see Team Chef on the carries, and if JL has to take step back and take a more laid back role, I think that's fine, because that was kind of what he was doing last split. No, when he got the MVP of the regular split, he wasn't really playing overly many carries. I think I've seen his Sejuani do more than one of the highest carry. And Essa, there it is.
Yeah, there is the classic Seraphine coming out from the side of Gucci, and I would imagine it is gonna be onto potentially Kim Jensen, I think, this time around. I don't think Sheffer particularly is a fan of the Seraphine, considering his champion pool, but gonna be up against the Syndra this time around. I think it is a good pick. You can match the Syndra wave clear once you get a couple of points into your queue, and once you get that lost chapter, it is very easy for you to clear waves with your double queue coming out as well. I'm gonna be very interested in this Yone pick in the top lane as we do start the second phase of these bans. You can see Pyke once again gonna be hitting the ban table, but they had enough of Butner Sivir. It is gonna be hitting the ban table as well. And what sort of picks, now that the Sivir has been taken away, are you expecting in that AD carry department on the side of Wacky Wraiths?
I think usually when we think Butner, we think Vayne. And this could be a Vayne. Because I'm not as sure as you that this Seraphine is gonna go mid lane. We see the Echo is banned, so I know that's one of Kim's answers to Syndra, but like so far, while I believe Jonah is top, I think that can change in an instance, but there is a lot of options here for Gucci in still, and as for Butner, I actually don't know. Jinx maybe? Vayne is a comfort? Something that hyper carries, that's what I can predict.
That's definitely fair enough. I think there's a myriad of options here when you really look at it, and there's gonna be the Fiora locked in the top lane instead, which means it's gonna be the Seraphine on the ADC position. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about this, considering it is Sheffer who's gonna be the one picking that one on up. But I gotta admit, Randy, last time around we saw the Fiora against Case Mace's Sion, and Case Mace went absolutely ham on the Fiora, so I'm expecting a little bit better of a performance coming out from Gucci's top laner here. It's gonna be Zench on the Fiora, and like you said, Randy, Vayne was something you highlighted, and Vayne is gonna be locked in again with the Milio as well in the bot lane.
And this is Gucci just straight up saying, we can't, it's hard to out team fight you guys, we'll give you that. It's time to hand stiff these guys because we have Fiora, we have Jonah on maybe the two main carries. Okay, Sheffer, I can't take that title away from you, but this game so far is gonna come down straight up to in Kim Jensen's and Sench's hands, because in the side lane, Wacky Wraiths has no answer at all. But the question is, can they win without the team fights? Because Wacky Wraiths and team fighting, we've seen that over and over again. I mean, how many times have we doubted this team already? And now we see Butner on his famous Vayne. I think this is gonna be a very, very spicy game. That's my general feeling.
I think it's always a spicy game when there's a Yone and a Fiora, both in the mix. Such high mechanically skilled champions, like you said it yourself, Randy. It's gonna come down to the hands, and it's not gonna be the easiest thing to execute, because when you look at the comp of Wacky Race, I think there's so much zone control. You have the Sion, you have the Syndra scatter as well against the Yone, which is a great tool to try combat these high engages. It is going to be the Fiora as well in the top lane, which, like you said, later on into the game should be able to beat the Sion in the side lane, just because of the max health and the true damage that Fiora naturally has in her kit. Great pick against these tankier champions. And of course, the Nautilus in the bot lane just offering great CC, offering just great support and setup for the side of Gucci Yin. But honestly, Randy, I cannot predict this game to go either way. I think this is such a 50-50 draft. I don't think either team have necessarily won draft in this situation.
I think that's a weak move. That's not gonna lie. I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna predict a draw here. Actually, I think both teams will
Ooh.
play for 60 minutes and then decide, yeah, it's not worth it, guys. Let's take half a win each. Yeah, jokes aside, I have faith in Sench. I believe if anyone can punish this Sion, what are we up to now? 10 games in the last 11. It's Sench. And if this doesn't work, for the love of God, guys, maybe they're right. Maybe we just ban the Sion from this point. But if anyone can punish this Sion, it's Sench. And I hope, kind of, part of me hopes he does that, because I'm kind of bored of Sion at this point. Give me something else, guys. So I'm gonna say Gucci takes back the series to 1-1. Also, I wouldn't really mind a 5-game banger, you know?
True, it's Case Mace's patented Sion as well, right? And I wouldn't mind having Wacky Race take this game, just because it means I can then absolutely clown on Panini's prediction of 3-1 to Gucci, which would be a really good time, I feel like, at least for me personally. But of course, you did send the prediction over, and I think comparing to last game, it's gonna be such an exciting time. We had an absolute 45-minute banger. Sheffer, the man who is, keep in mind, the last person to secure the pentakill, it was on the Ashe as well back then? I do believe so. This man, if anyone, can carry the side of Gucci and through to victory. It is him. Granted, on the surfing this time around, so not gonna be the anchor point they normally rely on their side, but this time it is the big Yone, the big Zenchi man. And of course, like we said, it is gonna be really interesting to see him on the Fiora as well. And Yone is a pick we don't see too often in the mid lane, especially something against like the Syndra. So I'll be interested to see how this goes.
Yes, and usually this is when I do my cringe Twitch ad, sub in the chat, boys and girls and non-binary, everything. Everyone can sub in the chat. But Des, I have a question that's been kind of nagging on me. Is nagging a word? I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's pretend it's the right word at least. I don't know. I can't speak English that well, but this final so far, is it all? I know you cast the last season's final. I mean, this one, is it better or worse, or what would you say the start is so far? Because I feel like this game alone is better than the entire last year's finals.
I think overall, when you look at these finals, I think we've already had such an exciting game one. I really don't want to compare the two just because the last split finals as well, I had so much fun casting them. I had such a good time with Sandbag covering those games. And of course, having a great time now with you, Randy. And for me, like 45 minutes of absolute excitement. Tim Chef saving the game for his team. Just such a banger in that game one. I'm expecting the same coming out from game two. And I'm also expecting for really exciting time, potentially 5 games. But we already talked about it in before this draft as well, Randy, during when we were over chatting amongst ourselves. If the side of Wacky Wraiths end up taking this game, if it does go down to a 2-0, I don't think the side of Gucci are going to call back. I think it's going to be such a mental deficit for them that if the side of Wacky Wraiths take game 2, I'm expecting fully well for them to take game 3 as well.
Yes, and with that in mind, I just got a DM from Lurgs telling me, can you please stop speaking and go to break? So I'm going to listen to Lurgs, and we're going to head into a small break before we go into game 2 of this series. we are back, guys, with game 2 of this finals, and you might sit there wondering at home, how do we beat game 1 of this finals? I don't know for sure yet, but an invade at level 1 is a good start, as they're gonna find Robbery here, and Wig is missing the hook, but still secures first blood, and I barely got to sit down in my chair before first blood got this time, and at least it's better than the mid lane tower got it, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair enough. Ends up falling on Wiggis's hands, which is a little bit unfortunate, considering there is a Yone in the mid lane and a Fiora in the top lane, which both would love to get an early start, but gonna be the early boots coming on in from Wiggis as well as the early control ward, just with the kill he managed to pick up in that level 1 as well. But looking as well at the runes and the summoner spells, nothing really too out of the ordinary. Zench gonna be matching the ghost of Case Maze this time around instead of taking the flash for himself. But Sheffer with the TP on the Fiora, on the Seraphine, it is something we are used to seeing, so I'm not expecting too much fighting in this bot lane early on.
I'm expecting a Resident Sleeper with Wiggis moving the what should I say? How do you say very fast? Moves very fast away there. That sounded great, Tessa. And I don't think we're gonna see him standing bot lane for that many levels, if I'm completely honest. Because as a mid laner, when you start out, nowadays you get forced onto Seraphine, and I know how boring that champion is. So actually, we're gonna see some early action here, but I will be surprised if Wiggis is not roaming by level 4 at least.
I mean, that's why they gave him the first blood, right? Early boots. It means that he can get out to the map faster, you know? Level 2 though, for the fight of Wacky Wraiths bot lane. An early trade coming in. Hook is gonna land, but should be some HP traded on back. Butner a little bit lucky there not to be under tower, I will be honest, but a little bit closer than I would have liked for it to be. A lot of trading in the top lane as well. Zench again taking a little bit of bad end off the trade. Of course, this matchup in the top lane is gonna favor the Sion early on, as the Sion does have a lot of base damage in his kit, but JL already looking in the mid lane.
Yes, and this is a patented Maokai gank. Level 3 has the flash up, but I have to give some praise to Sejin. He's hovering so well on the side, but I also think Kim Jensen is doing a good job of helping him here by mistiming that Q sadly. But JL, he has the patience. Maybe he's turned into a statue, I don't know yet, but he's looking for this mid lane gank, if that might be the last thing he's gonna do, and I don't know, he's kind of wasting time at this point, I would say, but maybe he sees something I am not, because here comes the gank in the end, and wow, what a surprise. It ends up being a very big time waste. Or Dessa, do you see something else maybe?
I would love to get a keyboard check onto JL, just to make sure all his devices are still connected and didn't manage to malfunction during that time, because like you said, Randy, it is a lot of time expended onto that mid lane. A lot of tempo dropped as well. You can see on the other side, Robbery already has pretty much full cleared his entire jungle. Gonna be looking for top cap as well. And honestly, with the way Zench is positioning, yes, Fiora is not easy to gank, but can, I think, look for a top lane gank as well if he does want to influence the game early on. But so far, just looking for a little bit of an invade or a gank in the mid lane.
And we just see that JL is kind of refusing to clear his camps at this point. He's level 3. He has found Robbery at this Raptor camp, but he's one level down, and apparently that's enough to scare Robbery away from committing this robbery, because JL is just gonna get this for free. And I don't know, man, Robbery, you have to live up to your name a bit better, as he's gonna move into top lane and say, haha, I actually wanted the gank instead. And I don't know if this is gonna get onto Senj, but it's a lot of... Senj is gonna queue forward, actually. The Shad play JL is running up, but I think that was just to test Robbery's patience here. And almost 5 minutes in game, and JL is soon gonna hit level 4, maybe.
I think JL might be looking to leech off of top lane a little bit just to get that level 4. He is having a creative pathing, so to speak, but I gotta get a top lane though. He's sitting in the lane bush.
This is good. He's gonna flash W onto Caseman. Remember, this is a Sion without flash. He has Ghost though, but so does Sench, and he's fast as F, boy. I can't say that on stream because then we get permaban, but Sench first blood picked up here in the top lane, and the Wig is in the mid lane. The action is non-stop here. Is the damage gonna be enough to kill you, Sejin? Not this time. He's gonna blow the flash, and yes, that ended up working in the end.
ends up working for the favor on the side of Gucci Yin, as JL is gonna be already getting his influences very early on. We try to get a gank in mid lane as... Is it just me or are we lagging here a little bit?
It seems that we are indeed experiencing some spaghetti code here from Discord. Is it the same on my end, or am I still allowed to talk to Talker? He says, yeah, finally, I get to talk solo now. Feels very good. Dessa, are you with me, or has Discord taken you? I can't wait for that answer. But first, in the top lane, we have a fight. Senj looking to punish Case Mace. He has the first blood, he has the Senj. The Senj? Yeah, I've talked enough now, Dessa. Let's try your mic again.
Discord has not taken... I think we're gonna try to ruin the see that something by this king gloomy days.
I can confirm that Dessa's mic is not working. I will do some solo casting for that for a bit. Does it work now?
Are we back?
We are back, guys. Let's go, Dessa. I missed you, man. It feels good to have you back. I can recap you. The dragon has been slain by the side of Gucci Yin. And thankfully Discord wasn't slain on your PC because you seem to be back. It was close call there in the end. But there hasn't been that much more action since you left, at least.
That's a good thing. We had to get out the defibrillator right there, I'm not gonna lie, to make sure to resurrect Discord. And I was a little bit scared right there, I'll be honest, but now the technical difficulties are out the way. We have seen some early action, like you said, Cloud Drake gonna be going over to the side of Gucci and an 800 gold lead for them. And you know, this might not have worked last time around, Randy, but Robbery finally gets his hands on JL's Raptors the second time around.
Yes, he's finally gonna commit that robbery of the Raptor camp, and last time it didn't really work out. Actually, JL is there to show him, and I gotta say he's the worst robber of the game so far, Robbery. He's not managing to steal anything, and I don't know, man. You have to live up to your name better. Come on now, Robbery.
Yeah, so far JL being very aware of his Raptors and really just does not want to let those go. But bot lane pretty much has gone the way we expected. No early action so far. Buckner is gonna hit level 6 here though, so definitely is gonna be a lot safer from this Nautilus. But Sheffer, as with the Encore, can look to influence any fights. And Wiggers already tried to roam into the mid lane, did not work out that time around, but ends up being the top side on the side of Gucci, and that is ahead as there is some trading here.
And we see yet another ult trade here, but this time going in favor of Senj, whereas last game it kind of felt like it was always the opposite. But I have to point out one thing here, Dessa. I don't think JL has cleared his blue buff yet. Because it's still up, and I for sure know he did not do it earlier, but... and the Robbery's blue buff is respawning. As we see, Wig is on a ward here in the mid lane. This is a Wukong that is level 6, has access to the Cyclone, but the question is, are we just at the game of patience again, taking another page from JL's book? And you know, on the side of Gucci, you're kind of happy with this. JL is getting that Herald for free right now.
Yeah, so far JL has just been binge chilling over at the Herald, ends up picking it up, could look to influence one of these solo lanes. Keep in mind, JL hit 6 off of that Herald as well.
And he's gonna look for Case Mace. Remember, this is a Sion without flash, but the question is, they can't really dive here, and Robbery is here. Maybe this is where they can turn the top lane around. JL, oh, look at that beautifully twisted advance to get out, but Robbery says, nah, I'm not done yet. His flash is in with the Cyclone, and JL just says, nah, you are done, my friend. Not a Robbery is gonna be committed here either, and so far, somehow, JL is having Robbery's book cover, but Elrat, sneaky peeky, is top lane. JL has backed. This is quite risky for Senj in a 1 versus 3 without HP. Look at that parry though onto Robbery, and Robbery is stacking the tower, but look how beautifully and just barely gonna step out. And clean as a day, Senj is gonna fall in the top lane.
It looked a little bit messy right there, I will be honest, but it does work out at the end of the day. A great communication on the side of Wacky Wraiths to make sure Robbery tanks the tower as fast as he can and takes as many shots as he can to make sure Case Mace does not die. At the end of the day, end up gathering Zench, but not the cleanest job in the world, if I'll be honest. A Hexflash over the wall though, JL looking for usage in the mid lane.
Yes, and the quest for killing Jail's blue buff continues. Robbery is gonna go up to 2 blue buffs here, and Jail is still sitting on here. Wiggis with the flash over the wall, gonna get you Sejin, but that is a beautiful flash from the Syndra, but it is not gonna matter. Kim Jensen is gonna get a kill onto you Sejin, and we saw this in game 1. We're getting to see it here in game 2 again. Kim Jensen is actually getting quite a bit ahead right now. Though, interestingly enough, he decides that Jail deserves all these platings. I mean, to be fair, he's not clearing the jungle, so he's gonna need gold from somewhere at least. And yes, you don't even get to talk, because we have a fight in bot lane. Look at the cleanse there from Hellrat onto Butner, and yeah, we had the wet noodle fights in top lane last game. I guess we have them in the bot lane this game, or wouldn't you say so, Dessa?
This time around, the Seraphine ends up being the wet noodle in the bot lane, as Wiggis again just hunting, looking for another hook. Dragon, keep in mind, is spawning soon, so if any of these bot laners fall, it could be a free objective for the opposite side, but for now, everyone does manage to stay on alive. Keep in mind, both Encore and Death Charge were used in the 2v2 just moments ago in the bot lane, which are two huge team fighting tools. So if there's a fight around the dragon, those tools are not going to be available. But again, usage and being hunted in the mid lane, like you said, Rain D, in that game 1, the exact same thing ended up happening. This time, usage in doing a little bit better of a job to making sure he does stay alive, only has fallen 1 time. But Wiggis again looking aggressively into the bot lane. Dragon now started up, seeing if Robbery this time can live up to his name and get the Robbery going.
Yes,
Never
it's kind of
mind.
funny though, because Jail is apparently known as the 50-50 steal machine. And Robbery is apparently not a robber so far, so this time he's not gonna try and test that name. Dragon is gonna go over to Gucci and they have a 2k goal lead, but we're kind of following the same script again right now with 2 early dragons and a bit of an early lead onto Gucci side of Gucci. And the question is though, will they be able to utilize this a bit more this time? Only time will tell that, but I'm hopeful at least. I'm hopeful.
Definitely. So Robbery again, he's hunting for the chickens. He's going.
Yes, and third time's the charm, they usually say, but Robbery has it bitten off a bit more than he can shoot. The Hex Dash from JL goes over the wall into the Raptor camp, and Robbery fails his W over the wall, and he's gonna die here. He gets the big Raptor at least, but I can tell you, Robbery, one tip from the coach. Maybe you just don't clear those Raptor camps anymore, man. Just don't.
I think there is some affection he has found towards the enemy Raptors, because whenever the Raptors are spawning, Robbery does seem to be around. This time ends up falling for his sins, does not get the jump over the wall. Kim Jensen, great awareness from him to be back on around. But Randy, I do have good news. JL finally managed to clear his blue buff.
Yes, and that's actually a new SLE record. Blue buff has never lived that long ever before. Jokes aside, I'm just making that up. It's a Copian answer, but as we see Sench in the top lane doing what he and Casemace has enjoyed the most so far this side. The ultimate from Casemace is gonna go on to Sench, but is anyone surprised there isn't really that much damage coming down, maybe? I mean, I think I've seen this particular fight 7 times already, but Yusejin and Robbery is up here. And as Baltasar called them in Twitch chat, the Avengers has arrived. They're gonna see if they can pull out this Sion from his side, and it looks like Sench is gonna die as I lose my words, because that was just too cleanly played from the side of Wacky Wraiths yet again.
It's just a good play coming out. The Grand Challenge was issued, ends up being 1 vital away from Sench, with Sench from rocking his ultimate. JL?
But JL is saying he's not gonna let them get this for free. He's gonna go in alone onto Robbery here. I don't think you have the damage to do this, JL, but he does end up saving the tower, and I'm gonna say I'm enjoying this Maokai performance so far. It might not be the most classic one, but JL, he's not afraid to do some fighting. As we see Teleport coming down in the bot lane, Elrat is for sure gonna go down here. He's trying to sacrifice his life to save Butner, but remember, this Vayne has no flash, no mana, and Wiggis with the insane flash prediction here. Cosplaying Lurgs here with the insane hook, and Butner is gonna fall.
Butner is gonna fall. Wiggis tries to predict the flash, ends up securing the kill as well, which is just another kill in the pocket of the big naughty boy in the bot lane. But Robbery is around, seeing if he can potentially do something in the bot lane. Cyclone is not up. This is not an engage I would suggest doing personally, but again, I also wouldn't suggest stealing enemy Raptors for 3 times in a row. So Robbery so far has done some creative things to say the least. But I do want to highlight JL because this man, yes, he's had some creative thinking to say the least, but he is deathless. He has so far managed to influence a lot of kills on the side of Gucci, and somehow, despite clearing his blue buff for the first time about 5 minutes into the game, still managing to be up on CS when it comes to the Wukong.
Yes, and that is just a big Raptor difference. As we see, Maokai is gonna throw down his ultimate onto Yusejin. This is a Syndra without flash. He's gonna be rooted down, but this time Team Chef is on the Seraphine. He doesn't have that much damage, and Robbery is gonna turn it around. But just look at that CC coming down from the side of Gucci. They're gonna get a kill yet another time onto Robbery, who is not off to the greatest start on this Wukong. And if game 1, they weren't managed to get that big of a lead from their early game, they're up to 5k now. Meanwhile, as Butler is gonna find a play onto Wiggis, but Wiggis actually finds a play back here. The Condemned misses, and JL is gonna jump onto Butler. Maybe this is the play that Wacky Wraiths need to turn the game around. I can confirm though, Dessa, it probably isn't, as Chi Sheffer is gonna go onto the killing spree, and Gucci Yin, what an early game so far.
And Butner just ends up overstepping his bounds. Cannon gonna be missed in the top lane though, a little bit unfortunate for K's Maze, but Dragon gonna be up soon as well. This would be sole point for the side of Gucci Yin. They are ahead by about 5,000 gold, and I gotta be honest, Randy, we saw game 1 be pretty even throughout the mid game, throughout the later stages of the game. But you said it yourself, this time around in game 2, Gucci Yin said we're gonna put on our big boy pants, we've stopped screwing around, and they seem to be very, very dominant in game 2.
Yes, and for once they have gold kind of more spread out, but they're actually making plays with their gold. They're actually trying to snowball the game, because I feel like they got a bit complacent last game, and I'm not seeing the same complacency this game, and Wacky Wraiths already down almost 6k gold at 17 minutes, 3 dragons. Normal cases, this is over, but Reval Lynx can probably confirm that a 6k gold lead isn't enough all the time to beat Wacky Wraiths.
Yeah, definitely can still turn it around. The game is early, but it is not gonna be easy. You do have scaling, you are looking at a Syndra, you are looking at a Vayne. There are things you can do in the later stages of the game, but Robbery on the Wukong not gonna be too useful in the late game just because of the pure amount of CC on the side of Gucci Yin. But now in the top lane, Robbery doesn't want to go late game. He wants to influence the game very early on, and Zench again under pressure.
Yeah, and we see Robbery is doing his patented plays over and over. It's Raptor Camp, try to steal into a top lane dive. This time doesn't get the Raptor Camp, and the dive is probably not something I would recommend, as Yael is running in with the Maokai ultimate. It's actually gonna get onto Robbery, but here comes the teleport from Yusejin, and the question is this the fight the Wacky Wraiths needs to turn around? Because Sench is gonna fall instantly here, but Wiggis is looking for more. He's getting find the wall there on with his hook, and Wacky Wraiths secures a kill on Sench, and maybe this is the start of a comeback for the Wacky Wraiths.
Zench does end up falling, another gank in the top lane. There's been a lot of pressure up there during pretty much this entire game. You can see Case Mace now facing up against Kim Jensen. I don't think Kim Jensen on the Yone quite yet has the items to deal with the Sion, which does mean he needs to be a little bit careful. But a Herald now in the mid lane, I believe that is, as they are trying to siege this tier 1. Robbery could be under threat.
Yes, he is falling quite low here, but here comes the double TP from the side of Gucci. It's a bit desunk, but this might be the play that can turn it and end it all. Kim Jensen gets a one-man ultimate onto Elrat. Elrat is gonna fall, and they invest a lot in that, and it looked like it could have been way, way better. It ends up with just being a one kill going over to the side of Gucci in, while Wacky Wraiths gets the tower, so you're happy with that, no?
Yeah, I definitely expected them to get more with that. It looked really dire for the side of Wacky Wraiths for a while there. It ends up being just the one kill for now, at least on the hands of Kim Jensen. Hullbreaker finished up for this Yone as well, and we mentioned the side lanes at the start of this game on how crucial it is going to be for the side of Gucci to play around those side lanes, but so far we haven't really seen that much split pushing come out. It has just been them grouping for the most part, as there's a great parry in the top lane to deny some damage.
Yes, and it's the same thing over and over. if there's one thing I want to give Robbery credit though, as bad as the Raptor camp stealings has gone, the top lane plays has been quite alright so far, I gotta say. And maybe that could be what buys more time, but we see Kim Jensen, Hullbreaker completed at 20 minutes, this Yone. Everyone that saw the World's Final, spoiler warning, SKT did win. We saw a similar thing from Seyus, and this Yone is gonna be quite a menace to deal with in the side lane.
Definitely so. Just needs a couple more items to deal with the Scion, I feel like. As you can see, Casemate slowly getting tankier as well. It is going to be the Radiant Virtue coming out from JL thus far. 006 on this Maokai. You can see Baron is going to be on the cards with us being at 20 minutes and 40 seconds. Keeping my soul point onto Gucci as well as Wiggis almost bends the hook as usage is going to be in a little bit of trouble.
Yes, and we see JL with the patience again. He's actually not going to end up going for it this time. Sench takes a long detour through the jungle to take some extra damage as poke. Doesn't end up matter this time, but we're seeing a different Gucci this time. They're constantly looking for these plays, and that's what they gotta keep doing. They are fine with scaling, but when you are this far ahead, I feel like you just have to kind of push it even further. So Dragon is up in 1 minute, and Soul was kind of big last game. Maybe not too much, but maybe this game it can be big.
Yeah, definitely so. Speaking of the script, it is Hextech Soul once more. Kim Jensen
is gonna ult away here, but Casemate is gonna jump and find the pick onto Kim Jensen. Does he have the damage to turn it around? He doesn't, and this is an 800 gold shutdown going straight down the pockets of Butner, and 40 seconds on Kim Jensen. No teleport. There is though the portal, so not quite enough maybe to guarantee Wacky Wraiths a 5v4 on the Dragon, but if you want to come back into a game, I don't think getting a 800 gold shutdown is a bad way to start that comeback.
Yeah, big gold onto Butner right there. That is pretty much the ideal person that you want that shutdown on. Kim Jensen just overstepping his bounds a little bit right there. A great ultimate follow-up out of Casemate to make sure that Yone is gonna get locked and knocked on up, but Dragon gonna be spawning now. This is potential Hextech Soul for the side of Gucci, and so far there are no members of Wacky Wraiths around outside of Robbery and Elva.
You see Sench is buying a lot of time onto this Syndra in the top side, trying to deny her the base. This is a Fiora without teleport, so if Sejin can finish this base, we could have a potential 5v4. As we see, the fight has already been engaged. Robbery is gonna fall, so is Elrat. Here comes Sejin's teleport, but the time bought from Sench is just proving to be worth so much, as Gucci Jin is just running over Wacky Wraiths in the team fight. Flash hook by Wiggis onto Casemate, and he's for sure also gonna go down, and this is probably gonna be Gucci Jin securing themselves a Dragon Soul. Great stun for you, Sejin, and he's actually gonna decide, I'm giving my life, Casemate, you live on, and what a fight yet again from the side of Gucci Jin.
Usajin ends up falling, so his top laner can walk away safely, but like you said, the big win right here is gonna be the Drake Soul going to the side of Gucci Yin, and granted, this time around the Hextech Soul considering the only ranged champion on the side of Gucci Yin, as I might have to stop myself.
Yes, because you actually have to, because Butner says, no, guys, I'm not letting this game get out of my hand. He's gonna condemn on Sench, but the question is, can this Fiora run him down? Maybe not this time, and what looked like a great promising play for the side of Wacky Wraiths just ends up with Gucci and securing even more for themselves, and for sure, it's just a time question when this Baron is gonna go down.
Definitely so, and again, taking a look back at the earlier fight, you can see a great follow-up here coming out from the side of Gucci, and a great flash hook out of Wiggis to make sure Casemate is CC'd on up. Usajin sort of just gives away his life for free right here. Says, I want to die too with the rest of the boys. I do not want to live on if I do not get to have Elrat by my side. As we have a 1v1 in the bot lane, but Zench, this is not a 1v1 you win.
Yes, and the thing is now that this Fiora is actually getting kind of strong, and with this Hextech Soul, is starting to become very annoying for Casemate to deal with. The constant slows going down. We see Wiggis in his natural habitat sitting in these mid lane bushes. I don't know how many times I've seen it this game. Oh, we're gonna see the encore from Shepard go down onto Robbery's clone, and I mean, every win, even the smallest wins, is a win for Wacky Wraiths at this point. Maybe it delays Baron for another 40 seconds.
Yeah, it is a big ultimate burn here coming out from Shepard. A little bit of miscommunication on the side of Gucci and thinking it was the real one, but like you said, Zench is starting to become an issue for Casemate to deal with because Casemate is losing a lot of HP down towards this bot lane, and once Zench gets a little bit more items, I would imagine can actually start threatening a kill onto Casemate potentially as well. Like you said, Hextech Soul in pocket, this Fiora is very dangerous.
Yes, but what I want to see now is I want to actually see Gucci in take a step, try to get this game to keep it rolling, because as we've seen time and time again, Wacky Wraiths are the masters of finding plays as they're gonna find Team Chef in the mid lane, and this is what I'm trying to say. You have to do something, Yin. You have to like make some proactive plays. You are so strong right now. I'm not really liking this slow approach, because if there's one thing we know from Wacky Wraiths, we've seen it all the playoff, is that you give these guys enough time and they're gonna get quite scary to beat, even with versus Soul.
Give them an inch and they will take a mile, as it ends up being Sheffer who falls in the mid lane. So ultimate in the bot lane, those Ench is out of mana, but just enough mana for one more dash to get him on out. And Budner this time around does get the play done that he tried to do in the top lane. This time 4 members are not around to catch out the Vayne. That just happens when you burn the Encore earlier on. It is such a long cooldown at this stage, even with the ability haste you do have. And again, seeing the staff build come out of Sheffer on that surfing, this is something we have seen for a while, and I'll be honest, Randy, I am not a huge fan of it.
I mean, I see the reasoning, but doesn't staff give like a lot of AP? I feel like that's my general consensus, and I mean, I think it could be very good if with Maokai, because Maokai can build demonic. The thing is, Maokai is not building demonic, so I can see that's a bit of a waste. We see though, Wacky Wraiths is looking for Sench here in the bot lane. This is a level 15 Fiora, so it can be quite scary, but the Vayne and the Milio is also scary on their own. But just look at the Baron Pit, what an escape from Sench. He's just gonna try and buy as much time as possible, and finally we're gonna see Gucci Jin is gonna start up this Baron, and Sench is fighting with Butler in the bot lane, has he bitten off a bit more than he can shoot. Just look at his Vayne damage together with the Milio. The parry though lands onto Butler with a great ultimate from Elrat. Meanwhile, we're gonna jump onto the Baron. It's a 3v4. Remember, Kim Jensen is so huge, but Sheffer has already fallen, and this might be a fight for Wacky Wraiths, is what they might be thinking. But you get the Joan so strong, and they're gonna stop the Baron though. The robbery is gonna fall, and overall another win for Wacky Wraiths. Robbery though, can he get out the flash from Kim Jensen in the end? Gonna secure it, and they're not really finding these advantages. Are they gonna go back? Casemaze is decides I can fight 1v3. We have Elrat coming, but I think this is Casemaze making kind of a weird mistake. We don't usually see this for Casemaze, and this might as well opened up the Baron possibility again for the side of Gucci Yin.
And they've just restarted the Baron back onto it immediately. Zench with a little bit of an overstep in the bot lane, but keep in mind Hex Gates are available, which means Budner can get back very, very quickly, and no ultimate on this Vayne, but can look to potentially stop this Baron. Needs to be careful though, because a lot of CC on the side of Gucci Yin.
Yes, and the Baron is gonna go down to 1k. It's gonna go down and be slain. We have teleport from both. A double TP from Gucci Yin, and Butler is gonna flash into the Maokai ultimate and go down here. And this time around, it looked close. Wacky Wraiths, they fight back as hard as they can, but it's just not enough this time. Baron goes over to Gucci Yin, and what started off with a great play here in bot lane didn't really end up with a great success for the Wacky Wraiths.
Yeah, Zench ends up getting caught, overplays his hand a little bit right there. And like you said, Kim Jensen just so much damage, even with Sheffer falling very early on, ends up being able to carry the team fight with those items and the Krakens there in his inventory. Robert ends up falling back to the back end of the fight as well. A great catch here coming up from Kim Jensen with the flash forward as we have another fight in the mid lane.
Robbery has a great flank, but look at that encore from Sheffer. He's gonna only find Elrat though, and Robbery is in this backline, but he can't secure the kill on Sheffer, or can he? Sheffer's gonna fall so low, but look at the other side of the fight. Kim Jensen is gonna jump Elrat. Elrat is so low. You said him with the sidestep though, and Wiggis has just not been the same with these hooks. Butner is here, but I don't think there's much you can do here, Butner. Even though with a big stun from Yuseji coming down, here comes the Maokai ultimate, and just look at Gucci Yin. They're so tanky, they have so much damage. They're just straight up running over Wacky Wraiths. And ladies and gentlemen, we have Gucci Yin on the board, and they're gonna take down Wacky Wraiths here in game 2. And with what style? What a difference from game 1.
This is like night and day when you compare to game 1. Looking for the Nexus towers now, looking to take on game 4 themselves. One Nexus tower is gonna fall, both Nexus towers is gonna fall. There's no one from the side of Wacky Wraiths to defend this one. And as I say that, it is gonna be evening up the series 1-1 for the side of Gucci. But what a game, as we're gonna toss it over to the analyst desk to make them analyze the game and make sure that we get everything that we can out of that.
And welcome back to the analyst desk for the second time of this evening. And sure thing, Dessa, what a game. I think incredible comeback from Jin here. I really liked how they changed up some things, you know. I don't love seeing Sheffer pick something like a Seraphine, but I think he played it excellent. And we had a Vayne as a response, and I'm not sold. And as far as I know, neither are you guys, no? Everyone's shaking their head.
No, I was not very convinced of the Vayne. I don't think it was a good pick here. You have so many tools to get onto her and to just so many AoE tools with the Seraphine, with the Yone. And yeah, I don't think this was a good pick here. He made the best out of it, but it wasn't enough.
I think you are muted.
There
we go.
I'm very sorry. No, I
Blame
also
production
really
for this one.
yeah, no, I also really dislike the Vayne pick here. I just don't really see the value here against the enemy team comp. If you played like against Ornn in the top lane, a Sion on the top lane, something like that, I just think the value obviously rises of the Vayne. You want to play against these tanky champions, but I just feel, I mean, it gives you like this nice safety. You can easily dodge the Seraphine ultimate, technically also dodge the Yone ultimate, but like realistically seen, it's not going to happen in a team fight. If a Yone dashes onto you and the Seraphine sinks like in your face, you're still a human. You're just not gonna dodge everything. And if the moment you get CC'd once, it's just over against a team combo. If it was like more like you also play against a typical front to back team combo, like there is this Sion face tanking you, and then you can just shred him down with your W, then I like the Vayne. He's an incredibly good Vayne player, and it's like also one of his signature picks, and he did quite well. I just dislike it in that type of draft. Yeah, he still like got quite some nice kills. Just ran down the bot gap in mid lane, solo killing the Seraphine, killing Senj in the bot lane. Did some really nice plays, but you can just overall see in the team fight there was just something lacking. Yeah, this time, even though they had a proper damage dealer in the mid lane, there just was not enough damage to get down through that Seraphine shield. They needed like something more bursty. I feel like something like a Kalista would have actually been pretty good here.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think yeah, the Vayne, like you said, there's a lot of ifs. The Vayne can work, but you need to play flawlessly over and over and over. You do one mistake, you just, it's not just gonna work out. And I really like the Fiora and or like the double split push here with the Hullbreaker mid as well, because you just put Seraph in mid lane, right? We discussed this in the wedding room, like, and you can just clean the wave over and over and over. You play 1-3-1, you're completely fine. Like, what are they realistically gonna do? Is Sion gonna come running? You probably just walk out. So great drafting by Jin, great adaptation, and we were also critical, I think, of Jin's draft there under the analysis cast first. Not really 100% sure what the idea is. There was a lot of thoughts about the Echo pick here. Glumiox, you spoke very well of it. A very big pick in this matchup, as you explained in the Syndra matchup, but just great shape up overall, I think. And I would like to speak a little bit about the jungle matchup here. I think JL had a fantastic game, especially early on. I think spending like almost a minute in the brush there as the Maokai, you know, absolute int. Already, like it's a gamble, right? And it didn't pay off. And then you think, okay, that's bad. I'm gonna go clear my bot lane. But noticing the way that Robbery is pathing, and knowing that Robbery either can only gank top or take away his top camps, then responding by, instead of clearing bot, taking the scuttle, moving top, and contesting the Raptor camp. And then with the stronger mid laner, is able to like push Robbery off and then buy some time left. So I think like we saw some really good pathing, really good early game. Also the top gank early on, like after Robbery have left to go base, like sitting in that brush, like really doubling down a lot, something that can be very risky to do in the jungle and can really set you back. But I think it's paid off here, and like really just well played overall. And I think Robbery had like a great game last game on the Jarvan. Great ults, played well, good engages, but this game looked rough. And on our signature pick here, the Wukong. So I would personally like to see Robbery step up for the next game, and I think he has every ability to do so. But maybe we should talk a little bit about this bot lane, the Seraphine and the Vayne. Opinions on this again? Like I'm thinking we should maybe talk about the Seraphine a little bit here.
I think that the Seraphine pick was really, really good here. So usually what you pick this to neutralize a lane, and because she's very, very safe to play, you can just farm up, you support your team, and so on. But I don't really know if you really pick her into the Vayne or like the other way around, because Vayne should be able to. It also gets the free lane, right? She can also just like farm up, and I would have loved to see Wacky putting a lot more resources into that bot lane, just trying to pressure them. And instead, they opted to to set Senj behind, but this was not enough to really make a difference. So
Exactly, and I think Senj, as we've said before, like fantastic player, potentially maybe the best player in SLE. But I think a player who sometimes can be a bit exposed when punished, right? A player often gets to play more of like a carry-oriented pick into maybe a tank, or playing like the strong side into the weak side. And I think that opens up sometimes, because I think Senj sometimes can play a little bit with over-aggression, right? And that's like punishable. And I think that's what we saw this game, that if you opt in and you actually check the Fiora here, you are able to kill off the Fiora multiple times and kind of get a lead. I don't think when you play the Sion that matters all that much. And if all these kills went into Syndra's pocket, it might have been a difference. But I also think Wacky Wraiths need to shape up the early game in these games, because Jhin is just their wallet. It's just so stacked. And then they just come knocking at mid game with their, this gigantic purse of gold, and they just slap you over the face and knock you out directly. And that's what we're seeing. I also think first game, giving up the 2 Drakes and then fighting the third, it worked out, but it's a very risky strategy. And if you don't feel like you have the draft or in a position where you're able to contest the third Drake, letting those 2 first go, it's a big no-no in my opinion. So a lot of I think we're gonna have to see next game, because now it's on Wacky Race to shape it up. I really hope to see something new, something exciting. We've seen a lot of this scaling comp so far. We know that that's a strategy that is very comfortable into playing. They like to play for the late game and then kind of outperform in the late game. I'm not sure which side they are picking, but I'm gonna guess they might be picking blue side. We'll see with production here shortly. Otherwise, we will see when draft comes. So now we've gotten a confirmation they're staying blue side. So it's third time Jhin on the red side, and we'll see if it pays off here, as they have a red icon and they're playing the red side again. So, but predictions, we said we have a 3-2 to the Wacky Wraiths and 2 3-1s to the Gucci Jhin, and so far all predictions staying potentially true. What are your predictions for next game? Who's gonna take this one?
Sorry, you go first.
You go first. You go first.
Oh, okay, then I will go first. I believe Wrecky Wraith will win this. I feel like even though Gucci has the momentum now, I think Wrecky Wraith is just, they're gonna do Wrecky Wraith stuff. They're gonna like, I don't know, Red magic and like poof the win.
So I would really like to see Wacky Wraiths play a bit more proactive. I'm not really sure what they should pick here, but I want to see a little bit more in the early game, in the mid game, not giving up every objective. And then it's going to be a fight. But as long as I don't see that, I think that Gucci is just going to continue what they've done last game.
Absolutely. And I think this is a final. It's if you've been holding on to something this whole split, now you whip it out. Like 1-1, anything can happen. It's a best of 3 now. If you're sitting on this like brand jungle or something, like now you take it up and now you show it, and you create some pressure with those picks. you shape up bans. You kind of try to dictate how picks and bans are gonna go by bringing out your heavy artillery, and I think that's not something we've seen from the Wacky Wraiths, and understandably, comfortable first game, or well, not comfortable, but it worked out, right? So maybe you don't really have that much pressure to change something up if you feel like you can win if you take it late. They tried this again this time. It did not work out. So we're gonna see how it is. And we are not long far off now. Game number 3's draft. So we'll see if anything we predicted is gonna come true. But me personally, I want to see some changes for the Wacky Braves. I want to see Case Maze maybe do something interesting. Maybe have something spicy. That would be fun to see. I think 2 great Sion games. But I don't love watching Sion gameplay, even though he does some fancy footwork sometimes. We also, yeah, and with that said, thank you guys for staying with us, and now we're heading off to draft for game number 3.
And we are in here for the draft. Game 3, 1-1 on the table, Dessa. Do you have any crazy predictions? What is Wacky Wraiths gonna change, or are they just gonna stick to what has worked so far?
I think some things gotta change, although it is only 1-1. But I think the point that Panini made on the desk there was great. If you have something special cooked up, you're sort of running out of time to whip it out. Like, this is grand finals of Split 5. There's no more Split 5 after this. So if you've got something in the pockets, if you've got something special lined up, this is where you want to pull it out. But these decided Gucci and locked in the Yone for game 2, and looks like it's only gonna be the ones, because it is gonna be banned away for Wacky Race in game 2. The Yone, Gwen, Rel on their side. So far waiting on the third ban coming out from Gucci, but it is gonna be the Oriana alongside the Corki and Ivern.
Yes, and we spoke about this during the break, and the Varus is back on the table, and kind of understandable. It was a bit of a weird ban for me, because for me, Usage in this playoff mostly has been Oriana Corki, with Varus maybe his third pick, I guess it's bring up, and this seems like way more of a comfort pick than the Syndra, because the Syndra really struggled to find an impact that game, I would say, and Gale is back on the Maokai, it would seem at least, and maybe we have a bet in chat even if the blue buff will be slain at all this game, who knows? So tell me, Dessa, what are you expecting from Yiner? The Yone is banned. What's the next answer?
I think you need to look at a carry champion. I don't think you can really afford to handshake the top lane matchup. I think you need to look at something like the Fiora was great in the top lane, but it's gonna be the Yone band. Maybe against the Varus you can go back to the Nico, which we did see in game 1, got off some great pop blossoms, ended up granted not being enough. So there's always the chance that it is too much of a mental block, potentially, since you've already lost a game on it in this series for them to pick it on up. Keep in mind, the Nico is open as well, so it is an avenue they could take. I'm trying to think of answers into something like a Varus mid potentially, but I think it's one of those picks where you're sort of forced to handshake lane in a way, just because of how much range Varus does have. There isn't that much solo kill threat there, unless you call out your jungler, but it is gonna be the bear on the side of Wacky Wraiths, and this is a pick we do not get to see too often.
Yes, and sadly I was one of the persons that got to see it the last time with the Volibear picking up a quadra kill that time. But Sench is gonna slam his Jax, he's gonna keep taking these carry picks in the top lane, as we've seen throughout the entire season, and it kind of feels a bit refreshing, doesn't it, to not see a Sion top?
Yeah, not gonna be the Sion this time on a round. Casemate said, I'm getting a little bit bored, I want something else in my life. The big bear in the top lane gonna be going up against the Jax, which is gonna be a pretty fight-heavy matchup. It is gonna be a lot of brawling in the top lane, but then again, whenever Casemate is playing, there's a lot of brawling in the top lane regardless of who he plays, so that is always to be expected.
Yes, and we see that Usage, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a Varus mid yet again. I think Syndra, as a Syndra main, I wouldn't really mind this matchup at all, so I can see why Gujin went for the Syndra. I know he used to be a strong control mage player. He has adapted a bit more, playing this Echoes, playing Yone, but I'm excited to see this Syndra pick in the mid lane. the bans, are we surprised at this point? I would predict maybe we see a Thresh yet again because the other hooker champions are gone. So, and we know Wiggins likes to hook. Maybe that didn't sound as correctly, but you guys know what I mean.
Wait, hold on.
Dessa, let's just focus on the next one. What do you think Ian will pick here?
I think you are looking at something like an AD carry. Potentially, maybe leave the AD carry last to lock in a Varus, but to lock in, sorry, the support later on. But Ezreal gonna be picked up here, and one of the more safer options on the side of Gucci, and something we don't really see that often. I personally don't think Ezreal is in a bad spot at the moment. I think he's completely playable. For me, the Triforce build has seemed the strongest thus far. Of course, depending on the comp you're going against, you can always go with the SNC and a Warrior build as well. But there's gonna be another Vayne for game 2, although Milio banned away. So what do they end up pairing it up with?
100% Lulu.
You think?
But Braum, they're gonna go with the Gucci encounter. I'm miscapping, guys. It's Braum, the mustache is here, and I'm a bit surprised at Ezreal, though, I gotta say, because I think that's a good matchup for the Vayne, but I know Ezreal is a comfort pick for Team Chef. Not too much surprising here. It's gonna be interesting, though, to see what does Wiggins end up playing as support. I know he loves picking Pyke into Braum, but that is banned, so it won't really be an option this time. And the time is clocking down, and it's gonna be the Renata Glass coming out for Wiggins. So Dessa, we've had two very, very different games so far. Who are you expecting to take game 3 looking at these two drafts?
Looking at the drafts, I think it is really, to me, surprising how even the series has been, because I think when it comes to this series and when it comes to sort of the matches we have today, in my opinion, I think the side of Wacky Wraiths have gone up against so many strong teams in the playoffs so far. Keep in mind, this is the team that knocked out Vidagen, the reigning sort of defenders of the crown of Split 4, and I sort of expected them to be the stronger team coming into this, at least for me. So I'm personally pleasantly surprised to see that it is as even of a series as we have had so far. But looking at the drafts, I think it is going to be really hard to predict, just because I think there are a lot of sort of question marks on both of the sides. I think a lot of flips that can go either way. For example, you've got the Bear and you've got the Vayne on the side of Wacky Race, so it can really do well or it can do really badly, depending on how the game is gonna start off and how the game is gonna go as well. Which means it's just really, really hard to predict. Where on the other side, you've got a Jax and an Ezreal, as well as the Renata. These hostile takeovers are gonna be so important. If he can find the Vayne, should be a lot of damage onto the rest of the squad on the side of Wacky Race. And to me, Ezreal, Jax, both champions we don't see too often, both champions that sort of don't really get played in the SLE, and Ezreal hasn't been played in a long time in SLE. So to me, there are so many question marks. I can't really pick a side, but if I had to, I think I am gonna go towards the side of Wacky Wraith just because of how strong the Jarvan looked in the earlier game.
My heart and my mind is telling me Gucci Yin, because I think they have woken up now. I think they're back from the regular season, the powerhouse we've seen through the entire season. But there's one thing that's questionable for me, and that is the Jax pick. Because I've seen Sench Jax personally in my flex games, and I can confirm I've never won a game with this Jax in flex games. He always hints me, and I'm kind of horrored by that. So that's why I'm gonna go with Wacky Wraiths for this prediction. I do believe, though, if Sench doesn't play like he does in my flex game, there is a big chance for Gucci in. But I kind of like the Volibear pick. I do think Jax is favored in that matchup, especially as time goes on. But something is just refreshing seeing Casemaze maybe take it more in his own hands to see if he can help the team secure a victory. Though I am a bit worried if this game ends up going in the Guccians' favor. But Dessa, do you have anything last you want to add before we head into a break? Or
I
content?
definitely do agree with you. I think whichever side this game goes to. It is gonna be absolute hell, I think, in that game number 3 to come back. It is gonna be so much pressure on whoever ends up faltering this game. And Volibear as a champion, it's something we don't see too often. So for me, I'll be looking at this top lane, and it'll be interesting to see how they do end up piloting this matchup. Like you said, Jude should be Jack's favorite pretty much throughout all the game. But we have seen some powerful bears on the Rift, and it is gonna be the bear awoken one final time before he goes back into hibernation.
And with that in mind, guys, we are gonna be heading into a quick pause before we go into game 3 of Wacky Wraiths between Gucci and the SLE Season 5 finals. Firstly though, remember, it's sub-December. Use your subs on the channel. This is your last chance before game 3 starts to get the sub in. So with that in mind, we're gonna head off to a quick break, and I'll see you guys for the start of the game.
Don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window and said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worry, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on. I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. me to turn and run. Met the bitter truth and I choked it down. Left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts.
And we are back. We are on the Rift. Game 3 of the SLE season final is on the way. Wacky, Wraiths, Gucci, both teams are tied 1-1. So, Dessa, what are we expecting from this series to take a turn now?
It is 1-1. The series tied even completely, as both of the players have completely frozen up, purely with a production diff right there. But nonetheless, we move as we do see a little bit of a 5-point coming out from both of these teams. No one really looking to recreate what happened on the level 1 in that game 2, although it did end up going into the favor of the Gucci in that time around. Wiggis ended up getting himself an early kill. But focusing our hands onto game number 3 now, you can see Sheffer trying to pick up some early poke damage. Looking at the items and the runes, not really anything too out of the ordinary. I think it's gonna be interesting to see whether we get the demonic embrace or the radiant virtue this time around coming from JL. We did have the radiant virtue last time, or in last game, on the Maokai, but Elrat's Braum to me is always something fun to look at. It's always really exciting because this man is very creative when it comes to the Braum, and I think Elrat overall is much better on defensive supports and defensive champions than when you put him on something aggressive. So it is definitely good to see that they have picked it up and are going for a little bit of a level 1 cheese.
Yes, and to build on that point on Elrat, hopefully we don't get interrupted by this cheese. We are definitely going to be, but him and Wiggis, they're kind of the polar opposites. Wiggis wants his aggressive playmakers, Elrat wants his defensive, keep his team safe kind of picks. They have the patience. I feel like we've used the word patience a lot so far. Elrat is going to jump onto Sheffer. He's going to land the Braum Q here, and this might actually be first blood going down already to the side of Wacky Wraiths. Butner with a first blood, and that's a disaster start for the side of the Gucci in bot lane. And we asked for more proactivity from the side of Wacky Wraiths, and that's a good start, I would say.
That's a great start. Case Maze getting very low in the top lane. Meanwhile, Zench just taking the lethal tempo and beating him up to the face. Imagine if that Jax had a real weapon. The damage he could do would be outstanding, as there's already been first blood in the bot lane. An early kill onto Butner this time around. Elrat not gonna pick that one on up. And like I said, great cheese coming out from the side of Wacky Wraiths. Braum is one of, if not the strongest champion on level 1 when it comes to that passive CC, so definitely good to see that they managed to abuse that, as well as Butner's Ghost having that extra movement speed on that level 1, but there might...
Oh, JL is just gonna flash over here.
Going.
I'm sorry for interrupting you, but I was not ready for that. JL is gonna look for this early dive, but this might be a bit... He's gonna take aggro, but this is a Maokai without flash that is gonna fall, but Case Maze is also gonna go down, and he gets a kill, but just look at that XP lost from JL that he contributes onto the Case Maze. And I mean, to be fair, are we even surprised like that he's not going for the blue buff?
No, I think based on how game 2 went, definitely not. And again, I think this is what I need to see from JL overall when it does come to the series. As we're really looking for a gank in the bot lane, so I might have to hold my thought. But definitely what I want to see from JL, I think it needs to be more proactivity, more aggressive plays, but usage is also in the bot lane.
And it seems like they've swapped sides. Robbery has decided maybe I don't go for the Raptors. Maybe I can look for the bot lane here. They are patient yet again. I swear to God, we're saying that word constantly. JL is gonna scout out Robbery here, but I don't know if he expects to see a Usejin being this close. Great sidestep on the flag and drag, and Kim Jensen is just hovering behind it. The question is, can they turn around? Look at that damage from the Syndra, but Gucci is gonna concede that the bot lane prio is a bit too much, but I think overall that was a great save on the bot lane, but just look at the wave state. This is not a fun position to be in if your name is Sheffer.
Definitely not, as we have 1v1 in the top lane.
Yes, and every time I try to throw it back to you, Dessa, they just decide the top laners, we are gonna fight. And so far, this fight is not looking like it is favored for Casemace. Look at that heal onto the Jax, though, and maybe Casemace can turn it around. He's gonna look for it at least. Could this be a solo kill onto the Jax? But look, the counter strike. He's gonna turn back in, but the question is, he has enough damage! And Sench gets a solo kill onto Casemace, and what a start from this Jax. As the Volibear is gonna be struggling. Actually, we have Robbery in the bot lane here. He's gonna kill Wiggies, and as bad as top lane looks, the bot lane is kind of the same for both of the sides right now, and we're seeing splitted maps, and it's an interesting start, to say at least, to this game.
Definitely an interesting start. Taking a look back at the replay, starting in the top lane, this is just great mechanics coming out of Zench. You can see lethal tempo stacked up. This Jax does so much damage. Casemace does end up getting the heal in, but the counter strike coming up just on time. Zench got a little bit lucky here perhaps, but still the HP just, oh, it's such a beautiful play out in the top lane. And Zench already being 2-0. We said both Randy that this matchup is gonna be Jax favored, so it's not gonna get any easier for Casemace. And with this gene picked up on Zench, Casemace is in trouble.
Yeah, and JL, top lane again, doesn't have the flash to flash the ward or the wall this time. He's gonna though be setting up vision for this Jax. He knows Jax is the nice step there from Usejin. Kim Jensen forcing the QE, maybe a tad bit too much there, but this Jax is becoming a problem. But the good thing for maybe the first time this series, Wacky Wraiths has a lead in the early game, and it's on Butner. I don't know if you can ask for that much more.
Yeah, definitely. So they have currently maybe not the winning top side, but the winning bot side for sure. You see Butner already 2-0 and didn't end up doing what he needed to on the Vayne in last game. So we'll see if he can pick it up this time on around. But like we said, this Jax is gonna become such a problem. You can see heavy pressure on the top side though. There are a lot of members hovering up towards Zench at the moment, seeing if they can shut down this Jax, gank in the top lane.
It seems like the Avengers has reunited in the top lane, where we'll soon
the
be
top lane?
catching the action there. Never mind.
mind.
It's a shutdown coming in from the side of Casemace onto the Jax, and I think we've seen this play before. Wacky Wraiths, I have to give them some credit though. They are quite good at setting up these three-man plays in the top lane, but as good as they are and doing that place in the top lane, Gucci are kind of good at these early dragons.
Yeah, definitely. So managing to pick up so many of them this far in the series. JL again is gonna pick up the first Drake of the game, but Chemtech Drake this time around not as influential as something like an Ocean Drake early on into the game. Could look for a potential gank into the bot lane, but Butner is just gonna get the push and should looking for a reset, considering that they know that the jungler is on the bot side of the map. Never mind, as I say that, he wants the plate, he wants the big money G's. Is gonna be able to pick that on up, should be able to look for a base completely safely here. Then you can see with the Kershi shard in his inventory as well, could potentially look towards more of a Stormrazor build this time around, but probably looking for the Static Shiv, as we have just some more action in the mid lane. You can see
Usejin, he's gonna get the ult, and it's a solo kill, and this is just the power of the Varus. You can't afford one misstep, and just look at that damage. Like, that was like 300 from the QW. Meanwhile, the Goon Squad, they are back at it again. Robbery is top lane. They're gonna help Casemace out. They're gonna shut down this Jax, but that's a beautiful leap strike from Sench, avoiding the flag and drag, and he's gonna be safe this time. But if there's one thing I know for sure, is that the Goon Squad will probably be back soon again.
Yeah, a lot of action in the top lane. Butner needs to be a little bit careful under this tower though. JL is around. They're gonna dive the Vayne.
Yes, but we gotta remember, this is Ezreal that only has a longsword, so he doesn't really have that much damage. He hasn't backed since that first initial play, but Butner is losing a lot. That's one thing that's for sure, even though they are getting Herald at the top side of the map.
Yeah, Botner is gonna have to forfeit some XP here under tower as well as gold. 2 plates onto Sheffer. Overall, a really good win coming up from the side of Gucci here as JL gonna be able to smite that Krug on away. It is gonna be 2 plates over to the Sheffer. Another one in the top lane.
Yes, and Sench is gonna initiate this with the counter-strike, but look at that healing from the Volibear bite. Is this gonna be Case Mace going down? He still has the ultimate, and it's actually gonna be an ultimate blown for Sench with nothing else. But here comes JL, and this time he's gonna flash the wall yet again onto Usejin. They're gonna get some big damage in. The hook from Renata might have missed, but just look at that CC. They can't move at all. And Kim Jensen secures yet another kill as we have a Herald drop in the bot lane.
Herald drop in the bot lane. I think this is a great play coming out from Robbery here. Butner is the big man you're relying on so far, who has picked up so many of these kills. So I think putting gold into his pocket, especially on something like a Vayne, a great scaler into the later stages of the game, is definitely always a good move. But speaking of that, Case Maze has managed to secure himself 2 kills in the top lane. Sheffer.
Yeah, Sheffer is in the very deep waters here. Very good flash there to get away from the Brom Q, and that might have just saved his life. Being a bit greedy there, not expecting Elrat to path around, but overall gets out with his life. But this Vayne is becoming quite scary, and it's gonna be interesting to see how they deal with this.
Yeah, definitely. So as JL again, not gonna get his own blue buff going to Robbery this time on around. He's pinging the top lane. They wanna kill this bear.
Yes, and this time they might not even have to flash the wall to initiate it though. Sench has a wave at his tower, but he's still gonna flash Yale. He is a bit far off away from his top laner. He's gonna go in the tapping Pengu. He's gonna just show that he doesn't care about farm. I'm just here to annoy you, Case Mates.
He's here to annoy, he's here to have a good time on the Makai. Another play is going to be made in the top lane, this time no kills, going to be fine. But going to the point I was trying to make earlier on, Case Maze has 2-on-2 at the moment. He's found himself somehow back into this game, and so far has done a great job of dissuading any engages coming out of Sench, but engage in the mid lane.
Oh, and Kim Jensen is gonna walk straight into that flag and drag. Another kill this time onto Elrat, but here comes Yale with the counter engage. But I think this time, Yale, we keep the W to ourselves, and it seems like he agrees, but so does Usejin as well. That's gonna land yet another great ultimate, and Wacky Wraiths is kind of running away with this early game. As we see, Sench just barely misses the counter strike. This might be the turning point for Case Mace as well. Sench has the flash to get out, but what is that? There's so much action right now, and at the moment, it's all just going to the hands of Wacky Wraiths, and Kim Jensen is really struggling to get an impact on this Syndra pick.
There's so much action and none of it are benefiting Gucci at the moment. As you can see, the top lane is starting to go towards Case Maze on the bear, as well Sench not yet into his mythic, when I would expect it to sway around once more. Steel caps now going to be picked up to give him a little more survivability in that top lane, but Dragon is spawning and they are converging onto Usejin.
Yes, and this is Usejin that has flash. He's gonna have to use it soon though. No, Robbery decides, hello, take me instead. He's just gonna dash straight into the hands of Gucci and go down. And yeah, I don't really know. I see the intention, but at the same time, I don't know if that was the correct play. Before I let you speak though, I have to say something. As a Syndra main, why does Kim Jensen have 2 needlessly already? I can't give you that answer, but it's a bit sus, that's all I'll say.
Ooh. You know, Barbar's piercing arrow does a lot of damage to objectives, so I really expected for that to potentially go towards the mid lane there, potentially go towards Usejin, but like you said, 2 needlessly large rods in the inventory of Kim Jensen, looking to get a little bit more of a mid-game spike, so to speak, has a lot of gold in his inventory just with the 2 kills he has managed to pick up, as well as having very high CS number, matching Sheffer right there, as we have a little bit of an engage on the bot lane, but Usejin should be completely fine.
I mean, this could actually be Kim Jensen being in a bit of trouble. The ult is gonna miss from the Varus, but just look at that damage from Usejin, and he's just getting so much value. Neither of them even has an item at this point, and it's still looking quite favored for Usejin. And this is before the Wits End. Meanwhile, in mid lane, as per usual, Resident Sleep performing. I think Team Chef is happy to see a bit of less of action is what I wanted to say, but that Braum stun was pretty close. And Team Chef, he is playing with danger right now.
And he's not the only one. JL is over the wall looking for potential play. Is gonna sweep the brush to make sure that he's not gonna be spotted out. But Robert going to change that, is gonna spot out the tree up towards the top side. Currently looking to play for this tier 1, trying to get as much gold funneled into Butner as they can. But this tower, this might just be free pickings.
Yes, this is a weird back timing from the side of Gucci because the plates are just gone down, but JL yet again is actually gonna find a jump onto Elra to manage to run away this time, but what looked like a bad back timer actually ends up with the tower being saved for now. We have Herald being kinda close to spawn, but there's a lot of Gucci members hovering around the mid lane right now.
A lot of Gucci members indeed. You can see Wiggles in the sidelines as well is going to spot out Robert, which means they know exactly where the Jarvan is. But a moment ago it was Gucci Yin's mid lane tower in danger of falling. This time they've swapped it around. Wacky Wraiths are going to be the ones to lose the tower.
Oh, and look at that Syndra stand onto Butner. He's just barely gonna go, and he's actually gonna be forced. But look at the teleport from behind. Here is Eusebian. We've seen this so many times before, but they're gonna get the kill onto Robbery instantly. But Eusebian, he's 1v3ing in the backline. Here comes Butner to join him, and they're all just in the backline. And while you might think this is a classic front-to-back comp, Eusebian says, "Hell no, I'm the front line. There is no Sai in this game. I don't have to stand behind anyone." And meanwhile, in top lane, Senj gets a kill onto Case Mace, and Dessa, talk me through what happened here.
I mean, you wanted to play front to back. Eusebian said, no, we're playing back to front, baby. He's behind absolutely everybody. As Sheffer is the first one to get caught out, but you said it yourself. So much damage coming out from Varus early on with the Blade of the Ruined King finish up as well. A great flash coming out from Butner there to make sure the hostile takeover does not land. At this point, Wiggles is just dead, left to the wolves, and just so many kills going to the way of Wacky Wraiths as well. And 2k gold lead for them as well. Is going to be Rift Herald potentially picked up. I don't see anyone contesting, as Senj is going to get his base cancelled there potentially twice, depending on how... Wait, ignite him. Dude.
Come on, Elrod.
I expected the hilly move there, where you just ignite them and then just emote in their face.
Yeah, the series is just over at this point. Meanwhile, the teleport is gonna come into the mid lane, but this might be a bit overreaching from the side of Gucci Yin. I like the play, I like the thought, but I think that's a bit reaching for a bit too much. At the same time, though, my disappointment is even bigger in the fact that Elrat didn't ignite.
Yeah, boo, Elrat. Not gonna be using the ignite to cancel the back this time on around. That mid lane tower is at a sliver of HP.
Yeah, and we see the chain of corruption is gonna go down to Team Chef, and just look at the burst there. They one-shot Team Chef twice, even through the revive.
Oh
Wiggis is gonna fall, and I think Jail is gonna fall, and this Vayne is just running home with the game. And I wanted to flame the death cap again, but I mean the death cap doesn't even matter at this point. Look at the Vayne, look at Butner, 6-0 at 17 minutes, and I mean this might just be the mid lane, another mid lane tower falling.
Another mid lane tower. I'm a little bit surprised that they did not keep going there. Zench in the top lane though.
Ooh, that bear is not something you want to meet in a dark alley at a Friday night. That's one thing, that's for sure. But what does Yin need to do? Because this is quite opposite from game 2, wouldn't you say?
Definitely. So I don't know if there's anyone I'd necessarily want to meet on a dark alley on a Friday night, but I think so far we are safe on the Rift, away from all the potentially dark alleys that there could be. You see members of Gucci and up towards the top side though. Kim Jensen and JL are looking for the bear in the top lane, but they are gonna give up a Drake for it, and this was potential soul point for the side of Gucci, so this is an interesting play, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I do understand though, they are quite a bit behind, but so maybe taking this, just be happy that they have 2 Drakes, you know, they still need 4, but I think what Gucci needs to find out right now is how do we deal with this Wayne? Because I don't have the answer right now, and maybe you have the answer, but I've seen easier situations to deal with.
Yeah, definitely. So 2 items on Butner now. Granted, it is not easy to deal with, but it is a big shutdown if you can collect it. 600 and 50 shutdown on Butner at the moment. You can see them playing for the top tier 1. Case Maze going to just be forced to give this one on up. But I think you have to find somehow either a flank from Kim Jensen. He's got the death cap. It is a big spike early on. Or then you need to look at potential hostile takeover out of Wiggles, because maybe instead of oh, hold on.
We have a fight in bot lane. Sench is probably gonna go down here. He's gonna prolong the counter strike, but just look at the damage from this Varus, from this Braum. I wanna say from this Jarvan as well, but I actually think he only flagged and dragged here. So, but this game is kind of running away from Gucci Yin right now, and I know. I mean, it's hurting. My Syndra heart is hurting right now, seeing the Rabadon's death cap into Sorksush, into Leandre's. Like, I don't know. I can't even explain what he's cooking with this build anymore. It's just a bit of everything, I guess, and it's just. I wish that was the only issue that Gucci Yin has right now, but so far it's just bleeding everywhere for the side of Gucci Yin.
He just, he wanted a little bit of color on his build, He's got a little bit of blue, he's got a little bit of red, some pink in the Fiendish Codex, stopwatch, broken now, he's gonna be a little bit brown. So he's a very colorful man on the Rift at the moment, and I was gonna just finish my point from earlier on. I think instead of killing the Vayne, you can also look for a hostile takeover to potentially get her to kill her own team, but not from Jensen.
Yeah, or you can just die to the Vayne that
my
3-shots you with
God.
the Braum passive here, and I think we're almost reaching the point where we have to hope that Renata ult kills the rest of the team. Sench gets a kill meanwhile in the top lane, but this Vayne is kind of strong, but maybe this is the turning point. Sench definitely believes so, because he's looking for a flank here. He did end up killing Usejin in the 1v1, so it ends up being a 1-4-1, but that still doesn't answer the question, because I think maybe Vayne kills her own team with Renata ult, or it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, definitely so, but I think for me, that is the advantage this game of Butner going with the Trinity 4 Stormraiser. This is not Ginsu's Vayne. She's not gonna be attacking that fast just because she doesn't have much attack speed in her build. It is all about that Q. So if her auto isn't empowered by the Trinity Force and you do get the Renata ult onto her, it won't potentially do as much damage as it would if it was Ginsu's Vayne. So I don't know if even hitting the hostile takeover is gonna do anything, because we saw it there. The hostile takeover was hit, and Butner didn't sort of auto his team for any damage because there was no enhanced auto Alpha Triforce. So at this point, I don't know how you deal with Vayne. I think you need to hope that Butner essentially makes a mistake somewhere and catching him out, but already making a mistake in the mid lane and gonna be missing out on the kind of minion.
True, and that is the moment. That is the thing that Gucci Yin needed to turn this game around. Meanwhile, we have seen these ganks onto Usejin, but the question is, has Kim Jensen bitten off a bit more than he can chew? The answer is no, as he's just barely gonna miss out on the kill on Usejin. But surely this is a kill has to go over to Sench. He's slowly creeping closer, and he's gonna secure it with the ultimate. But meanwhile, look at the Baron pit. What's happening? Wacky Wraiths is securing the Baron buff. This is a Maokai that has flash though, but Case Maze on this Volibear does so much damage, and the question is, does Yael even make it to the fight? He has the hostile takeover on him right now, but Maokai has fallen, though maybe they can get a kill back onto the Volibear. It doesn't seem so right now. This is a TP into the pit from Sench. This might be Gucci Jin's last stand in this game to try and get something back, but Wacky Wraiths is just gonna be able to run away with the Baron. Usejin throws down his life for the greater good as the Baron buff is secured for Wacky Wraiths.
And great teamwork coming out from Wacky Wraiths right there. You could just see JL between Braum passive, between K's Maze, between all the CC on their side, just really couldn't move, had no way to get into the pit, and they end up taking out the jungler, end up being no chance for a steal. Dragon gonna be coming up in 20 seconds now, and looking at the cooldowns that are on JL's ultimate, not going to be up for this one. You can see Shepard's True Shot Barrage as well on cooldown, at least for the moment, but outside of that, all the other tools are gonna be at Gucci's disposal, while the side of Wacky Wraiths are gonna have pretty much everything they could want outside of Butner Summoners.
Yeah, and if you're in Gucci, it's almost at a point where you have to prep for next game, especially as Kim Jensen is living quite dangerous here. But we have seen Wacky Wraiths come back from bigger deficits. who says that Gucci Yin can't. I mean, only time will tell. Jax is kind of strong, though there is a hull breaker on the Volibear that maybe makes that advantage not as big as we see Sench is running away. In the top and you said you're barely gonna miss the Chain of Corruption there. But it looks like Gucci Yin managed to halt the siege for now at least.
Yeah, for now, as we have 1-on-1 in the top lane, Zench is out of mana.
Yes, so this could be a big play for Casemates. Just look at that ult damage. He's just straight up did 1k damage on Sench in what looked like a close fight. As you say, a Jax without mana maybe isn't the strongest. Meanwhile, the frontline Vayne is here to take over the game. Maybe this is the point. He's gonna get one out attack at least onto Elred. And as you say, the hostile takeover doesn't matter. Butner just running straight over them. And they're not dealing any damage so far. And this just has to be Wacky Wraiths' game at this point. Sure, they haven't ended, but that's 4 kills going on to the side of Wacky Wraiths. Look at the wave, and this might just be it, Dessa.
You say they haven't ended, but I think they have a real shot here. You can see death timers. 25 seconds on JL, 10 seconds on Zench. He's gonna be up very soon, but Wig is going to be dead for a little while longer. I think they can potentially look for the Nexus here.
And they should definitely do it with the lead, but they are not gonna do it. They have 10k going. They're gonna let Gucci in suffer a bit more. Maybe this is a strat in the mental warfare, but at this point, it's hard for Gucci in. Maybe they can secure this dragon, but I don't think a first Cloud dragon is gonna do that much at this point.
Yeah, it is far away from Soul or Elder for either of these teams, but take a look back at the replay. Look, the hostile takeover hits, but the Braum, the big man, the big meat shield is just keeping Butner safe throughout the entire fight. JL ends up flashing over the wall to try to get him to safety, but a good flash follow-up coming out from Robbery does end up with him
As we
falling
jump
apart.
straight back into a team fight, Butler is on Wiggis, and Wiggis is actually gonna be let to live here. No, Butler says no, I changed my mind. It's a double kill for the Vayne, and he's just running over. Robbery with an insane Q. At least the flag was a bit better, but this is just Wacky Wraiths running straight over Gucci in the game 3, and for the Wacky Wraiths fans that might have been worried after game 2, what a performance from the side of Wacky Wraiths, as they're gonna take down Gucci in here for sure, as Sench is doing his best hope here to maybe keep the game alive. It's actually gonna kill Casemates, but as we've been saying, I don't think the Volibear is the biggest issue right now.
Definitely not. They could look for the Nexus here. Wiggis is going to be up. No wave clear for him. Jail is up as well. I think they're just looking for the Nexus. I think the game might be over.
Yes, there might be a last dance here. Jail is actually gonna get the W onto a minion. It looked like maybe it was Elrat, but I can tell you there's gonna be a lot more necessary. Robbery is gonna jump onto Wiggis. The side of Gucci Yin is up though. The question, do they have enough damage to save the game? And the answer to that question is no. Butner is gonna end this game on a solid 13-0, Dessa. And what a performance from the AD carry of Wacky Wraiths.
What a performance coming out from Butner. Wacky Wraiths are going to get a lead in the series. Gonna move themselves over to match point, and we're gonna toss it over to the analyst desk to get them to analyze that game, because that was an absolute banger.
And we are back once again. And I think both me and Cybertop, we have to publicly apologize for the Wacky Wraiths for doubting them and predicting the 3-1 if we don't see 3-1 here. But it might be just Jin making it exciting, giving us the 5-game series here today. But well, I'm from to see, and I think, wow, once again, Butner. It's game 1 all over, just insane game. But I think we saw a big change this game, even if we maybe didn't see it too much in the draft. I think we saw it on the Rift here. Wacky Wraiths playing a lot more for Butner. That's something, Saibo, you discussed here just a few minutes ago. We also talked actually about this Braum pick in game 2, how we thought the Milio could probably have been replaced by Braum, and it would have more value because just being able to protect more, it's less about the cleanse and more about soaking the damage, right, and absorbing disabilities. And I think it really paid off here, but also just such an improvement by the Wacky Wraiths. Insane opinions.
Yeah, I think it's the first time today that we really see what they've been good at the whole split, basically just put Butner onto an hyper carry and just play for him and not let him play for the team. And that's the first time we see that today. Great performance by the whole roster of Wacky Wraiths here. And yeah, about the Braum pick, I really like it because it buys so much space for Butner to really get carrying and to get going. And he performed so well.
Absolutely. As we spoke about, like I think we saw some changes up as well, more proactivity. Like sure, you still ended up giving 2 Drakes here, partly because Varus decided to do a little funny and go on a ward mission like a few seconds before it's spawning, having robbery like take the bullet for him, you know. But still, just like more proactivity and like punishing Sench, like just merciless in the top lane, just diving him over and over and over. And I thought actually like in game that well, it's a big mistake. You have like a fed vein, you're giving up Drakes, you're diving top instead. It's illegal. It's not the way to do it, but they made it work. And like we see like in the end, Casema is actually solo killing this Jax here. I feel like the Jax not really getting the value maybe that you wanted to, because I think it looked good on early, like just Sedge piloting this champion very well early on there, but not paying off. Once again, another Maokai game, the jungle, strong champion, Maokai Jarvan, kind of meta junglers. I feel like when I'm not sure what's next, but let's talk a little bit about what does Jhin need to do now. What do we think Jhin needs to do to to like shape this up? Because I want to see something else. I want to see something in the bot lane. I want to see Cheffer on like the rat. I want to see him play Twitch and just like harpoon everyone to death. You know, I think that's something that's terrifying, and I have been on the receiving end of his rat, and it's like it's disgusting. You know, like I dream of it. You know, it's nightmares of that that thing, right? And just I think Jhin needs to shape something up. Like I liked last game, so I'm not too sure what happened here. But Gloomyux, what are your
Yeah.
thoughts on this game?
I think general once again kind of a scrappy game with Wacky Wraiths pulling ahead. I think the biggest problem on the side of Gucci this game was probably itemization. If we could pull up the picture, thank you. As you can see, if you look like at the items, you see Wacky Wraiths full 80 team. Volibear has a little bit of AP damage, a little bit of true damage from Vayne and Varus overall, yes. Still a big lack of AP damage, but if you look at the Maokai going for the cooldown reduction boots, Ezreal, I think you can like make an argument for Ezreal Syndra to also just go for steel caps here. The Syndra this game went for like last chapter into the Ravadons, which just like took a lot of her early power away. Like she got solo killed, was behind in gold, struggled already, and then just going for this very expensive build where the only thing you get is pure damage. But if you're just not ahead enough, I don't think this pure damage will bring you what you need. Like I think, for example, Syndra here, she could have just went like steel caps into Liandry's, into then for a Cosmic Drive, for example, for like having this more utility, this a little bit more tankiness to survive long enough to burst them down. Because I think the goal for Gucci on this side is to play for the poke. So if you just survive the all the 80 damage on the side of Wacky Race here, it will just be very favorable for you. You just want to drag out the game till you get to your armor item, so you can just face tank them for the entire time. And I just think overall in the series, like not just this game, I feel like Gucci is like pulling quite behind with their itemization, which is just overall like a little detail. But if it's like a lot of these little things, it just adds up and in the end gives Wacky Wraiths another like big advantage. And in a game where it's very head to head through a lot of little stuff, a lot of fights and this very scuffed fighting, like at some parts, I just think every little advantage just makes a big difference in the end.
Yeah, I agreed. And I would like to highlight 2 things that I feel like didn't work out well, and that's like the jungle support here on the side of Gucci this game. I feel like the Renata pick, in theory, there's a lot of auto attackers, right? All carries. If you get these big team fights with big Renata ults, I feel like you can get a lot of value. But this game was just not about that. It was way too spread out, way too scrappy. There's constant skirmishing, and like this Braum Vayne, just if they find anyone, that person just dies, and the Renata's not going to be able to see him. So unfortunately, not getting the value there from Wiggis. And we also see like in the jungle, I spoke about his last game. I think JL definitely got the upper hand in the last game. Completely reverse here. Despite I loved the dive early on, the flash, like the absolute just like Grinch move, you know, like the gnome coming up, the flashing over the wall, just diving you, you know. That's you just hate this on the top lane, right? But
Yeah.
after this, I feel like it just fell apart, and this Maokai is not like doing that much, not tanky enough to do anything. 0-7-5 in the end. It's just a rough game overall. And props to Robbery having a good game. Also Jarvan, I think a good champion kind of for the Wacky Wraiths in general, able to set up a lot also with the wall right for the Wayne. And I think he looks so much more comfortable on this champ compared to the Wukong. And I think he understands his role better when it's not about, you know, going uh, in the same way as I feel like he does with the Wukong. I think that's something that's very easy to do with the Wukong. But now moving on, I would love to see something to change for Good Cheer. I want to see some changes in the jungle. I want to see some crazy picks because I know that JL is proficient in a lot of champions. I would see like Diego or something, you know, like do something interesting here, change it up, and I'm sure that Ace will have a talk about this. I don't know what he thinks about his Maokai, and I don't know how much he roasts me if he watches me play solo queue, play Maokai, and not like perfectly clear, right? So I think there's a lot of gas left in the tank for the Gucci team here. I wouldn't be surprised if we're gonna get a 5-game series here in the finals, but so far, incredible finals. I think very entertaining, and I don't think the result maybe that most people expected are not going in the way, certainly not me. But I welcome excitement, and it's a privilege, I think, to cast, or like not cast, but to sit here on the analyst desk and just great action. We have a lot of viewers as well, very active Twitch chat. Love to see it. But yeah, next game coming up soon. Any predictions? What are we gonna see? Are the Wacky Wraiths gonna be able to take their maiden cup, clean this out, 3-1, prove us the doubters here on the desk wrong, except for Gloomy, who clearly predicted correct in that case? Or are we gonna see the Jin? You know, just bring out that routine, that star power. Just they just pull a rabbit out of the hat and just show like show their medal. What do we think?
Yeah, I just think Wacky Waves is gonna clean this up. I think Wacky Waves has a momentum right now. They're gonna win this. They're gonna make a quick 3-1. I think Butner is like in the zone right now. You can like see the way he maneuvers the Vayne this game. You can just see he's in it. He's feeling it. Elred being obnoxious over the entire map, and I just believe in the like 3-0, 3-1 on the Wacky Waves side, and yeah.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of individual mistakes from Gucci's side, getting caught out in the mid game. Nice ults, by the way, by Jin. And if they can transfer this momentum into the fourth game, Regulus is going to take it here. It's going to take the title. And yeah, let's see if Gucci can bounce back from this, because that's going to be a tough task now.
Well, I think it would be very exciting if you would go to a game 5 here, just because, well, I think Wacky Wraiths, they've crawled their way here, just like game 5 after game 5. I believe they took down Vitagen in a game 5. I'm not sure if the Panda series, I think I mentioned it before, but I forgot if they went to 5 games or not. I mean, they were in a position, like they were in the reverse position here a few weeks ago where they were knocked down 3-1. So let's see if they can return the favor, but we will see. I'm not sure when we are going to head into draft. I think it's probably not too much time, but meanwhile, any builds we want to discuss? What do we think about the boots here? We had an interesting discussion about the shoes of the champions here during the game, like especially in the mid lane. Gloomyox, you're a math guy, as we know. You like your I don't know. I'm not sure if you sit in the spreadsheets, you do you do the Excel sheets over what's best, but
Sometimes I do that. Oh.
Yeah, and we've been informed we're about to head into draft. So guys, let's stay around and see who's gonna take this title. Will Wacky Wraiths take it, or will Gucci and bounce back? Hang on as we head into game 4 draft.
And we're back again, 4th time around. I'll tell you a surprise. The Wacky Wraiths is on the blue side and Good Sheehan is on the red side. Did you see that coming?
I would have never expected this personally.
And interestingly enough, the Orianna is gonna come out here. First time this series, it's left open. Eusebin has loved this pick so far in players. Is this the right pick to close out the series on?
Wacky Wraiths finally said, listen, this is where we need to shine. We can end the entire series right here. So they're bringing out the big guns. They're bringing out what I would argue the best mage mid laner on this patch. Orianna, very popular at the moment, played by a lot of people. And we've seen great success in SLE, of course, some downfalls as well. But for the most part, it has looked very good. On the hands of Eusebin, I don't think it's one of his most played champions. I think when we think of Orianna, I personally don't think of Eusebin, but Wukong gonna be picked out on the side of Gucci, I think it is a good pick, just due to the fact that the Orianna Wukong tends to be what people go towards, and it tends to be very strong as well in the whole mid-jungle 2v2, but gonna be responded to by something that has very long range. It is gonna be the birdie in the mid lane, the Azir, locked in for Gucci.
Yes, and this was a pick that he got punished with last week, Eusebin. So this is gonna be interesting to see what he's learned from that matchup. But interestingly enough, we see a robbery. The Jarvan and the Ivern has been banned. The Wukong has been picked. What champions will we see now? Because I feel like I've only seen him play those 3 champions. Butner is gonna slime the Sivir. Wacky Wraiths are kind of changing up the draft strategy as we see a Twitch hover here. Is this attempt? It's a tease. It was a tease because Elrath is feeling the Braum again.
Mustn't get baited by the hovers, Randy. Mustn't get baited by the hovers. Not gonna be the Twitch this time around. Braum did look good in that last game, so I'm not at all surprised that they end up going with it once more. The Sivir as well to back him on up. This time around, I doubt there will be any level 1 cheeses, since it is not the Vayne in the hands of Wacky Wraiths, but gonna be the Sivir instead. Butner, of course, we said it ourselves, Randy, looked absolutely beautiful in that last game. Went deathless, I believe, as well, having a perfect game for himself, so a very good showing coming out from him. And I feel like, to me, Butner overall today has been very solid and has played very well. It is gonna be the Pyke picked up here for Gucci. And so, Rain, predictions on the AD carry here for the red side. Who do you think it is gonna be?
Hard question. Probably Ezreal again. Jokes aside, I wanna see Team Chef on something aggressive. Something that can beat this lane. I know Wiggis loves the Pyke into Braum. Like, I raid with Wiggis in WoW, like, this is all he's talking about, this Pyke pick into Braum, how good it is. So I want to see something that can follow up on this Pyke, something that can deal a lot of damage. Who knows, maybe Lucian. I don't know if he's that good anymore, but I just want to see Tim with something he can carry. I don't want to see the Seraphine, I don't want to see the Ezreal, I want to see damage, you know?
No, I definitely do agree. I think when you put Team Chef on a champion like the Seraphine, put him on things like the Ezreal, I don't think it suits his playstyle. I think he looks much better on the Ashe, for example, that we had earlier today. Almost carried the game for his team as well, but just was not enough. And it's gonna be the Senna this time around. Is that AD carry Senna?
I would guess it's AD carry Senna. I don't think Pyke can be played. Well, I mean, we did not really get what we asked for, so I guess the Senna can be like super aggressive. I mean, it can be aggressive in lane, to be fair. Let's not take that away from it. Maybe I would have seen a little bit more spice here, but the Pyke and the Senna is something they've ran before, I'm pretty sure. As we see Case Mace, no more Sion. He's evolved from his Sion form. It's Volibear now. Second game in a row, and it's gonna be interesting to see what answer Sench is gonna cook up this time.
Yeah, definitely gonna be interesting. The Jack's not looking too good in that previous game. Definitely got a little bit beat up, but I'm not entirely convinced by the Senna here. I would have, like you said, liked to see something a little bit more aggressive. I think Senna into something like a Sivir isn't that great of a pick, at least in the laning phase when you are pairing it with something like a Pyke, but it is gonna be the Maokai picked up here. There is counter pick on the side of Gucci Yin, but so far the Wacky Wraiths, they got the Sivir, they got the Orianna, they got the Makai. I think as far as I'm concerned, I think Wacky Wraiths got pretty much everything they could have asked for.
Yes, but the question is, will it be enough? Because here comes the
Ooh.
Rumble. This is a pick that I think it's pretty much only Sench that's played it lately. Maybe Ant, if I'm misremembering, but this pick can be such an annoying thing to deal with early game. And I gotta say, I didn't really like the draft as much last time, and especially not the Syndra performance. It kind of reminded me of Barack Obama's Syndra, which is anything but good. But this time around, the Jhin draft is kind of speaking to me on another level. We have the playmaking with Azir. I think Azir is good into Orianna, and most importantly, we have Wiggis and Pyke. Like, what more can we ask for in a season-deciding game?
So I'm taking this as you favoring Gucci for this next game. That's what I'm hearing.
Yes, I believe. I want the silver scrapes. I want Pepper to pepper jam that into our ears, get us hyped for the matchup. Let's go, Jhin. 2-2, give us silver scrape plus Elrat. He will be very cocky if he wins 3-1.
You heard it here first, folks. We want a Game 5, and I could not agree more. I think it'd be so hype as well, of course. Rolling back a little bit, Season 4 final, or Split 4, should I say, finals, didn't end up in a Game 5, ended up 3-1, unfortunately. So maybe this time around, we can get a little bit of excitement on the Rift as well. But for me, I think I'm gonna have to go against you here. Granted, I don't think the side of Wacky Wraiths really have any way to deal with the range of Azir. I think if Senna, yes, gets enough stacks, they can. The side of Gucci and can definitely outrange Wacky Wraiths. But for me, it is gonna be, I think, mentally so difficult to come back if you are the side of Gucci in, as well as Butner getting his Sivir, as well as Elright getting the Braum. They've got the Orianna, they've got the Volley Bear. There's just so many good picks, and so many picks that to me just yell out Wacky Wraiths. So many picks that I think they've played in the past that they're so good at. So for me, I think our day is gonna end up in 3-1. I think Wacky Wraiths are gonna take the next game.
Yeah, I see your perspective, but I'm hearing in my left ear some new information that apparently Kim Jensen was watching this superstar mid laner Rain D's Azir performance last week, and he's intending to do the same thing. And with that in mind, I'm gonna have to stick with Gucci in for this one. I want the silver scrapes. I need it. I need the silver scrapes. Also, I promised Elrat I would buy a lot of Swedish snacks for him if they win, and I can't really afford it right now. So come on, Jin. Let's go, boys. With that in mind, Dessa, do you have any finishing words, or just hit? This is your chance. This is the one chance you get.
This is the one. I didn't realize I had only one chance. I thought there were so many more chances, but I definitely think when you're looking at the draft, there is the Volibear again. Volibear looked so good last game. Elrat's Braum, the Maokai, the Orianna. I think it is a very symphonic draft coming out from the side of Wacky Wraiths. And for me, when you're looking at match point, you said this earlier as well. This is potentially the deciding game, right? Wacky Race, this is the one that they need to take home. And this Rumble is gonna be, to me, so influential. If we can get a good red carpet, you can deny so much coming out from Wacky Race. But in my opinion, the Rumble so far doesn't seem like a champion that the side of Gucci and benefit from that much. I don't think Case Maze is the type of player who can, for me, pull off the trundle. And no, not Case Maze, sorry, Chench on their side. I don't think he's the type of player who can pull off the Rumble. For me, I think it is just, it doesn't to me suit his style, which is why I think this top lane matchup is going to be really interesting to see how he plays it out, as well as the Volibear being so successful in our previous game. But Randy, we've got a Pyke, we've got the Volibear. I'm looking forward to absolute slugfest and some fist fighting.
Yes, the wig is Pyke. The chosen one has arrived. On the topic of Rumble, before we go to pause, the first thing my jungler told me when he joined our team was that Sench Rumble is dog shit, he only ults walls. With that in mind, we are gonna head into the pause and we're gonna see if the prophecy is correct. we'll see you guys after the break with what could be the potential serious clinching game. Hello guys, welcome back to this super exciting finals. We are here in game number 4, and thankfully Dessa is still here as Pepparkakor is looking for another Nocturne Ultimate angle again in the sky this time. So Dessa, you're gonna have to tell me, what do you expect from this early game?
I'm expecting to hopefully produce the entire series. I know Peppa was looking to go out between the break. He's got some partying to do, so maybe hoping the Wacky Wraiths can actually finish this one on up fairly quickly. But I very much expressed my feelings during the break. I think it is gonna be. I think it's heavily favored towards Wacky Wraiths. I think when you're put into a situation where you have to win the next game, I think it's so mentally exhausting personally that I think Wacky Wraiths have a big mental advantage here. I also think Maokai Oriana are really, really strong 2v2 jungle mid duo very early on into the game. Just does a lot of damage, but we have also seen Robbery do some borderline questionable things this series, so
I think if
it'll
we
be
can avoid the
interesting to see how
Raptor
it
camp,
goes.
it's good.
I think what JL does, he leaves the Raptor camp up because we know Robbery can't resist it, and then he baits him in.
Actually smart. So I'm seeing something I haven't seen. It's a farming Sen. As we see, Wiggis, he has started his hooking journey, and first hook of the game. I think we can expect some more of those hooks, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, definitely. Wiggins known for his hook champions, right? The Nautilus, the Thresh, the Pikes, even sometimes the Blitzukrankus, although not seen as often. You can see as well Robbery is gonna be clearing over towards top side of the map. You can see with the wave pushing towards the side of Gucci and not really a play to be had on the side of Wacky Wraiths in that bot lane quite early on, and as well as Butner on the Sivir, he wants to push early into something like Asana. He wants to have that push, so it is good to see that they are pathing top lane. And if you can influence a Volibear lane, especially when it's up against the Rumble, this is a lane that couple of early kills into Case Maze can definitely turn the matchup on its head.
And definitely, as we've seen Case Maze on this Volibear, it's not very fun to play with or play against. Play with it seems very fun because Wacky Wraiths is probably enjoying to have it on the team, but playing against it so far this playoffs doesn't seem to be a banger experience, at least, because I'm not even surprised if he's 100% win rate. As we see, Robbery, he has found his way onto Sench in this top lane, and that's a great knockback from the Maokai, and the question is, will they have enough damage to kill Sench? He's actually gonna be able to walk out there, and while the wave is quite bad, that's such a W even in the end for the Rumble that he actually gets to save his flash.
Zench just does not care. All the CC layering, which was quite good on the side of Wacky Wraiths right there. Zench just ends up right-clicking to his tower and says, Mucho, no thank you, not today. Ends up TPing back as well, is gonna be forced to expend that, but needs to be a little bit careful. Robbery can look for a potential regank here, although the first time, not too much damage on around, but you can see Wiggles, he's on his way to the mid lane. He's making the move.
Yes, and we have seen Wiggis, we've seen JL in this position before. This is an Oriana with flash. Kim is gonna jump in onto Usejin. The question is, will the Pike Hook hit? No, Usejin with some slick move into the mid lane wave, and hats off to Usejin. That was very clean. Or, I don't know what else to call it. He survives with only blowing flash, and for the first time in the series almost, it feels like this early phase in the mid lanes are not they don't really find as much as effect as Good GM probably hoped for.
Yeah, definitely not. Although I do have to be a little bit critical. I feel like Wiggles could have used the E earlier on, although does not have the flash available. I think it might have netted in a kill. But I do agree with you, Randy. I think it was very well played from Usini to hide, but to go back towards the enemies so he can hide behind the minions, make sure the hook does not end up landing, ends up living as well, but does have to burn, like you said, the flash this time around. You can see as well, Robbery is gonna fall clear over towards that bot side because the dragon coming up very, very soon means that we might have a potential fight on our hands.
Yes, and if there's one thing I've learned from this series is that as much as Robbery loves the enemy raptors, Gucci loves the early dragon. So I'm expecting JL to be on that early dragon very soon. It is a Chemtech Drake, not the best, but still, they like their dragon stacking. And the good thing with first Chemtech Drake means that it won't be a Chemtech Soul, at least.
That is very true. While we're on the subject of the soul, do you want to make some soul predictions while we're here? Wait, you don't have time. Gank in the mid lane.
I don't have time. Gank in the mid lane. Where are you seeing this gank in the mid lane? So Elrat is gonna look for the gank.
Wait, no,
No,
JL
it's
still comes into the
JL.
bush again.
It's JL. It's another. My bad, guys. I missaw the gank. Here comes JL in the bush. Normally we find Wiggis in this bush, but it seems that JL has moved in. Wiggis is gonna E over the wall dash, and surely this time he's gonna miss the hook. And the question is Wiggis just straight up choking due to the pressure right now? After not missing a single pike hook ever, 2 times in a row, we got a question. Is Wiggis mentally ready for this insane pressure that an SLE Season 5 final can generate in this day and age?
Yeah, I think there is just the nerves for me. Looks like they are coming through for Wiggis, although a great side step for Usagin. Keep in mind, Usagin has the shockwave ready and available. Both mid laners have hit level 6. Dragon now started up 4000 HP.
Yes, and it looks like we were gonna get a dragon fight for once. Usually these goes freely over to the side of Good Jin, but it seems like both teams are focusing on different plays. Yale wants the crab, good, and the Wacky Wraiths wants Kim Jensen. We're gonna see who finds out there. As Yale is gonna jump onto Robbery, Wiggis is gonna hook the crab backwards, and this is an intense battle for the crab. And remember, First Blood has yet not been fallen in this game, so we're still due for some action, I would say.
Yeah, still no first blood coming through. You can see both teams hunting and looking for it though. Dragon now 5000 HP is gonna get started up. Robbery, he's around. Prio on the bot lane as well. Shockwave available. Dragon at 3000 HP. He might try to look for a steal here.
Yes, and we're gonna see if he can finally live up to his name. He's gonna definitely need a Robbery to secure this dragon, as Wiggis is gonna land the hook onto Robbery. First Blood onto the side of Team Chef, or also known as Cheffer, and for sure the first dragon, yet again for the 4th game in a row, will go to the side of Good Shin. But look, Wiggis is hiding in the bush. He's gonna get the hook, and meanwhile in the top side we have Usagin with a 2-man shockwave, but it's in a 1v2 situations without flash. Usagin is gonna fall, and the kill is gonna go over to JL. Meanwhile the W and the root and the flash from Elrat, and we're fighting on all fronts right now. And Good Shin, what a start to the game, and is this just the start you've been looking for when you're in this pressured situation?
I think it's a great start for Gucci and exactly what they need. Looking back at the replay, I think the communication not quite there. You can see Wakirai's bot lane not quite showing up on time, wanting to finish pushing that wave. Robbery goes in a little bit too early, gets hit by the Senna W right there, and after that just falls very early on into the fight. And this is just, again, great patience carving out from Wiggis. You can, he steps into the bush, and then just stays there. He stays there, and then Butner walks up a little bit too far, and bang, the hook lands. They end up not catching up to Butner this time around, but still, the play was good. And you can see who the kills went over to as well. It is Sheffer, it is JL, and if you can get this Senna ahead, I feel like Sheffer can definitely do some miracles.
Yes, and the keyword for this series so far, except for enemy Raptors, has been patience, and Wiggis is just showing great patience there, and it's a competitive series again. It's been 2 stomps basically the last 2 games, and now it feels like Good Shin has a good early lead. As we see, Wiggis is gonna go invis here, fishing for Butner, but Butner is gonna be able to just run out this time. But after some early hook misses, Wiggis seems to have regained some of his form, and it doesn't really seem that fun to play against right now. As we see JL in the top lane, straight up gonna kill Case Mace here, and everything is going Gucci Jin's wave so right now.
So far, yeah, it looks like we might be looking at a Game 5 series after all, as JL ends up making a difference in the top lane. Does have that Sheen picked up at 2 kills. He is not in the bush right there, I believe, so ends up being spotted on our JL. Not comfortable enough to start the Herald quite yet, but the junglers are going to interact.
Yes, and we gotta remember that Robbery's main goal with this is actually securing Raptors, so JL did the right thing of moving away here, giving the crab, because he knows the Raptors is the most important objective of this series so far. The Herald is up again, and I was just gonna say I'm expecting both supports to move up, and as we see, Wiggis right on time. He's coming to this mid lane. We've seen this one before, Robbery looking for Raptors. I think we have a fight on our hands very soon. As I say that, they're actually already fighting here in the jungle. The Twisted advance onto JL is gonna come down, and look at the damage from the Maokai. The question is Wukong starting this a bit too early? JL is getting kind of low here, throws the Maokai ultimate down, but Wiggies with a hook, and it's gonna root down onto JL, and the Robbery flashes in. But look at the Senna ult from downtown. It's actually Robbery that's gonna fall. Here comes Yusetti, but the flash, yeah. He's gonna avoid here, and Kim Jensen is gonna knock back the Braum here, but look at the side because here comes Case Mace, and I don't even know what's happening at this point. It's fighting everywhere, and in the end, it is a 2-4-2 that ends up in favor of no one.
And Sheffer there with a great cross-map play, helping out his team. And looking back at the replay as well, JL does a good job of living here. I feel like Robbery pulling on the trigger a little bit too early as Elrad ends up making his way over. JL as well does fall at the end of the day, but look at the Wiggers with Sheffer ends up executing Robbery. With JL makes it over the wall, ends up getting the flash out. Wiggers unfortunately does pay for his sins, but they do gather Kim Jensen as well. So it is a pretty even fight all around, a 2-4-2 at the end of the day as we have a return fight.
Yes, and Sench is gonna find himself caught between a rock and a hard place here. This time has no flash, the ult is gonna go down, but he's gonna go down as well and get the gray screen treatment that Lurk so dearly enjoys having. As we see a killing spree going down to Usejin, 3-1 on this Orianna pick. And while his early games have been rough in some of these games, he's off to a great start. But Wiggies looking for Butner here, barely misses the hook, even though the spell shield probably would have blocked it. But we see Kim Jensen is already at the tri-bush. This is a 1 versus 4 Butner. You're gonna have to pull out some magic if you're gonna live that. And sadly, no magic was found in this particular play.
No magic out of Butner this time on around Case Maze with low mana though in the top lane. Needs to be a little bit careful.
Yes, as we see, Sench is chasing down this. He's just barely gonna miss the harpoon. That slow would probably have been so key, and we see the sad B, and I understand him. So close to a solo kill, yet not close enough. But we see the Rumble is securing himself quite a big CS lead so far.
A big CS lead in the top lane as there ends up going to be another play in the mid lane. Rift Herald is going to be dropped now. Dragon gonna be started here. This would be second Drake for Gucci if they can steal this one away, but this one started by Wacky Wraiths. Robbery looking to stop this Drake stacking as Wiggers is already trying to hook. Elrad is gonna go wide. Kim Jensen is approaching.
Look at the flank angle here for the Seer. He gets spotted on the sapling, but this is a good Jin team that has Mythic on all their members pretty much. Kim Jensen with the flash ult gonna knock back Robbery, and Elrad just barely missing on Usejin. And look at that shockwave from Usejin. He's gonna get Kim Jensen and he's down. The question is, can they clean up the fight? And the answer is no. Both of the sides are just gonna handshake a 1-for-1 with the Dragon going over the side of Wacky Wraiths. And as a Wacky Wraiths fan, you just have to be happy with that outcome.
Support for mid laner this time on around. Kim Jensen ends up falling. Wacky Wraiths picks up their first dragon of the game as well. And looking back at the replay, you can see it was a good flank attempt from Kim Jensen, but ends up catching all of the carries on the side with his flip. He flips the 2 tanks, none of the carries into the face of Sheffer and JL there. Not the biggest move. I think if you do flip Butner, it is worth it, as Sench ends up making his way down as well, but without the equalizer, not really being too useful in that fight. But look at JL, 3-0-4 on the Monkey, 300 shutdown gold, and looking much better than he did earlier on.
Yes, and JL, the former MVP of SLE last split, is having a banger start to this game. He's gonna try and put his team onto the back. Didn't have the bestest of game 3s, but is definitely looking like he's regained form. And Jin overall, they're at least fighting back this time compared to last game, and it looks like we have a really entertaining game on our hand. It's a 1k gold lead only at 14 minutes, and at this point it has to be anyone's game.
Definitely so, and I think it is good to see that both teams are not willing to let this go for free. They're both still fighting for it, even though there are nerves in the last game. You can see it. Both teams still not willing to sort of play scared in our potential final game, still making plays, making aggressive plays as well. Especially Wiggers, really limit testing here, has rolled to mid lane so many times, and you can see as well.
Look at the Silver being popped up here. They're looking for Sheffer with some great movement, and he's just hooking down here in the bot lane. The Chef, or Team Chef as is also known. having a really strong start to this game on the Senna. And I have to still give Sheffer some credit. Like, he's being put on these picks that I don't really consider him as a player that plays this supportive AD carry, but he's doing it for the team. He's letting Wiggy shine with his roam by playing these safer picks. And so far in this game, I don't think he's complaining that much. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, they're looking for the lane bush. We've seen this song before. The question is, will we like the ending? It depends on who you're asking right now. I think you said it's fine. Meanwhile, top lane, Sench getting ganked here by Robbery. Is gonna fall down to the side of Casemate on this Volibear, and just this might be the turning point in this matchup, as the top lane tower is probably gonna go down here for free, and Casemate is gonna pick up the first tower of the game.
Case Maze with the first tower of the game. Blue team destroyed the first turret, as you can see on your screens, although a lot of players in the mid lane.
Yes, but here comes Wiggins. He's gonna jump over the wall. He's gonna land the hook. Here comes the Cyclone, but you said he's gonna flash away. But Kim Jensen with the Emperor's Divide into the backline. But the question is, have they gone a bit too far to kill you, Sejin? And so far, it looks like the answer is yes. Yale is so low, and that's a huge shutdown onto Butler. Sheffer hasn't arrived to the fight, but the question is it early enough? I can already tell you the answer that no, he is a bit too late. Or is it because Wiggins is gonna land the hook onto Robbery? He's so low, they're gonna get the ult execute. This might be the turn on Gucci has been looking for. Sheffer, look at that range, look at that attacks, but then Delrat is just barely gonna dodge out on that hook. And damn, we're having some exciting action right now, Dessa.
And Robbery just donating himself over to the enemy, as Wiggins is looking for something a little bit more creative this time around, but you are definitely right, Randy. It is some aggressive action coming out from both sides, as there will be a cannon going array in the top
GG
lane.
go
But
next.
it is, I feel like you have FF15 at this point. It's already 15, FF17. Quick, move on.
Yes.
Definitely. So far, JL has been the difference maker.
He has really been, and I gotta credit Gucci in this tough situation. They keep fighting back. They keep looking for these plays. I think Kim Jensen has had a tendency of going a bit too far so far, especially since he's running the Leanders build. But what I'm really liking to see from both these teams is that neither is scared to make a play. In this situation, it's easy to just fall back and get scared, but both these teams, they're playing to win this game, and that's the only thing that matters.
And not only that, but this is more even than game 2 was. As well, you can see gold lead, only 400, Zench in the mid lane though, looking for a little bit of damage, but Elrat being a very tanky boy on the Braum, only going to get the Silver Ultimate 4 now, Jail and Robbery.
Yes, and right now everyone just seems caught out, but then we remember the damage maybe isn't there yet. There's gonna be a dragon start on the side of Gucci in here, and this would instead be their second dragon of the game if they would end up securing. But just look in top lane, the inner tower is gonna fall already to the Volibear, and it's already becoming a menace. It's gonna teleport to this fight, and Sench is just now channeling his teleport. Dragon is still on 9k, but here comes Casemate. He's gonna jump over the wall, but Sheffer still has flash. He's gonna get away, and that's all. That actually Volibear ult going down. This might be the angle that Gucci has been looking for. Robbery is gonna jump over onto AAL. He's just barely gonna get out, and the Rumble Ultimate's gonna come on the backside. Butler's just flashing into the team, but Wiggins is gonna pick up Elrat, but he's gonna trade his life to get that kill. So far, it's a 1-for-1, and I can't explain how far this fight is going in terms of evenness. There is a health advantage onto the side of Wacky, and it looks like they will commit to taking this dragon, but JL has other plans as he goes on to Robbery. Sench with the flash. Robbery is gonna go down. Kim Jensen is gonna dive onto Butler. He's gonna get the Emperor's Divide into the side of the team chef. And what a turnaround from Gucci. And Casemate is fighting for his life. But what a play from Kim Jensen. Finding Butler with the Emperor's Divide. Turning the fight around. And what almost looked like it was a fight over due to the health advantage gets into a 4-for-3 in the end for the side of Gucci.
The King of Shurima shuffles the entire side of Wacky Wraiths into their death. Elrat now gonna be back on around. I doubt the Braum is gonna go to steal this one away, unless...
No. Oh. That's the MVP experience.
I was expecting for potentially something to happen, but this time not gonna be able to get it, as Zench is the one who first ends up fighting Casemate. The initial damage is really good, but keep your eyes on the Emperor of Shurima, because Kim Jensen ends up getting Butner and Sheffer just so much damage coming out of this Senna as well. Casemate is doing a great job of getting a kill back right there. It does end up getting a double kill for the bear in the top lane, but falls at the end of the day. Ends up not falling this time, but has fallen before. Perhaps will fall again. Spirit Visage finished up for the bear as well, and 3-1-2 does have a shutdown for himself. You can see items starting to come through as well, but Kim Jensen
might be in a bit of trouble here as Robbery is gonna get the jump onto Injusegin. He's gonna get into the range. Kim Jensen is barely on 100 HP. Gonna get the Emperor Divide down though. The reset for Wig is gonna get one kill, but it's just gonna fall instantly. Sench has arrived with his ultimate, but that's gonna be enough to turn this fight around. 2 for 1 again for Wacky Wraiths. But look how strong this Senna and Jail is gonna jump into 3 people, and here I'm laughing at the play. Sorry Jail, I take it back. You get a Braum ultimate for free, yeah? Kind of a value trade, not gonna lie.
Look how strong he is, but look at the top lane. Casemate, he's been chilling. He got a tier 2 for himself. He almost got the inhib tower as well. Without ultimate, can't really dive Zench there, but still a great job out of him to pressure that side lane. And so far, Randy, I really expected for the team to sort of hunker down, not want to make any mistakes, considering Wacky Wraiths are staring at potential game. They are on game point at the moment, but both teams said screw this, I want to brawl, I'm getting bored, and so far Casemate has been the big winner.
Yes, and Shrekman approves this type of play styles. He wants to see fights, and that's what we like to see so far. And I just gotta say, both these AD carries are playing so well, and I was a bit worried on this Senna pick. This was maybe not what I expected from that, but so far Team Chef is kind of making Senna look like a hyper carry, because I don't think I can complain anything about his gameplay so far, and right now he might be what Gucci needs to take home the next teamfight of this game and maybe potentially get a Baron buff.
Definitely so full, like you said, Sheffer having so far a deathless game for himself, 5-0-6. Just had a look at the souls as well while we were hovering the Senna, 55 souls in his pocket at the moment, 45 more to go to reach that ever aforementioned 100, which is when you get the big range coming on in. Kraken Slayer plus Infinitage in his inventory means this is gonna be an extremely dangerous Senna to go up against, although you can see with the position of Williams, this is a man that is always hunting, a man that is always looking for anyone to be caught out.
Yes, I would actually say he's kind of like the reverse Lurks, because while Wiggis is looking for anyone to be caught out, Lurks is just looking for a moment to be caught out himself. And that's why maybe he is in the finals and not Lurks. Other words though, they have a play onto Kim Jensen here. He's gonna throw down the tower, but this might just be the bird being totally fried here in the top lane. And Sench is gonna teleport onto this place, and I'm not sure this is the position Shenz wants to be in right now, because here comes the entire side of Wacky Wraiths. Sench though will be able to run away right now for free, but this game is starting to get kind of tough for the side of Gucci.
Yeah, definitely. So a TP in the mid lane to try to keep the tower alive, but bot lane Casemate is hunting. Look at Jail's positioning. He's going over to the top lane. They might be looking to fight here. Jail does have a good flank, but is he gonna be the one that gets flanked instead?
I think he's gonna be able to just dash over the wall here, but like game 3 we had the question, how do you stop this Vayne, but like game 4 it's all in Casemate. How do you stop this Volibear right now? He's getting tower after tower. He's so fed right now, and we've been talking all serious about this Sion. Bro, he was the Volibear all along. Like, maybe we should just be happy he's been playing Sion, because right now, Casemate, what an arc he's had this playoff. Coming into the playoffs, I don't think many held him in like overly high regards. He was a solid top laner, but this playoff run is cemented himself as maybe the best top laner in the league. And for me personally, he might even be a playoffs MVP so far with the way he's been playing. The game isn't over yet, to be sure, but he certainly made a good start to this game 4.
Oh, for sure has had a great game for himself, Randy. You are definitely not wrong at all, and you can see as well with Drake spawning in 12 seconds, both teams now positioning aggressively in the spot side river. Currently it is Wacky Wraiths with control of the river thus far. You can see the Makai saplings really doing work here to zone off the rest of the squad. These bushes are just so difficult to walk into because you're walking in the sapling every damn time. I feel like either of these teams are gonna make the jump any second now, and Wiggis can definitely be one of those difference makers. But Casemate in the top lane, this would be a 4v5, but the bear does have TP if he needs it.
Yes, and we see Gucci, they're gonna decide, okay, time to do this dragon now. They have to, they're on a timer. Case Maze is looking to secure a top lane inhibitor. The dragon is gonna go down to 3k. Robbery is gonna do his best deeper impression. Sadly, it wasn't really that good. He's gonna get the jump onto JL though, but Gucci, they have to back. Case Maze is on the inhibitor as we speak, and if you don't stop these bases, he's gonna take even more. Wiggis and Kim Jensen is gonna start running back there, but the inhibitor is for sure already gone, and the question is, can they get out with their lives still intact? Sheffer getting jumped on by Elrat. Here comes the big flank. Robbery has run from downtown onto Team Chef. Is in the front line, and Chef is gonna fall here. But look in mid lane. Case Maze is on the base. Is this over? He's gonna ult to get the tower. He's gonna be on the first Nexus tower. It's only Wiggis that's here to defend. He's gonna get the tower. Here comes the rest side of Gucci. But Case Maze is just running laps around Gucci as right now. And he's gonna try to take the portal. And he's for sure gonna go down this time. But at what cost, Tessa? At what cost?
Oh, there, Randy, the bear. The big woof bear in the top lane does it again, Case Maze. He is the one who ends up securing a Nexus tower, and this is where it gets really scary. Because we saw right there, if the backs are stopped, Case Maze can do absolute work, and he has just bought himself a full hull breaker out of a ruby crystal. If we can quickly take a look at the gold and flick over, Jesus Christ, this man is a rich boy. Not only him, but as well, looking at the mid lane, Usajin, quite a lot of gold in his pocket as well, but this is a big bear, and we saw it already. If you don't get those backs in, if you leave Case Maze alone for even a second, with only one Nexus tower left, you could very well lose the game with a backdoor here if you're not careful.
Yes, and I think it's just so impressive, the gameplay from Case Maze so far, coming into this playoffs, even coming into this series. We've just been talking about Sench, how Sench might be the best top laner in the league by a far margin, and now, so far... Oh, bot lane, we have a fight there in Case Maze. He's gonna have some fried chicken here, picking up the Azir, and the Rumble couldn't hold him back. The Azir couldn't hold him up. The Ram is okay, comes out, thumbs up, let's go. Seems balanced. I can see how Kim Jensen is molding, but back to my point. How good has Case Maze been this game or this entire playoffs? It's just insane at this point, the development we're seeing.
I mean, definitely. So Baron, though, on the cards now, 9,000 HP. You can see the backs are starting to come through. This is scary.
Yes, because they have one more problem than just the Baron. They have this big bear in the bot lane, and I can tell you, if he was scary to meet in a dark alley last game, he's even scarier this time. The Sench ultimate is gonna come down. Case Maze is gonna buy as much time as he possibly can, but the bear does bleed, and here comes JL for a quick steal. The only problem is about 3k health. Too short. Maybe he can find the last ditch of the bird. Look at the time. Look at
Oh my god.
He buys him how much time there, and what looked like an impossible game, an impossible steal, is somehow the future of Gucci Jin is still alive. And what a steal!
This is why, Randy, we were wondering why he was the meta soldier. We were wondering why he was +10, can't lose a 50-50, and this is exactly why, because he is the 50-50 king. He is the crown, ends up getting the Baron buff. Case Maze gets caught in the bot lane, tried to push in a little bit too far, but JL with the steal ends up great stopwatch there to buy a little bit more time, but look at the smite. Buys his team so much more time with that Baron steal, as Zench did end up dying while we were in the replay, but again, JL might have just saved the game for his team.
I mean, we still don't know if it's enough to win, but the game was probably for sure over if he doesn't get that Baron buff. But JL has had such a brilliant game this game, but it's still not enough. We see that Seer started off so strongly. It's 4-7 now. Top lane Sench 1-4 on the Rumble. These picks are just not working out at all so far this game, and almost doing more harm than help at this point. And Gucci has one thing for them at least, and that's the fact they have Dragon Soul. Here we see Wiggis and Kim Jensen is gonna try and take down this bear. The question is, do they have enough damage? We see quite a lot of damage coming down from the Azir soldiers. Can Wiggis hit this hook? We have some dancing, and oh, Casemate, not only does he have great skill on Volibear and Sion, he also put on his dancing shoes today. Gonna dodge the hook, but the question, can he do it again? Oh, he's gonna sidestep the flash hook again! And Casemate. Look at that space!
The bear does it again. This guy is so damn fast. And just Wiggis cannot hit a hook, like you said. Puts on the dancing shoes, does the moonwalk, does the round and round against Wiggis. But look at the bot lane, there's a TP coming in. Casemate is on the hunt.
Oh, it seems like Gucci is thinking maybe we should base race them. The only problem is this bear is probably faster than their entire team alone, as the inhibitors for sure gonna go down. And no, Casemates decide I'll show mercy this one time. This one time I'll show mercy, but you want to know an interesting fact so far? Aside from that, Ultra Cyclone from JL. I don't know, I'm sorry. That was not the interesting fact we were looking for, but check the levels. Sench is up 2 levels on this Volibear. And it feels like the Volibear is straight up destroying it. As we find Robbery trying to steal the Wolf Camp this time it seems. And as so many times he has to pay a pretty big due to his counter jungling, but this game is on fire. There's too much happening right now, Dessa.
But Randy, the Raptor camp is up. The Raptor camp is up.
Oh
Robbery
no,
is approaching.
He's moving.
He's
Okay.
approaching.
The voices.
I was really hoping he would do it, just because it would have created, I think, a great meme going forward every time Robbery went for a Raptor camp. But this time does not go home with the KFC. He's not hungry. He has been fed well and truly. Currently 13 KPA on him, but you are looking at a 3,000 gold lead for the side of Gucci Yin. Kills are even, soul point on the side of Gucci Yin as
Robbery
well.
in the right jungle, this time gonna be jumped on by Wiggis. He is kinda tanky though, and he's actually gonna be able to walk out with his life in spare still, as the snare is gonna go on Elrat. But look at Sheffer, look at the damage from the Senna coming in there, and the range. Wiggis gonna hook Elrat into the team here. But the question is, can they find something more? Sench, what an ultimate by Sench! Wiggis is gonna go down, but they just don't have enough damage yet. Usagin is gonna fall down, and so is Robbery, and so is Elrat as well. This might be the fight that Gucci Yin. And you have to commend them. At what looked over 5 minutes ago is all of a sudden playable for Gucci Yin. Butner though on the tail for Kim Jensen. They're buying time for Casemates. We know what happens if Casemates gets left alone too long, but Sheffer is so strong at this point. And sure, the inhibitor will probably fall here, or will, because JL and Sench is back. The Goon Squad is here to take down the bear. And this bear is not as scary. Butner is gonna fall in the mid lane as well, and this Baron steal from JL is proving quite useful so far.
And it all starts from the Baron steal. JL was the one who secured the big objective. Butner ends up getting shot down in the mid lane as well. And Kim Jensen has slowly but surely been stacking himself on up. A rich man himself does have 3 items under his belt. This Azir is starting to deal a lot of damage, but you can see finally a mythic onto the hands of Casemates. He has fully committed to the split push bear. He does not care about his teammates. He just wants to be alone in the side lane without any friends. So far it has been working out for him though, managing to secure 2 open inhibs, got himself a Nexus tower, almost ended the game. But there is a shining light on the side of Gucci and Sheffer. 5-1-12. Currently 3 items played off the Ruined King as well as the Azir in the mid lane. There is great scaling on the side of Gucci, which means the side of Wacky Wraiths are slowly but surely starting to run out of time.
Yes, and what a game we've had so far. If I'm Wacky Wraiths, if I'm Gucci, and I'm happy I'm not in neither's position right now, because my nerves would be killing me. I'm struggling right now and I'm casting. It's so tense, and after that first game, we thought we were gonna have more of these games. Game 2 and 3 were stomps, but this game 4 is delivering on all fronts so far. As Gujin is gonna start up the Baron here, they're gonna go get a jump onto Robbery. We gotta remember, this Senna does a lot of damage. As we can see, the Maokai just straight up go. But on this other side of the fight, they have traded the mid laner. The meanline in the bot lane, Casemates is ending the game. Is anyone surprised at this point? Not really. Zedin gets the ult on to JL, but it is not enough. And the question right now is just, can Gucci make it back in time? Casemate is looking for the inhibitor again here. And the question is, can he end the game? Sench is gonna head back for the health, and Butner is also split pushing the map right now in the mid lane, and it seems that Wacky Wraiths, they're just pulling Gucci all over the map right now, and Team Chef is coming out from the base. We gotta remember though, if Butner gets too close, the hull break is gonna fall off. It ends up with an inhibitor go, but here comes JL from behind. He's gonna jump on this Sivir. He's gonna get the pick, and for sure this has to be the Baron on the side of Gucci, or will they prioritize the soul?
And JL just out of nowhere gets his foot onto the gas, ends up finding the man in the mid lane. Butner tried to take a play out of Case Mace's book and tried to go for a little bit of pushing and splitting on his own, but ends up falling. Does get the mid lane tier 2, a little bit of gold in his pocket now. Soul Point is gonna be onto the squad of
robbery?
Not Soul Point, never mind, Soul. They've secured the Hextech Soul for themselves, and that is, when you're looking at a Senna, when you're looking at an Azir, that is very scary to play against.
It indeed is, because the range is just, we just see the team fighting prowess right now from this Senna. We were looking for something else, but so far Senna seems to be the answer we've all been looking for right now. It's doing so much damage and getting so much value as the Wacky Wraiths is gonna approach this Baron, but the Baron is going down quick. It's gonna be secured by JL. Who else? I don't think he's lost a single smite this entire series. The TP in the bot lane. This is the play from Wacky Wraiths where they might be looking for the game. Usegen is gonna be coming there, and we're gonna have a base race. The tower is gonna go down. The Nexus is empty. The question is, will Gucci be able to save the game? Case Mace is gonna fall. Usegen is gonna fall, and the double TP to the bot lane is gonna fail from Wacky Wraiths. And the question is this the game from Gucci? Will they have time to end? I don't know. Wacky Wraiths, they threw the curveball at Gucci, but the Baron steal from JL might just be too much for the Wacky Wraiths to handle.
I don't think they're in a position to end. Robbery is still on the run, JL.
JL is on adventure alone. He's gonna pick up Robbery after a chase longer than the Amazon River. The question is, can they get anything more? Here comes the hook from Wiggis onto Elrat. Elrat is gonna fall. This is 4 members of Wacky Wraiths down. 22nd on the mid laner. Wiggis is buying time against Butner. I think Gucci has done it. I think we might be looking at a silver scrape and what looked like an impossible game. An impossible game. The first title for the Sanctuary was in the hands of Wacky Wraiths, and instead it's Gucci knocking on the doors of Silver Scrape, and the only question right now is whether or not we're copyrighted allowed to play that song even. That's how we're going to Game 5.
Holy smoke, it is Game 5 on our hands. Case Mace cannot do it. He cannot get the backdoor. Gucci end up taking us to a final Game 5 of the series, and what a game. So we're gonna go throw it over to the analyst desk and give it over to them, but I'm here for a hell of a series.
Yeah. Holy. Well, we have a series on our hands for sure. I'm gonna be honest here. I think when I saw this Gucci draft, I was like, we're going to Game 5, and we are. But this is not the way I saw it coming. I think Wacky Rays were set up to win this game. There was multiple times where I felt like they have this in the bag. They just need to play the macro properly, and then, the pressure. I feel like this game, like the whole series, we've just seen multiple of these misplays, right? We've seen individual mistakes. We've seen, I think, like macro mistakes, and I think the pressure. You hear it's the finals. You win this, you win it all. You win the trophy. You win the, I don't know, $1 billion prize pool or whatever. But it's all is on the line, and you know this. And if you allow that to get to you, I think that's when these mistakes show up. And I think that just seeing the adaptation from Jin, I love this adaptation. I love the pike. I love this impact the map, get shit done. We saw last game how Wacky Race managed to shape it up by being more proactive, daring to attack the top a bit more, and they did this, and it just it worked out well. And I feel like this game they also did a lot of things right, but I feel like they faltered when they had it. And good, excellent job by Jin. I think a lot of stressed plays towards the mid game here. I think they felt a bit pushed up against the wall, but they managed to crawl themselves out of the hole. One scrappy play by one scrappy play. You know, I can imagine the comms at this. It must have been so hectic. Like the split pushing volley there. You have people running in mid. You have Usurgin on the side lane up, you know, like in I don't know where he's in. In the Arctic, like in top lane, just like pushing a wave, and you're trying to take Baron and people stopping you back and stuff. But incredible game. Opinions, guys. What do we think?
I think this game is pretty much the epiphany of this entire series. I feel like if you want to know what happened this series, how it goes, just watch this game. It's been back and forth, head on head, just so close games, clutch play after clutch play from each side. You think, okay, now they're ahead, and then something else happens on the other side of the map, and it's just so exciting to just watch the series. It's just very, very exciting to just watch it and see like the passion. Like both teams, you can see they wanna win, and like sometimes some scrappy stuff happens, but I would much rather see like mistakes and scrappy plays happen than just the team be like, yeah, just let me lose in peace, you know? And I just like you feel the passion just watching the game. You like you feel how they want to win, how they want the crown, and I think it's very intense and must be very exhausting also to play it.
Absolutely, taking us all the way to game 5 here, long games as well. Cybo, opinions? What do we think?
And I guess so. Now I'm back. I was muted. So yeah, it was a crazy game. So many up and downs. We had this Baron steal. We had backdoor attempts by Case Maze, and he's been putting so much pressure on the side lane. And I know how it feels like to play against that. I've played against this Volibear. Yeah, but incredible effort by Gucci to really come back from this. Yeah, what else is there to say? I'm very happy for Silver Scrapes now, and
Yes, and we will see if we will have them on stream. I'm not sure. Copyrights and all. We'll have to find out by production. But otherwise, we have to sing it in chat, I guess. Works. That's as good. Great, yeah, performance. Once again, I think we can look to this bot lane. I feel like the bot lane has been the focus of this series so many times, time after time again. It's all about this AD carries and like look at this Senna, massive Senna, incredible scoreline, just so big in the late game, right? And I think Butner has had like an incredible thing. I think he's really carrying. He has the carry role right now, right? And Jin is not making it easy, for sure. And I think Scheffler has replied with this game, and I'm excited for a game number 5. And I want to see more. I feel like this game, I would like to see a 7-game series at this point, right? Even though I'm not sure we could handle that. I'm not sure the players could handle that either. I need a lot of mental fortitude to go on this far. Mid lane, however, I think I like the SC. Exciting champion, a bit of a like a cheese special, I suppose you could say. Great to whip it out, and that's actually something you called out here, Gloomyux, in the previous like waiting room. You were talking about the Senna that you wanted to see the Senna on the side of Chi, and you were really excited once they whipped it out here, and we were discussing the draft, and I think it paid off. It seems like to work out well, and I think we saw good adaptations from the side of Jin. And once again, we're back to Wacky Wraiths. Need to step it up now. Balls in their court. I think they have side selection. It's they will be staying blue side. I've just been told, and everything on the line. Yeah, this is the last game, not just of the finals, but of the SLE Split 5. Exciting. So SLE Split 5 is gonna end with 5 games. Very, very fitting, I think.
What a banger.
Absolute banger. Anyways, yeah, taking us to game 5, and I think something I would like to bring up already is like I think whoever takes this game 5, it's gonna feel incredible, right? You're gonna feel like you really earned it. And I feel like if you lose this game, it is gonna be really tough. But I think we're gonna see I think we have two teams here who definitely prove that they deserve to be in the finals. They've had just incredible splits. They have really fought to be here. They have just showcased why they are good and they deserve to be in the finals, and they're showing it right now, giving it all. And I hope they drink a lot of water for Game 5. And I'm excited. But let's talk a little bit predictions. What do we think? Maybe we should start with what do we want to see for Game 5? Let's look at the Wacky Wraiths here. What do we want to see them change?
I don't want them to change like much personally. I like their approach at this game. Like kind of have like all the games. I want them to put probably more resources into Butner than they already do, because and
I think we
he's
lost. Yeah, sorry. We lost sound there for a moment. We're back.
okay. Basically, what I said, I just want Wacky Wraiths to just play more, even more through Butner, because he gets his gold, he gets his resources. We've seen so far, he just gets rolling like a Ramos with gold. He's just unstoppable, and it's just disgusting to watch what he's doing with the enemy team when he gets his gold. And I feel like if they like adapt the plan, punish, like the enemy had a Senate that had to step up to farm, and I feel like Wacky Wraiths would have had like quite a few opportunities just to just go down there and like dive the center and just punish her as much as you can. And I want to see more of that. I want more aggressive plays through the bot lane, more gold into Butner, and I think this is how Wacky Wraiths would win this game 5.
Cybotop, what do you think? Wacky Wraiths, can they do it?
I think they can do it. They have shown that they can be Gucci, and I think all they need to do is just be a little bit more calm, a little bit more relaxed, just keep their focus up, which is going to be very hard in the Game 5, right? So, yeah, let's see if they can do it.
So I would like
And-
some. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, and on the other side for Gucci, I think they have the right approach, or they found the right approach now. They are on paper individually stronger, and they should just focus on their strength and do what they have done in the last game. And I think then we are gonna be in for a banger Game 5.
Absolutely. Predictions, gentlemen, for the last game of the split. Who is taking it all?
It depends. I think
No,
if
no. I want the statements here. I want to hear
look,
who's taking Game 5.
it's a Senna diff. If Gucci gets Senna, if Gucci picks Senna, Gucci wins. No Senna, Wacky Wraith wins.
Yeah, I mean, I have to go with Wacky Wraiths now. So, yeah, I'm not neutral now in this last game. I have to say, or I have to admit. So, yeah.
I think there is a player who's been bullied a lot this game. He's been dove like 20 times in the last like 3 games. And I think he's gonna awaken in this last game, and I think we're gonna have a show in the top lane. And I think that's gonna be the deciding factor in this Game 5. I think Sench will be the difference maker. And I think Gucci will take Game 5 here. And I think we're gonna be in for a banger of a Game 5. Yeah, but this is just predictions. We will see who's right and who's wrong. Maybe it's Cybotop who proves us both wrong here. But that means Gloomix, are you changing your prediction from a 3-2 then?
No, I'm just a believer in Senna, and like, which I think Senna is just too broken. Like pick up Senna, or yeah, like you just don't want to win. No, not like that extremely, but I just believe Gucci was the team now that first showed they're able to play the Senna, and so that's why I believe if they play Senna again, I believe in Gucci supremacy. If they do not pick Senna, I am a Wacky Wraiths believer.
What do we think about the Varus? Do we want to see a Varus again? Well, we will just have to find out if we're gonna see another Varus, as we are about to head in for the last draft of the SLE split season 5. I'm excited, hope you're excited, and I hope our casters are excited. Let's take us away.
Thank you, Panini. I can indeed confirm we're not excited for this Game 5. Don't get hyped, guys, whatever you do. This is just a drill. Jokes aside, Dessa. Oriana has been locked in again. If you're on the side of Wacky Wraiths, are you even changing anything at this point?
Oh man, the script, it's been written. We, oh man, it's just, it's so surreal to me because I came into it expecting a 3-0, I'll be honest, and here we are, game 5. It's such a close series, and Oriana gonna be picked up first, like you said, for the side of Wacky Rice. It is gonna be responded to by a Wukong on the other side, and I think to answer your question, do you need to change anything? I don't think you do. I think potentially you might want to look to ban the Senna in the second rotation if it doesn't get picked up here early on the side of Guccian. But I think outside of that, if you draft a similar comp, if you draft a similar style, I think you should be fine. But this, Rain, you talked about it earlier. You said in game 3 that this is not a situation that you would ever want to be in, be having a Volibear backdooring your Nexus while you're on the barrel. Randy, there's a Lee Sin.
Oh my god.
There's a Lee Sin.
There's a Lee Sin.
Holy, there's a
And
Lee
the
Sin.
Sion is back. Mate. No, oh my god. No, this is a pick where you can define your entire season. Well, we've seen Robert through his ups and downs this series. I'm excited. I'm expecting a Raptor invade. That's all I'm saying. If I speak, I'm in trouble, but this with Giga Shad robbery locking the Lee Sin, not so Giga Shad Team Chef locking the Seraphine.
This. Okay, Randy. When you came here today, did you expect a Lee Sin?
Yeah, maybe like mid lane or something, but no. I did not expect a Lee Sin. Maybe if Obsidian. Maybe Obsidian would have played Lee Sin, but he's not here. Robbery. I actually probably expected Elrat to play Lee Sin over Robbery, but we're sitting here making fun of Lee Sin. Who knows? Maybe like this could be a pick that will go down to history, you know? I don't want to shit on it yet, but like Robbery, hats off for you, man. This is the picks we're looking for in a game 5.
Split 5 final. Game 5, the last series of Split 5, the last game, the last official game of the year. And this man, out of all the junglers that are available, there is the Jarvans, there is the Maokais. Granted, Jarvan banned around, yes. Maokai still open. This man goes, nah, give me the goddamn Lee Sin. Give me the Lee Sin. Let me whip it out in game 5. And Randy, if the side of Wacky Wraiths win this game, if this Lee Sin comes through, this is going to be the most Pog Lee Sin I think we've ever seen.
Well, I mean, I did back in like season 5 see Meteos win on Lee Sin after doing one kick in 60 minutes, so I wouldn't jump on the most Pog, but yes, like that, this pick is something that will go down in history, probably no matter the result. We see Sen, she has jumped back on the Aatrox, we're back on game 1 matchups, Butner, Comfort again, Vayne will be locked in. The Vayne has had both an insane game and then a maybe not so insane game, but it looks like both of the teams are just going back to Comfort, except for Robbery, and it will be definitely interesting to see how this game pans out.
Yeah, definitely gonna be interesting. I expected a Melio lock in here personally, just because it is really good into the Seraphine. It is, you can't just deny the Encore entirely, especially paired up something like Avane, who really does like having an enchanter by her side, but does still have an enchanter by her side, just not the enchanter I personally expect. It's gonna be the Lulu locked in for the side of Wacky Wraiths on their last pick. Rakan being hovered at the moment, which does mean it's gonna be ADC Seraphine plus the Rakan in the bot lane, does indeed end up getting locked in, and we have the same mid lane matchup, we have the same top lane matchup, the bot lane matchup. Not this time around. Yeah, the same bot lane matchup as well. Vayne versus Seraphine. There are so many matchups that we've seen earlier today, but none of them excite me as much as this jungle, because it is not often that we get to see a Lee Sin in the SLE, and I'm so goddamn here for it.
Yes, and it's just both teams are kind of sticking a bit to what has worked. We see Elrat. I think this is the first Lulu pick of the series, but it's also the first Rakan pick of the series. I wish I could sit here and say like, yeah, this is super favored in one team or another, but I don't think I'm smart enough for this. I'm Shrek man after all. Like, intelligence is not my strongest point. I want to say I predict some team to win, but I have no idea. Like, the lengths both of these teams have gone to win a game in some of these in this series, like at times, it's just insane. Overall, I would prefer the Wacky Wraith draft if it wasn't for the Lee Sin. But I'm a believer in robbery. I believe this is the game he's gonna go and invade Raptors. I believe this is the game that the Raptor fights will happen more than once, and that's why I'm voting for Gucci to win this series 3-2.
That's fair. That's fair. I think looking at how the series has gone so far, I think it's completely fair. But I cannot side with anything but the Lee Sin. I cannot, in a good conscience, vote against the Lee Sin in this situation in a Game 5 final. So screw it, Randy. I'm gonna go opposing opinion. I'm putting my faith into Wacky Race. I'm putting my faith that Robbery is finally gonna get the Raptor camp.
And you know what, Tessa? I don't even care at this moment. All we wanted was a hype finals. Everyone told me this was gonna be the easiest 3-0 for Wacky Raids ever. If Gucci even takes one, no, the other way, easiest 3-0 ever for Gucci, I meant. We're sitting here. The clock is almost reached 12. It's even reached 12 back at your home in Finland, and we're at the game 5. Like, we can't ask for more. And when we think we can't ask for more, Robbery locks in the Lee Sin. I'm just overly stoked to be casting this game, and I'm looking forward to it, Tessa.
I'm so looking forward to this, even though, yes, there is a Lee Sin, but there is so many playmaking tools. There is so much, I want to say, showboating that you can do. You're looking at a Seraphine with a huge AoE ultimate. You're looking at an Azir shuffle. We saw some great shuffles in the game we just had as well. We have an Aatrox who can always go ham. We have a Rakan with the quickness, with the grand entrance, a lot of AoE CC. We have the Wukong with the Cyclone, Shockwave on the other side, Lee Sin Kick, alongside, I mean, K's base is Sion, always flashy. But there's so much playmaking in this game. There's so many tools for both of these teams to do so much, I think, just showboating, do so much cool plays, and definitely create so much content, I think, for game number 5. But Randy, I know you said you came in today expecting a 3-0, but I I do want to ask, are you much happier that it is a 5 game, or do you think we would have been better off with a 3-0?
Hell yeah, I'm happy it's a 5 game. Man, imagine having to listen to like either Elrat 3-0ing or Kim Jensen 3-0ing. Like, that ego would be no. This is good. Like, my dream scenario here is that both of the teams gets disqualified and Blazing Pandas get crowned the winner. I think we're quite far from that future, but Lurgs, I know you're watching back home. I know we could have won this split if you were just not on the team. With that in mind, though, Dessa, for real this time, this is your last chance to sit in a champion select this season. Do you have any closing words before we go into the break?
Oh man, this is honestly, Randy, I couldn't genuinely not have expected a better series. I think we've had so many good moments. We've had so many hype situations. We have a Lee Sin in a Game 5 final. Does it get more hype than that? And not only is it not just on anyone, it's on Robbery too. The man who's been going after the Raptors more than he has after the enemy team for the entire series. Like, I'm so glad. I'm just so glad to be here for it, and I'm so goddamn excited for this Game 5. I wish we didn't have spectate delay just so we didn't have to sit here for 3 minutes because I want to see this Lee Sin in action. I'm so raring to go.
Yes, I mean, you did say more exciting than Lee Sin. I mean, what's more exciting than Seraphine AD carry, to be fair? With that in mind, we are gonna head into a break, guys. If SLE is ever proven its worth as content, it's time to press that subscription button. Peppercocker has rent to pay, guys. Remember that. Anyway, we're gonna head into break now. I'll see you after the break.
Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime and know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order.
and the entire Twitch chat. And Lurgs, welcome to the moment we've all been waiting for. Game 5 of the Season 5 SLE Finals is finally here. Dessa, talk to me. What are your feelings right now?
I'm so excited to see this damn Lee Sin, man. This is where it all culminates. This is where everything you've done in regular season, everything you've done in playoffs so far, it all ends here. Game 5 of the finals. And during the break, we did get some background information as well. Apparently, according to my production man, Robbery does have 1.1 million points on the Lee Sin. So he's not first timing it. This is something that he's got quite a bit of experience on. So I'm excited to see what he can do with it. Of course, Lee Sin, a champion that is quite hard to pull off in a competitive setting, especially in an environment such as this, because I can imagine the nerves for both of these teams are probably through the roof right now. And Randy, I agree with you. This is not a situation I would want to be in if I was either of these teams.
Exactly, and we see here from the beginning, both junglers, they're gonna match each other in the clear. I think I've seen JL clear this red buff 5 times at least at this minute, so probably because he's done it all game long. But it's gonna be such an interesting jungle matchup. JL on that potential serious saving Baron steal, taking Gucci to a game 5, and now going up against Robbery's Lee Sin. I don't think we could have asked for more. The only thing more maybe would be if you would have sang Silver Scrapes, but that's we're saving for Season 7.
You can now get the special recording of me singing Silver Scrapes for only $9.99 on the SLE website.
True
It's there.
and read.
But yeah, unfortunately, no singing of Silver Scrapes from me for now. It was played during the break, so there was some Silver Scrapes, just not sung by me. And again, this time, Maze, you know what I think it is? He picked the Volley Bear. He was like, I miss my Scion. He picked it twice in a row. He was like, I really now miss my Scion. And now he's like, I gotta go back to it. That's my boy.
It was just too mechanical intensive, the Boulder Bear. Like, he had us 2 skill shots instead of Sion that only has... I mean,
None.
would you call the ult a skill? I guess the E is technically a skill shot. But
Okay, true.
Casemess, he just wanted to be on comfort. And even though the Volley Bear looked kinda comfortable, I mean, we can't complain about the Sion. It might not be the most fun thing to watch, but I mean, hasn't done that bad so far, that's all I'll say.
Yeah, I think, all jokes aside with the Lee Sin, I think it is, if you can put yourself on comfort in a stressful situation such as this, as Kim Jensen with a aggressive dash forward in the mid lane, as our cameras pan down towards the bot lane, but if you can go for comfort in a series like this, if you can pick something that you don't have to think much about, which is Casemace's Scion, for example, I think it unlocks you so much more potential as JL gonna be able to take the crab away.
Yeah, it seems like he's gonna hold an early birthday party here. Robbery is gonna hit the first Q of the game onto JL here. He's gonna deal a lot of damage onto JL here. The Bastion Cone goes all away. Can JL just run out? It's gonna be close. Ooh, the Q is so close to landing with that big circle tracking it all the way for us. We saw how close Robbery was to securing the first blood, and I mean, JL kinda got away with only blowing a flash there. Almost felt great. She should maybe be grateful for that.
Yeah, 4 minutes in and already both teams brawling. You can see some brawling in the bot lane as well, though Elra trying to enter the lane through the river, the side of Gucci, and said, no, you are going around, my friend. You're going around town if you want to enter this lane. Which Elra has to take the walk of shame. Now, does get knocked up, but with a big wave like this, there's going to be no follow-up from the side of Gucci's bot lane. Going to be all good for now, and overall, it does seem like, outside of the play bot lane, a chill early game for us. No kills thus far.
Yes, and I just have to say, everyone is just on their comfort picks. It's just so smart, probably. Like, sure, the Lee Sin maybe not the most conventional pick that we see the most time, but like, we know Senj plays Aatrox, we know JL plays Wukong, Kim has a lot of Azir games. As we see JL gonna go for a gank here onto Casemace, he's actually gonna get the Ghost, but more than that is probably a bit too much to ask. But going back to my early point, we have Casemace on Scion, Robbery million points on Lee Sin. Yusejin has played a lot of Orianna this playoffs. Butner on his vein, like, do I need to say more? Like, there's so much comfort in this game, and it's so nice that we hopefully will get the chance to just see everyone playing at their full potential, even in a high stress moment like this.
Yeah, definitely. So first dragon is going to be an infernal one, which is gonna be highly contested. I feel like for both teams. Kim Jensen already with Prio in the mid lane. Keep in mind, Yusejin not level 6 quite yet, so Kim Jensen has his shuffle. Yusejin no shockwave available. It's gonna be available now though, as there's an ultimate in the top lane gonna be forced out.
Yeah, Sion runs screams cowards and runs the other way. We've seen this one before, maybe just not in this series particular. We know that Gucci loves their early dragons. This time around though, they are gonna end up not going for it. Maybe the freeze in the bot lane could be the bigger reason, as Butner is gonna look for a fight onto Team Chef, and look at the damage this Vayne is doing. And this might be what a flash by Team Chef. Butner is gonna run out. Can he secure the kill onto Chef there? He cannot, and it's so close. Kim and Yusejin is running down, and somehow, some way, everyone gets out alive.
I don't know how the hell nobody dies right there. Butner having to burn both of his summoners, trying to go for an aggressive play onto Team Chef, the man, the chef himself. But this time around, Sheffer is gonna get himself on out and away. Butner burning his flash and his ghost to try to get the play down, which means he's gonna be pretty vulnerable for the next 5 minutes, or at least until that ghost does come back on up. So it'll be interesting to see if JL potentially is gonna go for a different pathing, but for now he's gonna get invaded.
It seems Robbery has dropped the Raptor camp. He's looking for Kim Jensen, or is he looking for the Wolves? I don't know, apparently nothing, which kind of explains it. He is playing Lee Sin after all, so maybe he isn't overly looking for that much right now. But it's nice seeing Robbery so active so far in this early game. But something that's standing out for me is how Casemace feels a bit pressured this time, I have to say. We already seen him be forced to ult safely, and the wave is in a really good spot for Senj, and maybe this is the game where Senj can finally get out a true, really good carry game.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen this matchup before as well, right? Went the way of the Aatrox last time around. Gonna see if it's gonna be any different in our last game of the day. You can see JL all on his way to the top side of the map, though. He's on the Krug camp at the moment, but Casemace, like you said it earlier, Randy, not gonna have ultimate quite yet. Should be back up any second now, but still needs to be careful because the monkey in the top lane can make some difference. There's also Rakan up there, so William's making his way on in. Gonna try get an aggressive play onto Casemace.
Yes, and this could be something, but just look, Casemate, he's running for his life, but this is gonna be first blood going over to Senj, and maybe this is the game that Senj has been looking for all series. Meanwhile, they're looking for Robbery as well, but we've been praising Casemate non-stop the past few games, and now Senj gets the first blood on a solo kill, and this is so big for the side of Gucci.
Casemace not being able to handle it in the high pressure situation, ends up falling in the top lane. This time doing a little more of a boss imitation than he did last time on around. Now Drake gonna be looked at as well, an Infernal Dragon on the cards, and this one should be easy pickings. You said earlier that the side of Wacky Wraiths like their first dragons, they like their early dragons. This time around, they're gonna get an early dragon for themselves as well.
I think this is their first in the series, actually, if I'm completely honest. I think Gucci has gotten first every single game. This time though, Gucci going for the Herald, maybe change the plans here. I don't think I'm too against it. Getting this Aatrox ahead would be very key. As we see, there is beginning to form a CS deficit in the mid lane for Kim Jensen, though. He has a wave to pick up.
There is a little bit of a CS deficit in the mid lane. You can see Yusejin has done a great job of pressuring the Azir. Definitely Orianna favored in the early game in that matchup. Robbery looking for something a little bit creative. Thought he might look for the plant over the wall. Jail in the top lane though.
Yes, this is a Sion without his ultimate though. He has no flash, but he is do kind of be fast with that ghost. He's running. And the question, will it be enough? And yes, that goes Sion. We're kind of seeing the value of not running flash because that guy is fast.
He is very fast in the top lane. He's gonna be able to get himself on Robbery. He seems to have switched his attention from the Raptor camp to the bush next to the mid lane tower.
Yes, and it feels like he's kind of forcing this gank in the end. He's wasting a lot of time. Look at this jungle camp. Robbery, you have rent to pay. You need to get some coins. can't just be standing in the mid lane. He swapped to the Wiggles. He even swapped to the Wiggles buff bush now as well, and finally comes to his senses that damn, maybe I should clear a camp instead.
I think he went like, I think the Zero knows something's up. And Kim Jensen gets to live another day. Like you said, Robbery spending a lot of time there, Randy, for really getting no value for the time he did end up expending, is still gonna be up on CS compared to JL, at least for now. Does have the Iron Spike Whip picked up as well, should help him clear some of these AoE camps on up. You can see Usajin is gonna have to TP in the mid lane. I do believe he should burn that just to catch the next wave coming on in, which means there is gonna be in a few seconds TP advantage for the side of Gucci. Trade in the top lane.
Yes, and this is looking kind of scary for Casemace Sench with the Eclipse already completed at 11 minutes. And JL is sneaking up in the top lane. Again, Casemace has a ward, but look at the wave state. Again, not good. Again for Casemace. Again. I'll say another again. But then, I gotta give you credit though. We had an earlier discussion in chat whether it was Iron Spike or Iron Whip, and Dessa, you seem to know your items correctly. It is the Iron Spike Whip, and I'm kind of impressed, Dessa. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, who knew that AD carry players actually knew something too, am I right?
SNC Kim Jensen with a great Shurima shuffle onto Usajin. He's gonna flash away, but Wiggins is gonna follow with the charm onto Usajin. The shockwave only hits Kim Jensen, and the question, will this be enough? Meanwhile, in the bot lane, we have a dive going on to Sheffer, and the question is, can Sheffer live this? Elrat is gonna barely go down there. Sheffer with the flash. What a play from Sheffer. Can he live? Robbery solo. Wait, here comes Usajin from downtown. Can he kill? He misses the Q, but Sheffer runs into the auto attack, and it's a disaster of a moment for Wacky Wraiths. They get punished in the mid lane, they're getting punished in the top lane, and now they're getting punished in the bot lane. And the question is this the place that Gucci is needing to take home this game?
They're getting punished everywhere on the map. A confusing dive coming out from the side of Wacky Wraiths. You can see if they help what you said in here, he's so much better off, but had already committed to the dive down towards the bot lane. But like you said, a great play coming out from Sheffer here with the flash, ends up getting out of the grippy palms of Robbery as well. Usajin somehow is the one to pick up this kill, even though he ran all the way from mid lane, but so many kills going over to the side of Gucci, and you can see the gold as well up by 2,000 at the moment, and Sheffer with Aliandrius in his inventory has so much gold. This man is so rich. You can see some other mythics on their team coming through as well. You can see Zench, JL both having their mythics finished on up, while on the side of Wacky Wraiths, not a single item. So this early game so far, definitely going the way of Gucci.
Yes, and the scary part for Wacky Wraiths is they are the ones committing to these plays. They are the ones going for the dive in the bot lane, and I mean, it's almost like they should be happy they even killed Sheffer, because Usajin happened to run into him when he was running for his life in mid lane. So at least they get one kill back, but as you say, the Seraphine 2-1 right now. Sench has already started to farm behind the tower. And Kim Jensen is kind of catching up as well. A lot of things are going wrong for the side of Accurate. JL is going to hover the mid lane here again, and I have to say the Lee Sin pick's value hasn't been as strong as he's gonna find JL with the Q. The question is, does he know that Wiggis is roaming in the bush? We know that Wiggis likes to hide in the bush. JL is gonna run onto Robbery. The question is, will Robbery take this bait? There's no way. This mind is telling him no, as he's gonna walk into Wiggis here and survive with his life. And thank God he was listening to his mind and not his body.
Yeah, Resonating Strike not gonna be followed through there by Robbery. Although Dragon gonna be on the cards. Don't let the Spectate tool fool you. It is not an Infernal, it is a Chemtech Dragon, but both teams looking to catch this one.
Yes, and look at the position from Wiggis. He's looking for the flank. They know about it. Sench is actually gonna cancel Casemace here. We're gonna have a straight up 4v4 at this fight. And we see Kim Jensen is gonna find Usajin. The angle on the Shurima shuffle is not perfect, but Usajin is gonna go down. Mr. 50-50 is gonna steal the dragon. And look at that encore from Seraphine. It's a slaughter from Gucci Yin in this game fight. They're killing everyone on the side of Wacky Wraiths. Butler gets one kill back, but at what cost? The 50-50 King JL steals another dragon. Dessa.
JL hits again. He's done it again, this man. Just refuses to lose an objective Baron in the previous game, Dragon in this one, and this is where I think they should have gone with the Milio instead of the Lulu, because imagine if you get the ultimate off right there, the Encore is completely pointless. You can see Usagin just gets caught out very early on, but without the Milio not being picked, the Encore is so gorgeous, hitting onto everybody, and Budner, even with the wild growth, cannot do anything. Ends up being 1 kill at the back end of things, but it is still a 1 for so many more than 1 on the other side. Dragon picked up by the side of Gucci Yin as well, and you can see with who those kills are going over to, Team Chef is gonna be very happy with how this game started.
Yes, and Team Chef, what play he has displayed. We casted cursed Case Maze last game, but I think Sheffer has been, together with Jail, the strongest performers in the side of Gucci so far, and is showing it once again. He's taking the picks for the team that the team needs, maybe not what he wants to play, because I don't think anyone wants to play Seraphine, but this is a Seraphine with 2 items at 16 minutes. I think Yomi would be proud to see this Sheffer playing this Seraphine, or what do you say? As Butler is gonna actually go on to Kim Jensen here, but that's just the difference from this game and the early game, is the fact that 2 autos from Butler, it's a bit of damage. Last game it was dead by the 3rd.
Yeah, definitely Butner being a little bit more fed last time around on the vein than he is now, but it just has not been a good early game for the team, I feel like, on the side of Wacky Wraiths, and so far Sheffer the big winner, like we've already said. Like you said, 2 item staff is gonna be oh, they're doing it again. Oh, they're trying to go for it again.
We have seen this before. Sheffer is not even gonna give them the chance to get outplayed this time. He's gonna happily drop the tower. He knows he's worth 700 gold in a kill, so he says, I might escape this time, but you know there won't be a next time. Wacky Wraiths. As we go, the first tower has been collected, and there seems to be a fight in the mid lane, or so you might believe. It's actually a Herald being dropped, and this could be the mid lane tower falling to the side of Gucci Yin. So first tower over to Wacky Wraiths, but mid lane tower for the side of Gucci Yin. I think that's a trade overall Gucci Yin is happy with.
Oh, for sure. I think you're more than happy to trade mid lane for the bot lane tower here, just because that mid lane tower opens up the map so much more, and you don't really have any split pushers on the side of Wacky Wraiths who can abuse that bot lane tower being down. Not really anyone who can create a whole lot of pressure out of it. Sometimes, when there is someone like a Fiora, for example, you can be in the danger of getting out pressured if you lose on side lane tower very early on. But like, you're looking at a Sion, you're looking at potentially an Orianna side laning, but it's really not that scary. You're not gonna lose any tier 2s to either of those anytime soon, so I think it is a good trade. But you can see Gucci in 3,000 gold lead for them as well, and with mid lane wave being lost as well, so far it is just 6 kill lead for the side of Gucci, and you can see Wiggers. Look how deep that vision line can go with that mid lane tier 1 falling. It is such a good feeling to play with, and Sheffer working his way towards his 3rd item.
Yes, and this feels kind of surreal. 18 minutes in the game, someone working toward his 3rd item. But dude, this is not a lie. It's actually true. As we see Butner in the middle, he's gonna jump onto Sheffer, but a great flash and the snare from Sheffer is gonna save his life this time. Here comes Wiggis though, and Jail is on a killing spree. He's gonna pick up Butner. The question is, can he pick up Elrat as well? Great flash from Elrat, but here's Kim Jensen with the teleport has arrived from the bot lane. Can he get Elrat? The flash onto the ult is actually gonna catch Robber. The kick though away with the Q onto absolutely nothing, and Sheffer, hello, I'm back for the fight, picking up the kill, and it's looking grim for Wacky Wraiths. They're taking L after L, and maybe the way to beating Wacky Wraiths was banning out Robbery and picking his champions, because this Lee Sin so far hasn't been it.
Yeah, definitely not. JL might have to change his name to JW, as he is looking very firmly to secure his victory, and you gotta be a little bit critical here, because the Lee Sin pick just not working out as much as I hyped it. As much hype as I still think it is and can be, so far just hasn't really been able to do anything or get anything done. But Kim Jensen, I mean, what a play on the Azir, gets the jump over the wall, the flash shuffle out of him to get Robbery into harm's way as well. Just a gorgeous play out of the mid lane. And Usagin, with the Lunas in his inventory, this Orianna can still carry just because he is going this high damage build, but it is gonna be a rough time.
Yeah, he also wasted 800 gold on Oblivion Orb, so we're gonna have to wait a bit more for that high damage carry, but at least the Seraphine heals won't be that much, at least. Copium angle. In all seriousness though, Wacky Wraiths are gonna have to find some good picks because this game is running away from them, and you have to question how much is the last game just sitting in their head right now. A Baron steal at 4k HP away from winning the first title to Sanctuary, and now they're down 6k gold 20 minutes into the game. This is gonna be a tough one, but they have come back from 6k, they've come back from 10k. I don't want to count them out, as Usagin gets a shockwave into the side ult, and that's the beautiful play we want to see from the side of Wacky Wraiths, and this is what they're gonna need to find if they want to have a chance in coming back into this game, and that's a good start, I would say.
It's a great start, but a big shutdown onto Sion? It's not ideal in my opinion, as Robbery jumps in, hang on.
Yeah, Robbery has found Jail, but the question is who has actually found each other. It seems that Jail will be able to walk out this time because Casemace was arriving from the bot lane. One thing that's been kind of interesting with Casemace on his side is how good, as we see, Robbery. Ooh! Almost hitting the Q there. That could have been the kick, that could have been the play, but it sadly was just gonna have to stay as a coulda.
Yeah, not unfortunately hitting the resonating strike right there, and you have to imagine as well, Robbery, the amount of pressure this man is in on the Lee Sin, needing to be the one that play makes, needing to be the one who starts off any play that they're gonna try and make, and you gathered the shutdown onto Zench, which is good, but I would have seen it much rather go in the hands of Usagin go in the hands of Usagin instead of Casemace, just because I feel like Sion isn't really gonna go to 1v9 against the Sheffer, whereas if you get gold funneled into your Orianna can potentially just one-shot the Seraphine, potentially one-shot the Azir before they become an issue in a team fight. But for now, grouping the top lane, grouping in the mid lane as these tier 1s are still standing.
Yes, and the good thing though is that the Sion, they have won with Sion before. But the problem is, even with that shutdown, it's still down in items versus Aatrox on the Zench. He has his 2-item power spike now, and Sion is gonna have to start stacking both HP and armor if he's gonna wanna live. Because just look at this damage the Aatrox is doing right now without even hitting the third middle part of his Q. And this game is looking rougher and rougher. It is a 5k gold lead, and they have dragons to play around for, but I would rather be in Gucci Yin's position than Wacky Wraiths right now, at least.
Oh, 100%. I would definitely rather be on the red side than the blue side for this one. You can see how aggressively Jail is stepping up as well.
Yes, and Robbery has been caught yet again. He's charmed, he's done. The question is, can they find something else? Usagin is now playing frontline Orianna. He's thinking back to his various days, and sadly it's a double kill for Sheffer, and this is probably gonna be Baron going over to Gucci unless Butler can find some miracle play. He has to start of it as he flashes onto Sense. Sense is gonna use the World Ender to run away, and here's Wiggins, but look at that condemn from Butler. It's really good, and this might be the play that can save the Wacky Wraiths. Butler has propped his ultimate, though, so it won't be up for this fight as Casemace has arrived, and this might be the play that determines the entire series. Can Wacky Wraiths stop this Baron attempt? It seems so right now. And the question, can Gucci even find a counter engage? They have the Shurima shuffle, and somehow, some way, the Baron doesn't seem to be taken this time. And that's a great stop from the Wacky Wraiths.
It's just a great play from Butner all around, chasing Zench out, forcing the flash out of the Aatrox, and I mean, you said it yourself in the fight as well, but what a condemn to cancel out the grand entrance out of Wiggles, ends up not getting knocked up, and Sheffer was previously working towards his 3rd item. I can now confirm it has been completed, working towards his 4th item, and Sheffer is gonna have so much ability haste at the end of this build. He's got the Lucidity Boots, he went for the Cosmic Drive alongside the Leandris and the Staff. This man is gonna be firing Qs and Es and shields left, right, and center.
Yes, and we were asking for the hyper carries. What we didn't know when we said that was that it would be Seraphine and Senna. But so far, Sheffer is putting on a shift with these champions. The Seraphine, as you say, almost at 4 items, 1k shutdown with the Rabadon's gonna maybe be hurting. At least the ultimate will do some damage. It's mostly for the shielding power though, as Gucci will start up the third dragon here for them potentially. The dragon is down to 6k, but this time the entire Wacky Wraith squad is here. Meanwhile, here have Usagin has been caught up with Sen. She has to flash away. Yale is gonna go for the engage onto robbery. Oh, what an encore from Team Chef. The question is, can they take down Butler? Just look at that CC stage. Look at that bounce. Look at the CC. And Gucci, they're just cleaning house with Wacky Wraiths, and for sure this has to be a barrel. And the question is, can it be even more? For this time, maybe not. The shockwave comes out. Will it save Usagin's life? I highly doubt it. Ascent is gonna pick up an unofficial quadra kill. And you just gotta have to wonder how it feels to be in the Wacky Wraith situation right now. You're down almost 10k gold. The Baron is gonna go over. And you were so close in game number 4 to ending it all. And now it just seems all doomed and gloomed from this point.
Wacky Wraiths just get crushed in this situation by Gucci Yin like ants at the bottom of their shoe. And I mean, do I need to say more about that shuffle? Because god damn, Kim Jensen is putting in a shift and a half with these ultimates. It was such a good play starting out as well, because Usagin gets caught down in the bot lane. He's got no flash after this Sench. A wonderful job to zone out the Orianna. The encore hits onto 2, but look at the shuffle. It locks everybody up, and at that point, they are just minced meat in a meat grinder. Even get Usagin at the back end of the fight. The shockwave is good, but there's just not enough damage. There's not enough just items. There's not enough gold, and slowly but surely there is not gonna be enough hope, as the gold lead is 11,000 for the side of Gucci in 26 minutes into the game. Baron buff in their pocket, 1 point on the Dragon Soul, and slowly but surely working their way towards the base of Wacky Wraiths.
Yes, and what a game we have on hand from the side of Gucci, and what a performance they're having so far. But the most important part of the game is still not happening. As we see, Wacky Wraiths is gonna do for 1 Hail Mary last engage. The Encore goes down onto the Lee Sin that's gonna fall instant in the fight. The question is, what more can they get? Case Mace is gonna be low. We have Sench in the background. This Aatrox is so massive right now. JL gets onto Butler. Butler is gonna fall. And so, with that, is the entire hope of the Sanctuary. The 4-man shockwave from Usagin is not gonna be enough. And ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to the Season 5 finalists, the Season 5 winners, Gucci Yin, against all odds. Take down Wacky Wraiths in Game 5 with an epic Baron steal on the side of JL into an insane carry performance from Sheffer. Gucci Yin is your Season 5 champions.
It might not have been 3-0, it might not have been 3 games, it might have took 5 games, but Gucci Yin are gonna be the split 5 kings, the crown holders for now. And what a performance, what a game 5, what a series we had in our hands. As I'm gonna toss it over to our analyst desk, but GG's.
It was an absolute nail biter up until the end, ending the game 5. It wasn't. Yeah, big round of applause to the game, to the to the split 5 champions, Gucci Jin. I think very well deserved. A 3-2 result. I think we were all wrong on the analyst desk with our predictions, but we were all right in one way as well. Like 2 of us predicted the right winner, and 1 predicted the right scoreline. So we can take that with us. And I mean, I think I just huge props to the Jin team. And before, I mean, we're gonna take time here and we're gonna celebrate Jin and their accomplishments here. But before we do, I think we need to send off Wacky Wraiths as well. And I think Wacky Wraiths deserve like massive cred this split. Yeah. F in the
07.
chat, everyone. Yeah, 07. They played their hearts out. They fought really hard just to be in the final. They overcame every obstacle and they fell just so close. But I think they should go out with their heads held high and as champions in their own right, I think. And massive respect to this team. I think they're just so well. Sometimes this is how it is. We can't have a winner without someone losing. And just well done, Wacky Wraiths. Don't feel bad. It sucks. It hurts today. It's gonna feel better tomorrow. Or well,
Yeah,
probably not tomorrow, but the day after.
I I also want to like give big props to Wacky Race. Like if you look at them, I don't think anybody predicted Wacky Race to actually end up in the finals. Like they should have failed at so many steps, and they just pulled through. Like they didn't give up, and just big props to Wacky Race. Like to even get this far, take into Game 5.
Yeah,
I'm also,
for sure.
I'm also very, very proud of my boys there. But yeah, we have to say that Gucci had a phenomenal Game 5 here, I think. And everybody stepped up. Like Senj on his Aatrox, finally getting the kills, and Kim Jensen with massive ultimates. It was a very, very impressive Game 5. And yeah, I guess you could really see that Gucci deserves this victory.
I think what we really saw in Game 5 as well is both teams. Yeah, they went for it, right? They committed. They didn't back down, and that's just the way you should play these games. You don't commit. It's Game 5. Everything's on the line, and you just play. You do all you can, and then it goes as it goes. And I think Gucci completely just awoke here in the last game as well. They played, I think, way cleaner than we've seen them play the entire series. They finally, I feel like, felt like this dominant Jin that we've seen this whole split. Just domination, like across the board. Every player playing well. Um, just doing such a good job. Like and also, as I said before, Sench, the GOAT, waking up, solo kill in the top lane. Finally, and huge props. I think there's going to be a lot of champagne being being corked up over there in the gym thing, and I hope that we in a little bit will be allowed to do a little interview as well. Yeah, but it's so good, and I think we want to discuss a little MVP of these finals from the analyst desk here, maybe.
Personally, I would give my MVP to JL. I think without the Baron steal, I don't think there would have been a Game 5, which like obviously wasn't game deciding for Gucci to even win this and give them the third star. So I would give it to the monkey.
Yeah, I agree here. I would also give it to JL because he was just the most consistent member on his team. So everybody on the Gucci roster had some very pop-off games and some not so good games, and JL was just so consistent and brought so much stability into his team. And I think this is a big reason why they won this final today.
Yeah, I agree. I think JL is a deserving MVP candidate here. I think my MVP goes to him as well. I think even in the one game where he had a horrible scoreline of the 0-7, it's kind of like he did create the plays early. He did what he could, right? And but sometimes it just goes. You play Maokai like you're a tank thing, and if the rest of your map is collapsing and there's like a 6-0, 16-0 vein or something, like what are you gonna do, right? Steely caps aren't gonna save you, right? So just incredible. But I think props to all players. I think Senj completely just like battered in the top lane this whole series and just absorbing that pressure, making the best of it, and also showing some real class here in the last game. JL, spoke about JL. Mid lane, I think Kim Jensen, consistent, incredibly consistent as well. That's really well, getting the damage in. And I think this Azir game in the beautiful shuttle at the Drake fight, just to kind of, put that nail into the coffin, the first one. Bot lane, I think Cheffer, even if Butner was a shining star on the side of Wacky Wraiths, it's hard to, you can't overlook Cheffer either. Just great performances, and even if you don't see any massive plays, he's just not dashing around crazy on the vein or something. He played, more Seraphine, more Senna, more these kind of bit laid back champions, but I think the score lines speak for themselves, just pulling his weight massively. And also Wiggis, I think Wiggis probably played with the biggest diversity in champs out of like the whole finals. I think different champions in every game potentially, just showing that mastery of this game, like able to play everything. And when you have this, 5 players who's good, 5 players who get along well and are able to play together, you have a good org backing them up. then you get the results. You just keep going at it, and well deserved. And I think we're gonna head into a little interview here shortly. I'm not sure who are we getting as an interview. We're getting a bunch of people in here. It's gonna be a party as we're gonna celebrate. But before we do, we are gonna head off into a short little break. So stay around for the winners interview, as we will be with you in a moment.
Do we fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love? Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the
And we are back. And on the desk with us, we have Wiggis, we have Chether, and we have Tim Chef. Wait, no, sorry, we have Wiggis. We have
Sorry.
Chether, we have Kim Jensen. I got a bit tricked by the KJ there. I felt like, is it JL? And welcome, guys.
Thank you, thank you.
Congratulations, first and foremost, well-deserved champions.
you.
So my first question going out there, how does it feel? Split 5 champions, 3-peat for Gucci, absolute dominant performance, star class.
It's nice that it's over,
Yeah,
for sure.
it
It's
feels
been it's been 13 weeks or something, 14 weeks, and finally we can go home to our family.
finally
then
can rest, retire
the-
to World of
Yes,
Warcraft.
retirement.
Being locked up in the chi basement by Ace,
Exactly,
the whip, just like game, solo queue, more solo
That's-
queue.
Finally we'll get paid now that we won, so that'll be nice.
Yeah.
But it feels great having won, actually. Like, we've gotten so much support from both the Gucci community and everyone else in SLE, and it feels great, for sure.
Yes. Shout out to our World of Warcraft Guild Team of the Week. All the support.
Great. So Gloomyux, I think you have some questions for the guys as well here.
Yeah, I in general have some questions. Like, first of all, also like congratulations for the first star. Like, just fully showing how Gucci is the like best org to ever touch the SLE. But I like also have like obviously some questions here. And first of all, I wanted to like ask if we especially compare like Game 5 compared to the other 4 games. It just overall it felt like a lot more fast paced, but like not in a you just trying to force plays for no reason. You just felt a lot more composed, faster, and like you knew what you were doing. It didn't feel like you were just running around without a plan. It feels like you were a unit trying to run around as a team and force like make stuff together faster and better. What changed that there was like this big difference compared to the other 4 games before that?
The Seraphine, we played Seraphine.
Yeah, that jump is broken. Like the thing is, that jump, if the team is grouped, then we can't really lose a fight. It's just that strong.
Because we're basically playing versus a bot lane that is doing everything possible to like scale and win. But if we're picking Seraphine, it lets me go and do stuff with the other team without really too much hassle bot, while Seraphine just, does her thing.
Yeah.
It's great.
I feel like that was something you could also see in the Pike game as well. Like when you picked the Senna, it was also a very strong performance from you in the bot lane. Like even if maybe the Pike rolls didn't always pay off, I feel like the strategy, you could see the strategy the same.
Yeah, the Senna is more of a pick we prepared for Braum, because the autos that goes through the shield. And I think it's a strong champ. No one plays it farming, but I do, and I think it's strong. So
Yeah, if we're already here talking about bot lane, like one kind of obvious question, there has been like a big narrative, like big drama going on, like the ADC rivalry, Schäfer versus Butner. Now that you have taken the crown right in front of his face, what do you have to say to him?
well, Butner and Alrat, they are, in my opinion, the best bot lane SLE, except for us, of course. They are the only bot lane I think we struggled sometimes to play versus. But I mean, Butner just got carried by Elrat, so yeah.
So that's the message you want to say him.
I mean, if he keeps grinding solo queue, maybe listens to Elrat a bit more, he can get on my level once.
I like the confidence. I like. Okay.
It's just for jokes, okay?
Yeah,
flame me, please.
for
Flame me.
jokes. Okay, now like going around the map otherwise, if we look top lane, there has been like a lot of dives coming towards top lane. Why was like any calls to like not help your top lane out? Because I sometimes when looking at it, I felt you just like left your top laner to die. Like, yeah, just play safe, and then this is like 5-minute tower dive top. Like, just play safe, lol. What was the reasoning behind it? Like, why did you like not try to like kind of support your top lane, especially since you're like we're playing top laners that kind of need resources?
I think, I don't know. It's the matchup on top is like tank versus carry. And Case Mace, in my opinion, I don't know what Sench is gonna say, but Case Mace is really good at playing it safe and doing his thing in team fights, no matter how the lane goes.
Mhm.
And at the same time, their bot lane is getting a lot of resources and they carry if they get ahead. So we wanted to shut that down and just not let Butner be a carry.
Then I have a question here. So in game number 3, of course Butner popped off on the vein massively, and like I felt like it was a quite tough loss, where it ran away from you after like a good recovery in game number 2. Just like how did you guys bounce back, like coming into game 4 there, like to get the 2-2?
Well, we messed up in draft that game. So I got tilted, I had the Astral and I was feeding, so into game 4 I decided, okay, I won't say anything, I'll put on some music and chill, play some Seraphine, it's gonna be great.
Absolutely, and I think great performance on the Seraphine overall. Like I'm surprised. I would have expected to see at least one Twitch game of you, because I have nightmares of your Twitch. I hate your Twitch. Like really, honestly, like don't pick it.
Yeah, I think it got
No,
banned a couple of times, right?
it's very possible. But I think standout performance. Great job on the Seraphine and these like different picks. I think Kim Jensen, a question to you. How does it feel to win on SC or as a cheap player here?
I mean, that feels pretty good. Good shout out to Sovonix. Have he played this year or the Syndra in like a couple months? So I was a little bit rusty, and then picking it into the losing side matchup, but it turned out fine. Kind of sprinting a game 4 that was better game 5.
And I feel like you must have felt good there, like the final ult there. You had some great shuffles, I think. Maybe I can agree. I think early on the first SLE game was maybe a little bit rusty mechanically sometimes, but game 5, no rust there, just clean sweeps. So great job and big props. And I think a player, I feel like you as a player has performed incredibly well this split on Chi, kind of like maybe not a player that's highlighted enough, in my opinion, in the spinning roster. But you guys, I think, seem to be like a team that has very good teamwork and you play very well together as a unit. Is that something you agree on? Because like even if you have standout players, I feel like just as a team you are good. You're able to pick up the slack when someone's not carrying their weight.
Yeah, I think we're good at it. Good as a team. Yeah, we struggled a lot in the start, working together with a lot of like substitutions and not being 5-man roster, but we pulled it together, I think. What do you think, Timmy? So I don't know what to say.
I think Seraphine singing brings everyone together.
I agree with that one.
So Gloomy Yux, Saibo, you have some remaining questions?
Just if you have anything to say to your fans, to the organization, to everything going on. It's your time to speak freely.
I don't know, Wiggies?
No, I think it's just more thank you for everyone. Thank you for everyone who participated and made a good league. And thank you for the streams, so to the casters and to the production team, and to everyone that supported us until now. And thank you so much for the win.
Thank you, everyone.
And I have a final question before we send you guys off. What are you spending your money on? The massive amount of prize money.
Well, the Warcraft Gold.
I knew it was coming. I knew I was gonna say if you mention what a Warcraft and kick you off to desk right now.
Time to
Okay.
raid.
Wait, you can buy gold in World of Warcraft Classic as well now?
I don't know
I
if you
mean,
can do it
legally,
classic.
yeah.
I see.
But once again, guys, thank you so much. Thank you for coming onto the desk to answer a few questions and talk a little bit. We will let you go back to your team now and celebrate the Split 5 championship here. Thank you so much, and we will head into. I think we're gonna end the stream afterwards. I'm not too sure. Can production confirm? Yes, it seems we are. So with that said, well then I'm responsible of sending us up for the last time of this split.
No pressure.
So we will see. I will do my best. No, but it's been a banger of a split. I think we had the most competitive SLE season so far. We had, as I said, 22 incredible teams who really stuck out. The league is growing. We're getting more and more players. I think we're just getting amazing games, and there's so much incredible people behind the scenes. And I think that's something we should also shout out. Once again, a big thank you. I think to all the people who's making the SLE possible. I hope everyone has some happy holidays and a great new year. And then we will see you in the split number 6. Thank you, everyone, from us here on the desk.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Bye.